Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely imps. Anya is tired. Spinkle, Explosion 85, Lillibroar, Brim, Kaboka, Histotier, Castrix, Ivy Evans, Comrade Cat Pernicus, and I forgot to put the Twitch chat up, so let me bring up the Twitch chat real quick so we can welcome everyone from Twitch chat. In Twitch chat, we have Hario, we have Explosion85, we have Lake Louse, and we have Meadow Sweetie and Metal Marcy. Good to see you all today. I apologize in advance. I am incredibly tired today. So, yeah, the site is demonmama.com/live. That's the link. demonmama.com/live. Demon Mommy, please say one mean thing about Ted Cruz, please. I savor the thought of him seeing a clip of you claiming he is the president of Butthole Mountain. Ted Cruz, it is so unbelievable. Let me try that again. Ted Cruz, it is so unbelievably apparent to the entire world that you are the king of nothing except Butthole Mountain. There you go. Is the chat still subs only? Yes, but I will turn that off right now because we appear to be okay for the time being. With that in mind, we may have to switch it back on momentarily, but we'll turn it off for now. Let me just adjust that real quick. Here we go. There we go. Channel member mode off. Everybody can chit chat now in YouTube chat if they so desire it. I gotta check my live sub count. Everybody, just so you all know, our channel is exploding, just so you know. So we were just celebrating 10K on Monday, and I want to show you something real quick, okay? We are at 10,604. Remember when I said that 10K is a major milestone and that we were going to blow up after 10K? We're there. We're there, everybody. We're there, okay? We made it. We made it. The momentum is growing, which is why I got to rest a little bit, okay? So today, yes, listen, I'm very good at channeling the energy effectively. Thank you. It is because of my content. That's true, but it's also because of the love of those who like my content. Content creation is a gift. No rest for the wicked, rest for the most wicked. That's how the wicked must rest, or else their wickedness will not be able to be done. That's why today I will be doing a slightly shorter stream than usual. I will be delaying the pathologic review until Sunday. In fact, Sunday is going to be themed. The gaming stream is going to be themed around the pathologic review. And Friday I will be taking off, okay? Don't worry, we will have videos going up this entire time, so you'll have stuff to watch, but I need to rest. I have to. I just got to. It's not going to be that short. I'm still going 6 hours, but instead of 8, I'm doing 6 today because, yeah, because I'm very tired. Yeah, slightly shorter than 11 hours, and you can always watch all the amazing VODs. So thank you so very much for the $10 super chat. Melissa McDonald, thank you so very, very much. Yes, my goal is to not burn myself out. And the way I don't burn out is by taking breaks regularly because I need to rest. As it turns out, I did a ton yesterday and a ton on Monday and a ton on Sunday. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break later this week, but it's okay. Don't worry. I'll keep you entertained. I always am thinking of the imps. Don't you worry. I did get my second shot and I am immune mostly. I think this Saturday is when I am fully immune, which will be nice because motherfuckers, no goddamn people are wearing their masks anymore. And I know they're not all vaccinated. So fucking annoying. Here's a little something for being able to endure Destiny's borderline abuse for as long as you have borderline. That's not borderline. I'm sorry. Going around to everybody's stream that they possibly will allow them on and calling me a subhuman piece of shit who should be removed from the internet is actually, that's not borderline. That's just abuse. That's just abuse. But thank you. You're very welcome and thank you. What was the final viewer count of your 10K stream? How much did the Nazis boost the video? I have no clue. It was impossible to tell. That's psycho behavior. I agree. Yes, it was deranged. Yes, even his own community has recognized that that is a deranged thing to claim. Also, his community, now, just so you know, no, and I don't care and I won't watch it because fuck both of those people. I'm going to make one statement on this and then we're going to move on, which is all of my entire last 3 days or 2 days, the last 2 days of my life has been being unable, like, Twitter is basically unusable because there are so many idiot simps arguing with me about the facts of the situation and then immediately getting blown the fuck out by the actual facts of the situation. So they're like, yeah, it was, she posted it herself to pull, and oh my God, and it was, she's just, it's sympathy clicks. And then they go and they find out that the thread had 200 comments on it before it got deleted, that we banned like we banned literally hundreds of accounts throughout the course of the 10K stream, that our fucking Discord got raided. These people are full of shit, okay? They're full of shit. And the funny thing is, I will always have the receipts and it will never matter because people who are in that fandom don't care about any like truth. They don't care about facts. They don't care about receipts. They are delusional. Yeah, they are actually, they actually do not know what is true. They just hate me and they will find anything to say that about me. Interestingly, the tide has started to change on places like Reddit. Threads about me are still very common on Reddit, but people are starting to go, hey, like, this seems a little weird. Did any of them sub just to give you hate? Yes, actually. There were people who bought a YouTube membership, the $1 tier, just to be able to get into chat and say stupid shit. Which, okay, fair enough. Has he retracted that statement? No, he will never retract that one. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. Hey, it's all good. Listen, I've been having what we would like to call a yin-yang week. Lots of bad and lots of good all at the same time. Yeah? Like, seriously. I have had an incredible amount of love from the community. We crossed a major milestone, and with it, there has been great frustration and hatred. And I'm not gonna, like, downplay that. I don't believe in, like, that I should, like, politely downplay when my chat gets spammed with people coming in and saying 41%, kill yourself. Like, that is, everybody witnessed that. Everybody whispered that. So, wait, that's not what I meant to say. I stumbled. Everybody was saying that, and everybody saw what was going on. Anyway, I'm fucking tired. Forgive me. I'm fucking tired today. Listen, it happens. I read a statement about somebody whispering something, and then I said the word whisper because that's how my brain works sometimes. So what are we doing today? I started stream a little bit early today. Yeah, I'm so fucking tired. But I want to do the stuff that I committed to today, and then after that, I'm going straight to bed. That's just how it is. The mods typed the N-word. This is a win for us. Yeah, because you have to go IP ban that word or nuke that word. The drawstrings are uneven. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. This is how tired I am today. I literally forgot my glasses in the car. And so as I was, it's a labret, a vertical labret. The lighting is, well, I'm streaming a little earlier, so it probably looks a little brighter today. That's probably the only major change. There was one other thing that I was going to say. This is a comfy hoodie. It's very soft. I love it. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Anyway, what we're doing today is we have an interview first. Then I'm going to pop over to the charity stream the SuperNinThemobos are doing, and I'm going to get a little cool introduction. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna chit chat. That's going to be great. They're raising money for a charity, so if you want to throw some money towards them when we go over there, that'll be great. And then we will also be at the very end doing an OkBuddyMama vibe memeing nonsense stream until the end of the stream. So, and then Friday, I'm taking off. Sunday, I'll be doing the pathologic review because I want to do it right. The pathologic review, I realize I recognize I've pushed it back a couple times, but I promise I'm going to do it. But it's just, I just want to make sure I have my words in line, and I haven't quite gotten the document together to feel comfortable reviewing it until later this week. So yeah. Hey, see you later, Emma. Thanks for coming by. If you are here and you have not liked the YouTube stream, please slap that motherfucking YouTube stream like button. I recognize we're probably going to have slightly less people in because I'm starting at my abnormal time. And, you know, I don't have, there's like 0% drama going on right now. So, you know, there's probably going to be slightly less people, but that's okay. We're chilling today. This stream is for the fans. This stream is for the fans. Yeah. Ban the one disliker. I know who the disliker was. Listen, you bought a condo today. You own a house. Holy shit. Purple E Beach on. That's fucking amazing. Holy shit. It's not with the MR. I can't even. I can't comment on that. Oh my fucking god! I can't comment on. I can't do COVID shit today. I just can't. That's fucking amazing. Purple E Beach on. Congratulations. That's true. Do it for the girls and the gays. Yup, you know it. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the girls, the gays, the NBs, the gender space travelers like myself. Get owned. Yes, I will be Silax. I forgot to, but I will because it's really great. Wait, is that for real? Are they actually trying to cancel that? Are they actually trying to cancel us for that? Okay. So yesterday I went and did a bunch of cool stuff out in town, which was nice, and it actually made me very tired. That's part of the reason why I'm so tired is I walked like a ton. Of course, I was masked up and everything and kept social distance, but because I'm at like 99% immunity right now, it was nice to go out and be able to walk around town. Though it was tiring. I haven't done a whole lot of like town explore, like city walking in a long time because of COVID. So it was nice to get out and see the outside world, get a little exercise in. That was nice. Yeah, you're gonna be at Twitch chat tonight. Oh, sorry, Elac. I gotta get that link from you. Hold on. Let me get you that YouTube. Elac. Oh no, please don't. Okay, good. Site didn't go down. Hold on. Elac, if you want to be able to mod on YouTube, you've got to send me a link to your YouTube channel. I have to have your YouTube channel link. It's stupid, but that's how it goes. I thought chat went down for a second. No, you're good, Posadas John. Sorry, I'm super tired today, so I'm hoping. Am I gonna start playing WoW with Vosh? I would consider it, but I'll be completely honest. I have not had time to play WoW. I haven't had time to do anything lately. I just, like, I've been playing a couple of card games, and that's about it. Other than that, I've been, like, working. Just working and working and working and working and working. I play a little tiny bit of Apex Legends. And I did do D&D last night, which was so much fun. I had a lot of fun with playing D&D with Riley, with not RGR, good Riley, aka Fortuna, who came on here, and with Vermin and another friend who's not an onliner person. Oh, I like the look of the new hero, but I haven't actually watched the full trailer yet. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Vosh's Final Fantasy 14 take. I don't remember Vosh's Final Fantasy 14 take. I caught the tail end of it. I know he said something about bad rotations, which is, there's a little bit of truth in that. A couple of the classes do have bad rotations. But I think the raid design is really good in Final Fantasy, with the exception of the unskippable cutscenes. Yeah. Yeah. What card games have I been playing? I've been playing Nowhere Prophet and One Step from Eden. Oh, yeah. Tank at low levels is bad rotations. I get that. I get that. New Apex hero is Erika Ishii? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I am early, Babylon the Great. I started a little early because in about 15 minutes, I'm going straight onto an interview, which is going to be super cool. Is One Step from Eden really a card game, though? Kind of. It does have deck builder tactics. It does have deck builder strategy, but it does have like a rhythm game element, which I enjoy. But I'm a way off from that. Oh, Dutiful Future. Hold on a second. I got to give you the content creator role. Give me just a second, Dutiful Future. I'm going to get you a fancy name in chat. Let's get you your fancy name. Let's get it. Dutiful. There we go. By the way, so for those of you who don't know, very shortly here, I am going to be going on to Dutiful Future's stream for an interview. Dutiful Future did a video on me about the Hippy Dippy Championship, like a debate analysis that was really, really good. And so we're gonna talk today and go back and forth about it. And that's going to be super cool. So if you're interested in somebody digging into my debate tactics, etc., and other stuff, that's going to be today. It's going to be really cool. Yeah, you can absolutely have a link to the video. Yeah, Dutiful Future did a fantastic video. I was actually super, super impressed with it. So I was like, hey, Dutiful Future, come on and let me get the video real quick. Yeah, come on in and we'll talk about it. Here you go. So there we go. There's the linky. Yeah, this should be really rad. I'm very excited to have a proper interview with Dutiful Future. Yeah, should be very exciting. I'm excited for this. So, and it's like nice and concise. It wasn't like a 7-hour debate react. So I was actually able to watch it, which was great. Like something that a lot of people don't realize is that like, it's really hard as a content creator to watch a 3-hour debate react. Like when people react to a full debate, it is basically impossible for any content creator to react to that. Like there's just no time. There's no fucking time. I've done it before, but it's just so exhausting. So I'm really glad that Dutiful Future was able to make a, yeah. You're not lazy. Your video is high quality. I really liked it. Yeah. I am drunk and you're amazing. Hope you have a great day. Thank you so much, Adrian. I hope you have a great day too. Don't drink too much, all right? Have a good time, but don't hurt yourself. Yeah, feel free to throw subscribes, and I'm sure you're going to like this interview. I'm sure this interview is going to be a great one. Yeah. So we have a little bit of chill time just to chit-chat back and forth about various things. Again, I don't know what's happening on Twitter right now because I'm just, like, again, it's finally starting to quiet down a little bit, but Jesus fucking Christ. Those retweets basically exploded and choked out my Twitter mention. Well, who cares about Twitter? But I don't know. Like, people talk about shit on Twitter, and I can't say anything because it's like, just like, what? I don't know. You had a question. Rolling Deadly, hit me with the question. Hit me with it. You got a little bit of time. You got about 10 minutes. Hit me with your question. Quick, quick, quick. Yeah, they're talking about Rudy, but I don't fucking care about Rudy Giuliani. Like, the dude is, like, literally spewing oil out of his ears. Like, who cares? Anyway, he got raided by the feds. Wrecked. So the first time I saw you with the Destiny stuff, what happened? What? Destiny hates my guts and wants me to die. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, he literally said that. He literally says he hates my guts and he wanted me to die. That's what happened. We had one conversation. Destiny lost his absolute shit And then since then, that the rest is all just that, basically. Nuts. That's not true. It's just nuts. Sometimes you say things that I just look at and I have to go. I don't ignore you most of the time, Nuts. You're a serial tagger. You're a serial tagger. That means your percentages are gonna go down. How come? I thought he was a progressive. Look, never underestimate how much spite can overcome your claimed identity. Okay? Yeah. Rolling Deadly. One of these times, I'm just gonna say, like, this is the one time I'm gonna do this. Ask the imps for the story, okay? I've told the story many times. Ask the imps, okay? Seriously. Ask the imps on the Discord. Go on the Discord and ask the imps for the story of the Destiny stuff. They'll tell you. They'll tell you. Yeah. When did he say he wanted me to die? When he went on to No Comment Chick's panel, I have that video saved because he likes to pretend it didn't happen. And when he was confronted on it, he just laughed it off. But he actually did do it. Like, it's fucking stupid. Anyway. Why is this Chapo guy putting Lemon Party on my timeline? Have ever played Cultist Simulator? Yeah, it's pretty good. Am I the reason Hassan calls Destiny a Weasley little liar now? No. No, I'm not, but it is fun. I heard the Hassanites have heard of me. I've heard the Hassanites have heard of me, which is kind of cool. I don't know, I'm just saying. Stay a while and listen. Discord to chatters asking for the tea. Yeah, I know. We gotta, oh God, Jesus Christ. I've got so much stuff to do. By the way, one of the big things, one of the reasons I'm taking Friday off, just so you all know, is so that I can rework a bunch of behind the scenes stuff that's gonna make this channel way better, but you all won't even know about. You all won't even notice it. It's going to be so quiet. It's so smooth. But I'm going to tell you about it now. We're reworking our workflow, our editing workflow. We're doing a whole bunch of upgrades to the Discord server. It's going to be super cool, but you probably won't even really notice it. It'll just like, it'll be so quiet and nice. It'll just be like, wow, this server feels nicer. This Demon Mama's content feels nicer for some reason. Destiny is fantastic. He didn't say anything inherently bad. That is such a weird way. What, he didn't say anything inherently bad? What does that even mean? What does that even, that is such a, what does that mean? I'm sorry, what? What does that mean? Like, now I remember why we gave you the why we gave you the chud tag. Yeah, I know. Some Chapo guy retweeted Lemon Party onto my timeline on Twitter. I'm like, what fucking what? If the workflow stuff goes smoothly, you won't notice a thing. That's true. Exactly. Telling some, yeah, exactly. That's true. That's true. You don't have the facts. Garbage bin. I know, it's like 20 years old, Gayfesh. It's weird. That's why I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, the Zoomers won't even know what that is. Just don't worry about it. It's one of those things where they get you to look it up and it's bad. And it's like bad, quote unquote. Yeah. It's just a explicit image that they get you to. They didn't send it to me. They just posted it. Everybody got it. Got it. Whoa, Conyer made partner. Yay. Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem, Rolling Deadly. Thank you. He's a weaselly little liar. Am I literally a murderer? Apparently I am. Apparently I'm a murderer. If you're to believe the last caller that I posted. Oh, I'm super happy that Aristocracy brought you here, Rolling Deadly. Aristocracy's cool as fuck. I had a super nice conversation with Aristocracy the other night. We were just chit-chatting. It was great. So good. If you think, I never said Destiny makes bad content, although I will say his new content is kind of boring. Like all he does is like complain about other people while he plays video games. Sorry. Just true. True. It's just true. It's just true. Now stop bringing up in my chat. Stop bringing up other people in my fucking chat. It's so goddamn annoying. You people are so fucking annoying. Anyway. Let's continue. We got 5 more minutes until we go on the show. Yeah, every 15 minutes he wakes up and goes, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. How are my days going on my first bloomer pill to see if I liked it? I already survived 3 people having mental breakdowns on me, so I'm pretty proud. What? First bloomer pill? I'm confused. Speaking of open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the dinosaur. True! Wow, that's an old one. That's an old one. Deep cut. Why is Demon Mama so base and exploding on YouTube? I know you said you didn't want to hear about people on your chat, but true though. How's Yoda? Whenever the pupper comes on stream, it brings me much joy. Oh, great. I took Yoda out for a walk this morning. I gave her a treat. And then she went back to bed. Yeah. Then she went back to bed, so she's snoozing right now. Bloomer pills? Oh, titty Skittles. I get it. Yep. Awesome. HRT is great. Vosh doesn't remember 108. Well, I don't remember that one either. So if Vosh doesn't remember it, then there we go. Yeah, we're a little early today. No one in your chat ever responds when I insult them. They do sometimes, Retcon. It's just usually the angry people who come into my chat just get themselves banned quickly by saying slurs. Thank you so much, Alien Geranium, for the tier 2 sub. You are amazing. You're making this possible. Do I know about 2-1? Nothing happened on 2-1. What are you talking about? There was nothing happened on 2-1. What does that have to do with anything? 2-1? Just a boring day at the beginning of February. Who cares? Why are you bringing up a random day like 2-1? There is no war in Bossing Say. Indeed, just a boring day in hell. More like who won? True! 2-1? Never heard of it. You transcended the yellow name. Indeed! Aw, well, thank you, Joe Biden. No problem. Keep on taking those bloomer pills, okay? Keep on taking those bloomer pills. Some people say slurs to spice up sentences. Well, those people are stupid. Simple. You probably did have a yellow name from a gifted sub, but maybe it expired. I don't know. That actual Rev guy was right? You mean you? Chudded. Sentences are like eggs. If you need spice in them, you're doing something wrong. No, see, sentences are like eggs. If you crack it open and there's a bunch of shit inside, you don't want it. There you go. I don't know. Whatever. I tried. What are people fighting about? What are people fighting about? Are people arguing about? Yeah, Coco, we got some conspiracy theorists in chat. Any conspiracyers in chat? Anybody? All right, listen, it's time to go on with Dutiful Future. Let's do it. It's time, everybody. Get comfortable in. Get seated. We're gonna enjoy the content now. Let's do it. Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes. Let me get your name up on the screen here.
Okay, and I need to get this going as well. I am very new to Discord and OBS. I'm a bit of a... Oh, my God. Okay. I'd rather be seeing you than me because... Ew, me.
And real quick, what are your pronouns? Just if you don't mind me asking.
Oh, yeah. So, hi, everyone. My name is Dutiful, and it is he, him, and it is great to be here. Thanks to everyone who's already gone to my channel and subscribed. I already got a little bit of a boost. You're all very nice people, and it is fantastic to be here. How are you, Demon?
I'm doing great. I'm doing really, really great. I'm going to shrink down my chat just a little bit real quick just so we make sure that you're not covered up at all. Sorry about the technical stuff. You have to adjust for these types of things all the time. There we go.
A-okay. I am not the most technical of people in this world, so I'm learning as I go.
You're all good. You're all good.
But yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here.
Thank you for having me. It's very kind of you. I've been really looking forward to talking with you. So.
Well, that's fantastic. Yeah. This is my first ever time on a live stream, so I've heard it can only go well, and everyone's very nice all the time.
True.
So that's good.
Nothing ever goes wrong in live streams ever. There's never technical issues. There's nothing. We are the smoothest, most reliable people. Streamers, literally, definitely not famous for being, running everything with paper clips and bubblegum. But yeah.
I've never heard of a page which has something to do with live streams and failing in some sort. That's not a real thing. There's live stream successes, and they're the best.
That's the only one. Streamers posting their W's, right? That's it. The only account that exists.
Perfect. So yeah, thanks so much for having me. I guess we should just quickly go over sort of the backstory of why I'm here. So I made a video reviewing and analyzing the Hippy Dippy Championship that you were a part of. And I was pretty critical, I'd say, of your performance. I remember after I finished, I looked back and I was like, wow, I spoke about Demon Mama a lot here.
You did.
But as I said in the video, it's because you had the most potential. So I'd love to just hear sort of what you thought with the Hippy Dippy and sort of how you felt looking at my subpar video, which has Street Fighter text on it for some reason.
Well, I don't think it was a subpar video personally. So I really enjoyed it. I get a lot of critique. Everybody wants to tell me what they want, and it's only occasionally that I get critique that I feel is like really, really like truly good faith. And I think that your video was one of those, and I appreciate that a lot. Even though you did critique me a lot. But I think you had a lot of fair critiques that are basically in line with, after taking a lot of critique in the follow-up to that, what I'm aiming for going forward with a few little tweaks and whatnot. One of the things you mentioned was like wanting to needing to earn the dunks a little more, and I agree. With Rob Noor, I do think there was risk of coming off too aggressive to Rob Noor. However, I did make a strategic choice in going really hard on Rob Noor because Dylan's community is very familiar with me and Rob Noor's history. And I recognize that people outside of that will probably come in and be like, oh, that was a little much. But Rob Noor and I go way back on Dylan's show. Sure. So that one was for the fans, for sure. We have a long history, very contentious history. And in fact, again, only people who are either fans of me or Dylan would have known this, but like I was on Rob Noor's show 2 days earlier, and the reason why I questioned him on what he thought about BLM was because on that panel he went on like a 10-minute rant about how BLM was a terrorist organization, and when I asked him on that panel, he just showed his ass and said, oh, well, and it's like, wait a minute, you just like literally 2 days ago you were on your platform screaming about how 100%. Now I will say I think I don't want to say I completely messed up, but I think I misjudged John Burke, and that's because I've never gone up against John Burke, and I went and looked at his general content beforehand, and I did not expect him to be as mask on as he was. His channel, I don't know if you're familiar with his YouTube channel.
Not at all.
Okay, yeah, his YouTube channel.
I've only seen on Hippy Dippy.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he has a decent following on Twitch, but his YouTube channel and his VODs are for subscribers only, and they're long form, and it's very hard to get a picture of somebody from just like randomly popping in. But his YouTube content, what he posts to his YouTube is like these really weird comedy skits about feminism, and it's like how to paint like a feminist, and then he'll draw something stupid and be like, I'm dumb, I'm a feminist.
Still 2016.
Yeah, 2016 bait stuff. And so I was like, okay, I'm guessing that this guy is gonna like not do the mask on thing. He seems pretty devoted to this, but he went straight, like he kept his like it's super in. So I feel like I misjudged and I wasn't able to get him to show that as well. So I think that was a mistake, and it probably played against me in the hippy dippy for sure.
Yeah.
One thing that I felt like I was struggling with that I don't know, this is something I always struggle with on any panel is but it was especially true on this one, was the boys club effect, which was was palpable, and I could feel it the entire time. People asked, Rob and John Burke both basically refused to talk to me at many points of the thing. They just engaged only with Vosh, and that is like, not only, I mean, it's disrespectful, but it's also boring for the viewers. But they do it I don't know that they do it intentionally or whatever. I mean, I think there's a certain level of intentionality to it, but also just it's a certain level of neglectful approach of just being like, yeah, you know, it's kind of weird that like you're on here a 4-way and you're just not going to ask any questions or push back on the one woman on the panel, like, and that's something I have experienced my entire time being in Twitch politics. And
I think if I may, I think you were sort of a part of that was definitely sort of how, as I described in the video, sort of like even though you're all individuals competing to win, you're kind of in doubles because you agree with someone on the panel,
right? And
I think you and Vosh immediately slipped into, just naturally by sort of the sort of approach that Vosh took into was good cop bad cop. Yeah. Where you came in making really strong positive arguments and hitting really hard straight away, where Vosh came in specifically trying to appeal and sort of build these bridges, and that immediately sort of pigeonholed you both into Demon's job is here to hammer home and bully them in a successful way, and Vosh's job is to, you know, be the nice one.
Yeah.
And if that was a double strategy, perfect, but in singles, you know, you get it struggled. Sorry, it can be difficult to engage once that's sort of established.
I agree, and like part of that was that the you know, the format changed so late. A lot of people don't know this, but like we changed the format from me versus Vosh, which was the original.
Okay.
And then it changed about 3 or 4 days. I can't remember exactly, but 3 or 4 days before before we went on, it changed to a fatal 4-way. So that was a bit of an adjustment. And you know, whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, for sure. And the thing is, like, at the end of the day, like, don't tell anybody else I said this, but I'm kind of okay with, like, I kind of knew at a certain point that like the belt was kind of out of my reach there, because I either play nice. Now I was in a position where I can't play nice because Vosh is doing the nice guy. So that means I'm the aggro and I'm the newcomer. And this is an audience that is, they like the debate thing.
The fire.
Yeah. There's a bias towards the like very, very hyper intellectual, like, I'm gonna get you with the facts and logic and that sort of thing. And
Socratic method, you know.
Yeah, but you can't have two people doing that. So it was like I feel like the panel would have been not very popular if it was just Vosh, because like there's a lot of stuff that just would have gotten like I even roasted Vosh a little bit on this, and we had a conversation afterwards. There's literally no bad feelings or anything, but I roasted him about, I can't believe like you didn't go hard on that conversion therapy argument, which was just, it like slipped through, and I'm like, am I the, like, what, did that really just go by? Like we're talking about, you just talked about torturing children, like. Well, anyway, so
it was definitely one of your strongest moments, because you that was a really good opportunity of, no one's talked about this yet.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a huge deal, and this is a positive argument that I can make really well. I think like in terms of sort of like, okay, in the situation of being stuck in as being the sort of aggressor, right? You can't play nice like Vultures. You have to sort of distinct yourself. I think I would just recommend like. Exactly the same way you responded to Dylan when he presented sort of the like devil's advocate argument against unions. That was so strong because you just had an argument. It wasn't, you know, you weren't, obviously Dylan didn't believe that thing, so you could just go straight at it. Yeah. And I think, like you said, you know, you have passed with Rob Noran, you'd seen content from John Burke that wasn't very great. So you know, you come in with a different mindset. But I guess in terms of like a debate, a judge is only going to judge the narrative of that debate. So I think what was needed was definitely to sort of come in and go, recognize, one, I need to be aggressive. Two, I'm going to catch one weird thing that Rob says, and I'm going to hammer it home, which by the end of it, especially on the puberty blockers topic, you did really well on. Yeah. But the first one was I'd say your weakest section, because once again, that mindset was really clear of how you sort of approached it.
Yeah, I think also like the unfamiliarity actually of that they had with the topic played against me. I contest the idea that it was breaking news. The vote was breaking news, but this topic has been raging for like the unionization effort has been going on for 6 months. Yeah, but I mean, I get it. You know, like that was one where it was like, okay, fine. Like I went too hard there. Like I shouldn't expect everyday people to know about a union effort, even though this is a right versus left panel, blah, 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 whatever. So like, yeah, I came across looking too mean there, but like,
I totally got the inclination.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, the frustration,
the motivation.
like,
if I was in that situation, I would have been like, oh, for God's sakes, just Google something now and say it to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, I think like that kind of, and I think Dylan was trying to play fair there, you know, by being, oh, it's a technically breaking news topic, but I'm like, I don't know. Like I did, like, I already knew about it and I watched a couple videos with chat before we even went on the panel, but whatever, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think that first section was definitely a sort of weird one because, once again, sort of the fake doubles dynamic would, I say, hurt you in that sense as well, because that first topic's under the premise of there not being a lot of time to research is set up for the lefties to make the strong substantive points. Here are the positive arguments for unions, and then all the others can do is like pick little holes.
Yeah.
But the problem is, once again, I can't remember what the order was, but there aren't that many arguments for unions when you can just keep talking.
Yeah.
So they were all kind of made within the first 10 minutes, and then you've got Bosch and John talking a lot, and then you so it almost ended up being like John and Vosh had that little conversation, and you were stuck talking to Rob Knorr, which can never really be fruitful. To be as nice as I can to Rob Knorr, it's very difficult to get something.
I agree.
Something going.
Yeah. Rob tends to go into most debates with a series of points that he's devoted to getting out, and then he gets them out, and that's it. And that's the experience I've had with him in most panels. You know, I mean, I don't like hate the guy or anything, but like there are some things that frustrate me about the way that he goes about doing things. I mean, if anybody goes and checks out his YouTube channel where he posts his like car rants and stuff, like, I mean, he dips into some pretty questionable stuff that he then brushes under the rug when he's in public, which is why I wanted to like call him out on that. Partially because like I actually think that that's kind of like kind of bad. Like if you're sitting there and like being the nice conservative, but then on your actual channel you're doing rants about how Chinese communist cultural Marxists have infiltrated the American school system and are brainwashing our children to accept transgender ideology. That's kind of some pretty wild messaging that you've got going on there, and then immediately pretty up all nice when you're on screen and you think you've got so that's a hard line to walk, and I definitely want to get better at that in the future. I definitely could have done better with John, and I think that I failed to. This was one of the things I even brought up in my own post critique, was I failed to demask John as I had hoped to. Yeah, so
sure. I would say, like, in terms of dealing with Rob Knorr, I think of his sort of style as debating at a bar, right? You're talking with someone and they have a million different like vague examples or numbers they've read, and they will stick by them, right? It's like you're talking to them in person. You can't like pull up a sheet to debunk them. You just got to deal with what's being put in front of you. And I would say, like, in terms of two strategies I'd recommend, I would say in first, I'd say like, try and avoid what I think I called it mud wrestling in my video, which is just getting caught up in his game and just digging deeper and deeper and deeper, because if you dive into one of these little anecdotes, you're going to get something wrong, and he's going to go, ah ha ha, but this time they were very cringe, and then you're going to look silly. Yeah. Because he will know more about these half-baked anecdotes than you, even if he's not even right. In that debate, he fires off so quickly, it can be so
dish galloping like crazy. And in fact, interestingly, I don't know how much like you've dove into the other like ancillary content that was made around this. I don't expect other people to get like super into it, but I did have a conversation with Dylan the next day after, or the next stream after. I think it was 2 days after, and you know, Dylan asked for some, you know, critiques if I had any of the format of everything. And, you know, in addition to saying like, well, you know, it would have been nice to have the topics a little bit more in advance so we could all research up more. But I said one of the big things that I asked was like, hey, like the gish galloping, like as a mod, can you like crack down on that a little bit? Like, I get it that it's like it's a debate tactic, and I'm not saying that you need to litigate all debate tactics, but Jesus fucking Christ, that shit is miserable to debate against, and it's miserable to watch. Like, it's listening, like, people made funny memes out of it, but like, it was just like Coca-Cola did this and fit like a 10-minute screed about 20 different random events that nobody has any reference to, that only really serves to like activate the buzzword neurons in his like very small group of followers, and everybody else just has no fucking clue what he's talking about. So that was the one thing I brought to Dylan that I was like, hey, like, that would be a good thing to kind of crack down on in the future, because like I mean, I know how to deal with it like relatively well, but it's just very annoying and it's very boring. So
the problem with like engaging with that sort of thing is you kind of just have to ignore it. You need to play the bigger person game where you're like, okay, it's a bit of a rude comparison for Rob, but I kind of think of it like there's like a toddler having a tantrum, and you should just let them finish and then go, okay, time to move on with our lives, because it's not that consequential. Rob's debating I find quite odd, because like I feel like, for example, in your opening video and his opening video, I thought they were both really funny. I enjoyed Rob's a lot, and I thought it was very entertaining.
Yeah,
and I think that's because it was on a script. Like when he ties himself down to like 2 minutes, he's actually not that terrible, and he had a couple okay moments where he focused on what was happening. But then he just shoots off in a million directions, and like the big one talked to me was like he talked about like them playing baseball in China, and I was like, that's fun. Yeah, good for that.
Okay. What? Yeah, like I know some of these are just like, it's just like, what? And like and if you actually like, I think you might like this, and I'll make a small recommendation, as you seem to love debate. If you watch my old, it's very old now, and so apologize for the more scuffedness of it, but I did a 1v1 debate versus Rob a long time ago.
Oh geez,
so if like
that would be like,
yeah, if you're like interested in understanding more of that background, watch I can get you the link afterwards. We debated about whether Antifa was a terrorist organization. Now, originally, the title of that debate was, is BLM a terrorist organization? And then Dylan said, actually, maybe we should put that one, like, let's not have two white people on a white person's panel argue about that. I said, yeah, sure. Like, I get you. I feel you on that. But I am, like, the type of person where I'm like, I don't want... had gotten frustrated with Rob on a previous like panel show that we were on that was like a right v left like six person panel, one of those ones, and I was like, this fucking pisses me off. And then Dylan was like, well, you want to have a throwdown about it? I'm like, yeah, like fuck this. I'm so tired of people walking around claiming that like BLM is a terrorist organization. So then we tried to work out the details, and in the end we ended up having a debate about anti-fascism, and I am very proud of my performance in that one. I still think it's one of my better debates, especially from my early days of debating, where I went in with a research document. I did a full-on research document, and we talked about a lot of things. I talked about the history of anti-fascism, and how he just like did not have the argument, and basically what his argument ended up being was a whole bunch of distractions and red herrings. He got really, really mad on this strange, like there was this point where he claimed that this person was like executed by Antifa, and that's actually not even close to what happened. But the Antifa person who he claimed had executed, the guy did kill somebody. It was not an execution, and that's not what like any of the following evidence was. However, that guy later got killed by police. He was shot 40 times, like literally just like Godfather style. They just fucking blasted him. And so I said that was literally like the dictionary definition of an execution. The state found a criminal, and then they shot him. And there was no trial. That is an execution. And he got very mad. He's like, you're a hypocrite because you said him killing someone wasn't an execution, but this one was. I'm like, yes, because and then anyway. And that was where I realized that like the conversation was never about like a substance, and it was always about getting out a certain set of talking points regardless of the facts, and that was frustrating. But I think you might like that debate. It's like an hour and a half, and it's very structured 1v1, so yeah.
That's perfect then. It's interesting. There's a lot of people and who do the circuits of the Twitch panels, and I guess it's part of the fact that it's quite difficult to get conservatives for them, but they kind of, it's just a very specific mindset, and I think it's sort of like, it's almost a way to do a debate without really risking that much, because you're not going to look like a fool because you're not talking. You'll get your stuff out, and then you kind of just sit back and you can relax a bit more. And I think on the point of like John Burke as well, I'm quite interested in terms of the idea of getting his mask off in this sense, because obviously I'd only seen him in other hippie dippies as well, and in my head he always just seemed like polite conservative man. I haven't seen anything else about him, and I think like to relate this sort of to, you know, to skip so far ahead in different discussions, to relate this a little bit to your spiritual deconstruction. I think that the best way to sort of mask off someone is to, in the same way that you sort of started to lose your faith, is to, you know, logic someone into it. It's not enough to sort of try and goad someone, because if it doesn't work, you look terrible. You need to kind of corner them, I feel like, more. And sort of get them in a position where it's a 50-50. They're biting a bullet or they're agreeing with you, and either way it looks pretty good, which is very hard to do, and is, you know, it requires a lot of sort of control in the conversation. But I think that's generally a better strategy than like poking, because it's, you know, if you poke the bear and it doesn't do anything, you kind of just look like an animal abuser.
There are some people that I would say like Rob, and I would also say, even though we've ironed out a lot of our problems in the past, Connor points. If you're familiar with Connor points, those are two people who basically, with incredible reliability, if I give a pointed pushback, they will react very strongly usually. And so, yeah, there are times where I think that there is a valid strategy, but yeah, with John Burke, I think that was the wrong strategy, for sure. And yeah, so that's something that, like, I think the approach that would have been better for John Burke would have been, I had a conversation. Are you familiar with who the Distributist is? I don't know if you're familiar with that person.
Very vaguely.
Yeah, they've been really quiet lately. But yeah, for a while they've been a lot quieter. They were kind of doing a lot of content like a year ago, I guess. I don't know how long you've been following the scene or whatever. But I had a debate with them that was like 2.5 hours of me just like drilling down into their positions, and then by the end of it, I really had them pinned. And I went really spicy at the very end, and I was kind of like, listen, just be honest. You just want to call me a T-slur. And he was like, and like he was stunned because he was very frustrated at that point. And then he said, no, now you're just trying to do this. And then he proceeded to immediately afterwards go on this incredibly cringy rant about what he's like, you should have known coming into this what the Catholic position on trans people is. I'm like, what do you mean by that? And I'm like, and he's like, well, you should know. I'm like, well, you're here. I don't know like everything about Catholicism. I'm not a Catholic. You're here to argue your position. What do you mean by that? He's like, well, just look it up. And I'm like, okay, dude.
Yeah.
So you're saying that what you're doing is you're doing exactly what I said. You really just want to say that I'm going to go to hell for being a...
You should have expected me to hate you when we came into this conversation.
I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
You to be nice.
Yeah, so that's the sort of thing that like I think I need to do with people who are super mask on in the future, and that's something I'm definitely going to be working on. For sure.
That's definitely super hard though in that 4-person panel, because
super hard.
You can't pin someone down because everyone else is trying to speak as well.
Yeah, it's difficult, and some of that is just a matter of the format, and I don't know. There's probably undiscovered tactics that I don't even know yet that I would like to implement for being able to pull these sort of maneuvers off and tactics off in a 4-person 4-way panel. But I didn't succeed this time, so next time though.
Yeah. I sometimes tend to think it's like sort of like a little gradual process. Obviously I'm not particularly experienced in sort of like the world of like mask on or mask off debating. Like, I've done debating, but I've never done like type of Twitch politics debating. It's a very different world, obviously. But I tend to like to think of it sort of like just kind of like make little steps, and you're like, you know, oh, but surely it's you know, this would make more sense under what you say all the time. And they're kind of like, and then you kind of get there, and they're like, oh, all right, I'm stuck, and then everything kind of blows up in their face.
Yeah, I think the Socratic thing would have been fantastic, but unfortunately, it was a tough position given the dynamic. Yeah, for sure.
That sort of debating in sort of like a 4-person free for all is very difficult to pull off because you're not going to be able to speak for long enough to be able to keep.
Yeah, like
little
for
jabs,
example,
you've got to go all out.
Good luck ever doing a Socratic method style on an open panel. Will not happen.
Yeah,
You won't be able to. Like, it's just not the place for it. And sometimes you can get yourself stuck in a position like that in the open ones. That's part of the reason why I don't really do a lot of open panels. Although I did find myself in one a panel that ended up going for 10 hours, which was...
Yeah, I saw that video on your YouTube. I was like, oh, jeez.
That was the one where it started as a conversation between a bunch of trans people about trans stuff.
I watched that.
And then Vosh and Destiny joined, and then it became an N-word Andy like ancillary conversation, and I was just like, what the hell? And so I'm just here like, I'm not leaving. I'm going.
To be fair, Destiny, for all his flaws, did have one of the funniest moments in all of Twitch politics in that debate, where like someone somehow brought up the N-word, and he joins the call and goes, "Did someone say the N-word?" And everyone just looks at him like, "Oh my god!"
No, it was the summoning word.
Me.
Yeah, and that was the second time. That was the second time he'd been on the panel. He left and then came back just for that. I was just like, Jesus,
for the real issue,
for the real thing.
For what
honestly,
really
like
mattered.
I feel like
Discourse.
the real star of that panel was well, I can't even call it one panel, but the real star of chapter 3 of that extended panel was Fnatic. Fnatic was so funny in that debate, and oh my god, like it was mostly at the end of it, but yeah, Fnatic and I have clashed in the past significantly, but I thought he was really funny on that one, and also made a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Vosh's segment on that panel, the sort of the 3 hours and 40 minutes, where it was a bit of stuff on trans issues, and then random beef with, is it Vivian?
Yeah, with Vivian. Oh god, yeah. That was where I was like, the path of peace, the path of peace. That is one of those ones where like there was a drama quarantine breach. So like, I completely understand if you're not like terminally invested in the like the panel scene, that you would have no idea what's going on there. Yeah. Because I am like the most terminally invested in the online panel scene person in the world, and I was just like, oh god, this is even touching stuff I don't know about. They were just like tearing strips out of each other, and like I get it. Like I don't know. Like I get their frustrations. They've both pissed each other off for various reasons. I tend to think that like, hey, Vosh, in that particular conversation, I think Vosh was doing a pretty good job offering an olive branch, but I don't think the path of peace was chosen at the end of the day.
even despite your incredible anime speech for unity and peace, you know, I felt very, very inspired, really. You know, I instantly texted someone I was having an argument with. I was like, hey, we should, you know, forget it. Everything's fine.
I tried. I did my best. I summoned my best peaceful anime speech energy, but it just didn't work out. Yeah, that was
I feel like
wild.
There's two types. I feel like there's two types of like Twitch panels that I enjoy, because like I consider myself this like, you know, intellectual person. I've read books before, and I'm like, yeah, I love seeing two big minds clash. And then I'm like, but I could also watch these 8 people shout at each other, and then one person's just kind of vibing.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes like this is the thing. Like I don't know. There's a broad spectrum of between blood sports and productive debate, and it's a very very hard, like it's hard to figure out where the right spot is. But sometimes, as much as you try to have a serious conversation, the blood sports happens, and you get to a point where you're just like, okay, I'm just gonna, let's see where this goes. All right, let's go. I'm here for the ride. So
I'm sort of interested, like, because we see all the blood sports on screen, and you know everyone laughs it up. You know, there's great memes and everything. But I'm sort of interested, what is the culture behind the scenes of Twitch politics? Is it like the call ends and everyone's like it's like WWE? You know, you go backstage, everyone's like, we had fun. Or is it how deep do these sort of divisions run in panels? I'm sort of interested.
It is there is no locker room. There unfortunately tends to not be much of a line. Now, in some ways, I wish that there was more of a line, that people were a little bit clearer about stuff. Like, I mean, I'm very open. I'm a political edutainer. That doesn't mean that I'm like some sort of bad faith actor. Some people will say that to be like, oh, that means you're dishonest. No, it just means that like I acknowledge that like every single day I get up I turn my lighting on, my style lighting, and I have my curated backdrop, just like most other streamers, and I turn my camera on. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I put a lot of work into it. This was the season 2 beginning, so like yeah, it was a big project. But so I don't know, like with certain people, you can totally have that sort of thing. Like for example, Dylan and I are like, we talk a lot about off screen, we're friends, and like we both have an appreciation for wrestling, and so we know like we've watched a lot of wrestling together and all that stuff. And so like while I will say that like we will never like make up a conflict or anything like that. Like we will certainly, like the nuke debate, we went really hard on each other. Like we went like I don't know if you've ever seen that. A lot of people didn't. I was a lot smaller then. We had a big nuke debate that was like 20 minutes long, and Dylan was just
nuke
like
is in on
like
on nukes.
Yeah, on nukes, about nukes.
About nuclear armament. Okay,
yeah, nuclear armament. Yeah, and I had a position that he didn't really agree with. And it actually got really intense, and like he was like, this is the most dumb fuck opinion I've ever heard, like real angry. And it was fine because like we both know that we're not gonna like kill each other over it, and like so that sort of thing happens. Unfortunately though, there is a lot of bad blood. There's a lot of bad blood, and most of the bad blood is just bad blood, and it sucks because I think that like it's a bit short-sighted. And I could go into this in a lot of different directions. I'm someone who's been involved in a lot of drama, but and also I'm like weirdly hated on the internet. Like even like Vosh and a couple of other content creators have remarked on that. I mean, obviously me saying that is going to be like, oh, are you like playing a victim or whatever? But I'm like, no, it's just like people don't actually know what my content is. They've seen like 2 or 3 clips, and then they build a complete opinion from that. I don't know. It's really weird. Like, I wish that some of it would just be like, hey, like, can we like dial this down just a tiny, tiny bit? But yeah, I don't know. There's like, again, being a veteran of this scene, basically, like a year ago from this month, like April, May, June of last year. Oh my God, there was so much drama, and it's like, there was like 3 different panels running at the same time, and there was like all kinds of stuff that happened that was just like people fighting with each other, and it's very strange. It's something that I'm like trying, like I've been actively over the course of my time on Twitch and YouTube politics, I guess, been trying to figure out like where everyone stands on that sort of thing, and it's very difficult because I don't know if a lot of people think about it. I think they just kind of like show up and say what they're thinking at the moment, and yeah.
I feel like part of it is sort of in terms of like Twitch politics. There's such a blurring of lines between what is your content and what is your life. Like, think about it. You're on a panel. So you start your stream. You're talking about politics. You go on a panel. You're talking to other streamers. Panel ends. Stream ends. You're on Twitter talking with those same streamers. And there's no sort of like, there's no line of like professionalism or even sort of like it's like as soon as the debate ends, the moderator leaves, and everyone can do what they want. Is how I kind of think about it.
Well, that's true. And then there's also another aspect of just like, I mean, I think streamers in general really struggle with a work-life separation. We're not really allowed to. And I had an interesting, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember off the top of my head. My brain is like not at peak today. But I had a conversation with someone about what's it called? De-rolling, de-rolling rituals that performers, actors in the theater will do, where when they're constantly on Broadway, at the end of the thing, they will build themselves for psychological purposes, a ritual of taking off the outfit of whatever, especially for very intense plays that have like a lot of emotion where you could get really affected by this type of stuff. And I don't know how to do, like, I don't know if that applies directly, but it's something that I'm thinking on, because streaming is a unbelievably like all-encompassing career path. I don't even want to call it a career path. It's like, it's more like a giant gamble, and you kind of like throw yourself. Yeah, it is. It's a weird lifestyle, and you throw yourself into this pachinko machine, and you bump around, and maybe you land in one, and it's very, very chaotic. And we're all contractors, and we're all independent workers, and everything is like, half of everything that we do is like handshake contracts. It's very messy, and it has this like, if I was to try and paint a picture of what it feels like you ever seen a Blade Runner? You ever seen Blade Runner?
Haven't seen
Okay,
Blade Runner.
all right. I was gonna say, it feels like when you go into the market in Blade Runner, where it's just like all kinds of shit going on all the time. Okay. It's very messy. There's all kinds of like crime. It's very, very, very
different things, bright lights,
drama, and
Harrison
and
Ford
bad
is
blood,
there for some reason.
Harrison Ford is there, like, what, trying to figure out a mystery, and you're just like, okay, yeah.
But what is the mystery? Ooh.
Yeah, who's going on? Yeah, it's very chaotic, and that is the thing. Like, I think that as a result of that, it can be very difficult for a lot of people, and understandably difficult for people to separate personal grudge from beef on a panel, and there's all kinds of things that some people will take one way and another person might take totally differently. So yeah, it's tough.
I sort of think like I feel like that's sort of a benefit of like VTubing, or what aristocracy does. Because when I first saw aristocracy on a panel, my head is, oh, that's a 3D anime woman, this is pretty cringe. But then she was talking, I was like, oh, this is pretty interesting. She seems like a nice person, engaging very well. Seems very good. Saw her interviews with, with you, of course, and with Vosh and with Dylan, and I thought, wow, she's amazing. And I thought about it, and I began to understand there is a real benefit to not having your face out there. Yeah. In terms of obviously abuse and things like that, but also in terms of just having that sort of separation. There is you, and there is aristocracy. There is that figure, and I think that's quite.
Yeah, it is. There is benefits to it, and I think that yeah, it's a really complicated subject because of course there's been like a broader conversation in the ether of the internet lately about parasociality, about and I don't even know if that's I don't even know if the concept of parasociality can even capture everything, because it is weird. It's hard to tell all the boundaries. It's hard to tell, online, like what communities are actually communities versus what communities are actually, just purely for the purposes of boosting somebody's like platform. It's very complicated. One of the things I try to do, and there is no doubt that I don't do this perfectly either, is I am very, very careful with how I describe myself. I'm very, very careful about the rules and the words that I choose. So for example, if you go on my Discord server, there's like the foundation's like statement of the server, and some people aren't going to read it, some people are going to skip it, and whatever. But it talks about how like the goal here is to create a community that fosters mutual growth with everything in mind, that the sort of limit of that is that like I'm trying to build a career. So this should not be your like only home or anything like that. Like, and I think that like I generally think people are smarter than we give them credit for, even though sometimes there are some examples of people that you go, maybe not. But I think that people can, if you give them the information, if you put your cards on the table, people will be able to make the right decisions most of the time, I think. So, that's another reason why I like try to say things like, I end my streams with much communal love to everyone, because it's communal. And I say that specifically because I don't want I know that it's not like, sometimes it's like, well, people should be able to tell that like a streamer doesn't love them, but it's hard. It can be hard, especially when you've been in quarantine for a year. And I want to encourage that healthy thing. And I think that's part of like, I do think there's a greater conversation that has to be had over it about how does this work between streamers even? How do people figure out where the boundaries are and how not to want to kill each other while you're trying to make content together, Yeah.
Yeah. Something, it's quite interesting, sort of the aspect of community, because, I have a very small channel, less than 1,000 subscribers. But even like when I started to sort of recognize the same people in my comments, I had a wave of, first of all, I was like, oh, that's great, I know this person. Then I had a wave of like panic. I was like, what is this? Who am I talking to? How does this person see this and then talk to me about it? it's not right. I had like,
Yeah.
I think maybe it was my like deep-seated stranger danger panic was like alerting my brain. I could feel my mum being like,
Yeah, I mean, and I know that, like, and I can tell you, I feel that to a great degree when I started to realize that, like, I have what to me feels like a modest but reasonable channel that's like, hey,
It's
like,
growing fast.
it's growing really fast. Like, actually,
15 soon.
it's actually terrifying. Today I woke up and we had gained 600 followers since the last time I checked, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I can't. Oh, okay, I gotta rethink about this. But yeah, it's exciting, but at the same time, it's also like, okay. But like I'm like, okay, I've got this middling sized channel, blah blah blah. But then I look and I'm like, oh wait, there are like a handful of people who basically internet hate stalk me. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, there is in my chat a handful of people who every single day I'm on stream, all they do is spend all day making alts trying to get in to say mean things to me. And I'm just like, there is a person there devoting time to this. And that is very weird feeling. And I don't understand it. And it is a little scary sometimes. And not like on a level where like I have my house is safe. I'm secure, blah blah blah. But it is like, it's very weird that sort of thing. And I don't think I have all the answers to stuff like that. It is kind of strange, and I don't know how to. And I can understand and empathize completely with the like weird moment of panic where you're like, actually, what the fuck is kind of going on here? Like, we're in a frontier a little bit with regard to like human interaction on the internet. So yeah.
Yeah, it makes me think of sort of like I can't remember what movie in particular, but sort of like in like a horror film, some horror films where it's like, oh, if you open, maybe it's like The Conjuring series, if you open a door, it can go both ways.
Yes,
if you open the door to your fans, you're opening the door to horrible people and weirdos and stuff. And if you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. But obviously, I saw that the poll post you tweeted about that, and what was sort of the fallout of that in and of itself, sort of like seeing that and reacting to it, but then also to the wider reception. I saw Destiny's tweet about that, and I haven't really engaged a lot of Destiny's content, and I've generally have like a reasonable opinion of him. But seeing that, I was like, okay, that's insane. I am a very charitable person in pretty much everything that I do when I engage online.
I can tell, yeah.
I don't have a reason for that.
Yeah. I think it was, I mean, like, obviously I'm going to be biased, but like, that was bullshit. That was total bullshit. And like, I find it like laughable, the idea that like the thing is like, it is a Gamergate thing. I think it's a leftover of Gamergate, like this idea that like people fake their own harassment for views and clicks. And I'm like, that, like, I think that's something that maybe comes to some people intuitively, but if you actually think about it for a couple seconds, it actually doesn't make sense. And like, because if I generate a bunch of people hating me, none of those people stay on my content. None of those people give me money. None of those people support me. Why would I? That tactic doesn't even make sense. Oh, did I get raided on Twitch? Hold on, let me welcome in the raid. Thank you, Ziggy. Hold on a second. Let me just check the raid. I apologize about that. I probably should have had that up. Twitch raid. Wait, was it from
Don't
Lexi?
worry, I'll talk to your chat.
Thank you very, very much for the raid. Oh, it's a dough raid. Yay, the dough herd. Welcome. Come on in. Come get comfy. I am sitting and speaking with Dutiful Future, who's right here. You should follow Dutiful Future on YouTube. Dutiful Future did an incredible review of one of my debates, and so I decided we would have an awesome interview, and it has been fantastic so far. So come on and get comfy. We've got a lot of fun content today, and yeah. Thanks for coming in. If you want to be up on the screen chat, go on to demonmama.com/live. That's where the on-screen chat is with all the emotes. Welcome, and we'll get right back to the content. So. Sorry about that.
Also, like the stream. That helps Demon a lot. Subscribe to the channel. 10,000 subs, ever growing. That's what we want to see, everyone. I want to see 15K imps.
And likewise goes back for you, Dutiful Future. I look forward to seeing all your content and your own personal growth on these platforms. Yeah. What were we talking about? I can't remember.
Hate online. I was gonna say, like,
it doesn't really make sense.
Like, I guess like the most charitable interpretation I can give is, oh, you would do this because you're someone who builds you build a sort of relationship with your audience of, oh, look at everyone being mean to me, therefore, and they'll give you money for that. But one, I don't see much of that in your content at all. Like there are people who you see and they do have like sort of the victim complex, but a lot of the time it's justified or whatever. Like that's not a bad thing necessarily.
Yeah.
But I don't see that with your content. I see the opposite. Your rhetoric is very much of is like fighting and being very aggressive. It isn't like, oh, woe is me, the meanies are coming to bully me.
Yeah, I mean, I've told people pretty open. I'm very open about certain things, which is like I don't delete hate comments unless they're like really, really egregious, because if they're super, super egregious, I don't want them to turn other like viewers away from the channel. But even then, I leave up my comments. I'm very open about the type of shit that I get. That doesn't mean I'm like gonna play victim, but I think that like people don't actually know how bad it is. They really do not. They think that like there's a lot of people on the internet who assume that their experience of the internet is the same for everyone. That is not true. And again, I don't feel like I play up my victimhood. I'm just blunt about the truth. And I have all of the receipts. I am a meticulous receipt keeper. And so I can always prove this, but most people don't care about the proof. And that is the one thing that was very frustrating about this most recent thing. The poll raid, I mean, you could talk. Anybody who wanted to know, if there was a serious journalist who wanted to find out whether I was lying and faking it, would be able to find out the following facts right away. That the poll thread was on the front page for a decent amount of time. It got over 200 comments on it. This is publicly available information. 200 comments, most of which were saying, how do we get this trans woman to kill herself? One of my mods banned over 200 people during that stream. Another one of my mods banned over 50 people, and that's just the two that I've gotten the exact numbers from. We could get even more if you wanted to ask for it. We had to lock down our Discord. The website was getting spammed. We had to lock down YouTube chat because there was so much Nazi talking points and dog whistles being copy pasted into there. Kill yourself. Your family is ashamed of you. 41%. Which, for those who don't know, 41% is a dog whistle that refers to the suicide rate of trans youth. So when like, and this is not, again, like, I don't feel like stating these facts, like, honestly, is playing the victim. I feel like this is like, and so that was very frustrating to me. And I have, like, again, every time that you get retweeted by a big content creator on Twitter becomes unusable for a couple days because everybody's responses are there. But the level of unbelievable uncharitability and scrutiny that like I have a screenshot of like, it doesn't, they're not even willing to consider the sense of it. Like, I was streaming at the time the post goes live. What am I, like, secretly while talking to people also writing up a thread calling myself a bunch of slurs at the same time? No, it doesn't even make sense. It's like there's like 12 angles in which this narrative doesn't make sense, and yet a lot of people take the like playing victim for money or something as like a valid real thing, but it isn't. You don't make money from posting yourself to poll. You get a bunch of hate and it stresses out your community, and your mods get sleepy because they have to spend so much time doing it, and sometimes they break through and they do damage. Like, people don't understand that I lost money from getting DDoSed for a week and a half, where I couldn't go on my site. I couldn't receive donations from my site because my site was literally broken. That lost me money. I didn't gain anything from that. Like, and even if you want to go totally charitable to this type of argument and say like, well, maybe, you got to interview, you got to whatever about, because I did get talked to the serfs about it, but that is a very ancillary, abstract benefit. Yeah, for like okay, so maybe I gained a couple of followers for losing a week of income. Yeah, it's so silly. Like, anyway, I don't mean to go on a rant about it, but it is so frustrating to encounter this type of stuff,
No, I can totally imagine.
Yeah, it's something that like I wish there was less of, but no, like, I can't control what other people say. I can't control that these platforms like are cool with that kind of thing. So yeah, it is a very much 11-dimensional chess type thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm playing, 70-dimensional.
Because as I said, like, I operate under like extreme charitability, almost to a fault, I think, to a certain extent, where I'll see a tweet about like Ben Shapiro and I'll take the best possible interpretation of it, and then when I see criticism, I struggle sometimes to like separate myself from my best interpretation. But this was one case where I was like, okay, I haven't got anything to provide this. That's quite bad. And I think like so I've had like a tiny experience with internet hate, and so it's sort of, I think it really highlights sort of your experience. So I made a video ages ago. It's probably my second. I think it's my second most viewed video. It's called "Laughing at Unironic Monarchists," where someone who was very cringe on Twitter was like, the Queen, God, divine right, they need to have all the power.
Yeah.
And I thought this could be fun. So I had a fun laugh, and it started out all normal, like normal comments, small views, everyone's fine. And it kind of blew up because I got on the tag for monarchism.
Oh.
But it meant that the people who it was blowing up with were monarchists, right?
Right, of course.
So start getting like a lot of weird comments, like lots of the F slur and things like that. And like, me myself, I'm straight, I'm white. There's not really many things they're gonna say against my identity. The closest thing they got was they called me a Republic cuck, and that hurt, I guess. But like, so I can see these things and I go, like, it doesn't really bother me because none of it's that identity based. But when I compare it to this, it's so different because like I've been like annoyed from this, and I'm like, oh, it's a small thing. People are just being silly. Then I look at the other side and I go, this is this, but a million times more on way more like direct and personal issues. It isn't someone saying, you're silly because you like democracy. It's saying, because of who you are, I want you to no longer be here. And I can't fathom that. I can't comprehend the dealing with it.
To a certain degree, I couldn't either. Like, I was definitely blindsided at times by the response that I got. But I've told, I've said this before on stream. I'm sure I'll say it again. I have a weird shell, and that's because, like, I mean, part of it is that, like, I have dealt with a lot of, like, very personal struggles over being trans with family members. I grew up in a conservative family who was attached to a very, very conservative, as you saw in my video, very conservative church. And so that means, like, while a lot of these comments don't really get to me on that level, like there is a a person randomly coming in and spamming KYS 41% doesn't really do anything to me. Like, I'm just like, okay, fuck you. You're just edgy. That's so stupid. Like, it doesn't really hit me. Yeah, just get the fuck out. But the broader, like, awareness that, like, I didn't even have to hit 10K, like, to get a lot of people to just hate my absolute guts. Like, a decent amount of people, like, it's a little weird. I've never, like, there are parts of this whole thing where I'm just like, I don't know, like, I never really thought that, like, this is an incomprehensible amount of people who just hate me and are willing to say they want me to die. It's a very weird thing to deal with. Yeah. Very weird.
It's such a strange experience to me. I don't know if it's just because, I'm British and I'm a softie, but I'm like extremely polite to anyone in any situation ever. Even people I really don't like. I can't stop myself. And I just, like, I see something like this and I can't empathize with it. I don't understand that sort of approach to everything. Like, I can see someone being, like, rude or being like, you're stupid and a terrible person, but, like, that, taking it to that far, it doesn't really make sense to me. And I feel like it's such a big barrier for so many people, especially so many people of marginalized groups, in getting into online political discourse. I think that's a lot of the reason why you're sort of like breadtube debate sphere is, as people see, it's overwhelmingly white. There isn't that much space for it. I mean, especially considering trans issues. I mean, for God's sakes, it's probably as hostile as you can get in terms of online discourse.
Especially right now, yeah. Like, I'm very frank with that. When I do my call-in streams, when I have debates about trans stuff, I get a lot of questions from people who are trans and who are like, "Hey, I want to become a content creator," and I'm very frank. I always tell them it's going to be rough. Okay, like it just is. But just remember that, like, as rough as it is, there are a lot of people out there who will support you. I can't tell you that you're not going to get hate. I can't tell you that, like, you're not going to get, like, when I was nothing, when I had no followers, when I had like 5 followers and they were mostly people I know, I would still get people who just pop into chat to say, you're an ugly man, etc. You'll never be a woman, etc. And it's like, okay, like fuck. And I try to tell people, like, it's a fact. It is just going to happen. It shouldn't be, but it is. And it's especially bad now. I mean, you have situations with, like, the Tyler Bluntman debate that I had with again, I don't know if you would have seen that, but that was the build up to the if you saw that.
Yes.
And that was like, again, like that guy was given an opportunity to, in good faith appear on a panel and engage in topics. And that guy was horrible to me while I just sat there and took it right on the chin the entire time. And then immediately afterwards, at the time I had like 80 followers on Instagram. He decided to go on Instagram and he put my account in his bio, directing people to me. And then he had like 5 or 6 videos saying, oh, this transgender SJW triggered and won't debate, even though like it's literally a lie. Like I literally had just debated him. It's just, it's the level
from a debate.
And again, I have 90 followers. What do you care? Why do you fucking care? So I don't know. It is a little bit brain melting and a little bit brain bending. I hope that it changes in the future, but I think we have a ways to go. So yeah.
I think that's sort of like, I think that's sort of one thing that you and Vosh have quite a lot in common is you do get a lot of hate, and I think that's sort of partly because of your style, but also I think both of you do quite well in sort of the way you build your community as a means to sort of combat this, because you're both, strongly regulate what is said and what is built and how it is comprised, and that sort of allows you to not get swallowed up by the, H.P. Lovecraft horrible hive mind monster that can just avoid any joy out of engaging in public discourse.
Well, I mean, and that is true. Like, oddly enough, like I don't even think my rules are that harsh. Like, but we're firm with them. That much I will say. We are firm with our rules, which is like we encourage contention, we encourage disagreement. I'm a debate streamer. I am okay with debating with people even who strongly disagree with me. But no slurs, no fucking directing hate, no threats of violence, and as it turns out, that appears to be a challenge for a lot of people, and it's unfortunate because I don't feel like it should be that hard, but it is for some people, and it leads to making it very difficult. But I mean, as a result, thank you, Retcon. I appreciate that. My IRL friend of 20 years just came into chat and said, "You suck." As a joke.
Oh, they found us, everyone. Oh, jeez.
Oh,
if anyone
dude.
says I suck, I'm gonna go to bed crying. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say, everyone. Please
cry.
be nice to me.
Yeah, no, it's like
I
yeah.
I'm a soy boy.
Oh no.
No, I'm joking. I can be terribly mean. No, I don't know which way to go. Yeah, it's an interesting thing because like my engagement in this sort of thing has been very direct. Like most of my, I obviously this is my first live stream. I've only really engaged, like the most engagement I had was after my monarchism video quite recently. I decided, okay, I'm going to make a video debunking the main arguments. And then for fun, me and my friends, we played a drinking game where we reacted to the comments under my video of people being very rude to me. We sort of ranked them on how good they were. Yeah. And basically it was my friends being sort of going like, oh, that person, they really got you. And I'm like, they kind of did. They kind of did. That was really fun.
There's been times where we've done stuff like that where I'm like, oh fuck, I got roasted by this one. There's one I could tell you one right now, which was this is a meme that I actually saved that was roasting me that I actually loved. It made me laugh so hard, and it was from the Destiny gender panel, and it's like a picture from Interstellar of like the main guy, and he's like looking like he's getting blasted back, and it's like and it's like asking Demon Mama a yes or no question, and then it's like this little maneuver is gonna cost us 51 years, and I was just like, oh fuck, they got me. True. I mean, yeah. Oh, it turns out you can't turn gender into 4 sentences, but true. And so I don't know. That one was a good roast, and like my community is really good. Like my community busts my chops all the time, and I like that. I like. Maybe it's because I studied Latin in high school, but I like warding off the evil eye by the traditional Roman practice of every time you come back victorious from battle, you have a bunch of clowns make fun of you. But no, honestly, it does, it keeps me from getting a big head, but also it's fun. I just wish that it wasn't mixed in with so much just raw vitriol. Yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe that's sort of like, that can be helpful as well in dealing with the raw vitriol, is because it's not fire and ice. It isn't everyone's either super nice to me or they're the worst people in the world. It almost provides more perspective because it's the worst people in the world, and then it's jokey fun, like maybe not even fun, just like deep criticism of certain ideas and stuff. And I think that's sort of how you can build a healthy community, which doesn't like build up and then collapse.
Yeah, and that is something that I put a lot of thought into. Is like, if you talk to my viewers, they will tell you something that I harp on probably to an annoying degree, is like my desire to build something sustainable. I see all the time, I've been only doing this for a year, and I've been a big stream fan for a long time, but streams come and go. They appear, they have some huge success, then the streamer burns the fuck out, or there's something that just rocks the community to its core, and it all falls apart and it's gone. And it's like, fuck, that sucks. And it sucks that there's so few that are able to sustain. And so like something that I'm interested in is building like a strong, sustainable community, a strong, sustainable show that's going to bring a lot of value over a long time and not just ignite and disappear. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure. I like to kind of think of it as rather than sort of like your community is like a little plant and you water it and you grow it and you feed it and everything like that.
Yeah.
You want to make like a self-sustaining like mini ecosystem which
Yeah.
can sort of like survive on its own, where like even if say like one day you were like, okay, I'm taking a month off, your community and your Discord and everything would still be doing stuff and churning along.
Yep.
With even without you, which is like kind of a weird thing to say, like, oh, they don't need me, but it's a nice thing to say because then you've really built something which can last beyond your desire to engage in what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I've talked about this a couple times on stream, but I think it's one of those real things I like to talk about. I like to share with other streamers. A year ago, not a year ago, actually it was a little bit less than a year ago, would have been late June, mid-July, I can't remember exactly. I took a month off from streaming, and my community was very small then, but nonetheless very passionate. And when I came back, I had the same average viewers that I did when I left.
That's gotta be a good feeling.
It actually changed my entire approach to streaming because what happened is there was the George Floyd stuff going on, and I was covering it endlessly. Like, I mean, I was sitting at my desk with a stream of caffeine, watching multiple riot streams, trying to keep track of what the fuck was going on. A lot was happening in my area. People I knew were getting their heads bashed in by cop batons. It was very intense, and I overdid it. And I started having really bad panic attacks. And so I took a month off to deal with that, to like literally deal with that with my doctor. And I was so worried that I was like, this is it, that my stream's over. Like, I'm never going to be able to come back. And that's not true. I came back, and the day I came back, there was a bunch of people there really happy. So it taught me that, like, actually it is okay to take time. It is okay to, like, take a breather. And also, if you build a community that knows that might happen, if that's part of the expectations that you give them, then they are not going to feel blindsided by it. It is a give and take. It is about communication. It's about letting people know what to expect from you. And so, yeah.
That's sort of one thing I took away from sort of your spiritual deconstruction. Check it out on YouTube. Great video. Was there were so many like passions and hobbies like that you, I don't know if you still do or not, you know, writing, films was one that I think you really showed a passion for. And I think, like, obviously, you know, endurance streamer, there isn't that much of like, this is everything. Like, do you now you're sort of building this sort of self-sustaining community, do you think there will be more of a return to sort of like starting to get back into these sort of things, like whether it be starting to write a book, thinking about returning to some sort of film stuff?
To a certain degree, like I have to a certain degree, right? Like building this set was the filmiest project that I've had in a while. Now it is a little bit of a one-off thing, but I was like, I want to really apply. I'm going to dig deep and try and remember all my lighting rules, and it's not perfect, but it's like it looks pretty nice, all things considered. And
it's not better than mine. I've got a big shadow. I've got like underlights and uplights.
I mean, it happens, you know, and soft lighting will solve that. But yeah, soft lighting. Yeah. I'll write that down. Soft lighting.
Lighting.
I almost want to hear it. Look, I'm gonna do something funny here. Ready? Ooh. Oh, am I gonna fuck up my entire setup by doing this?
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
It's a big light. Is that an umbrella?
Yeah, it looks like an umbrella. It is a specific type of soft light. Basically, and you can get one of these for about $30 on Amazon, just so you know. And those will kill the shadows in the background, because soft light makes shadows look so soft that you can barely see them. So yeah, there's your secret. What I actually is really funny. Here, I can actually show another thing. This is really silly. This is scuffed, but it still works. This right here is one of my other lights. And what I do is I have it set down here, and it shines against the wall. And as a result, it's not direct, so it bounces off the white wall and provides soft light. It is a trick that I learned from film. So there are some things like that that I've put into my streaming setup and whatnot. I am writing a little bit again, but it's for a D&D campaign, which is cool. But yeah, I mean, some art things I would like to. I will say, like, I mean, there were a lot of hobbies and passions and arts that I pursued. I joke that I sort of spec'd into like 100%. If this was a video game, I spec'd into art 100%. And then and then like life happened and it was like, shit. And so of course, as time goes on, I would love to dive back into those. But also I've come to really enjoy infusing art into this stream. And one of the things I've been thinking about is, like, as I go forward, I want less content, more artistry. Because, like, I know that, like, I hate the term content because I think that it's very demeaning to what everybody makes. There is
factory line.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and yes, as Ara Geddon, our wonderful visiting VTuber. Hi, Ara. Good to see you today. It ain't much, but it's honest. That's true. That's true. But I mean, I don't know. Content is a silly term. I mean, there is some stuff that's definitely content. When you're reacting to a reaction of a reaction, that's a little bit content-y. But
there's 4 panels on the screen. Yeah. Everyone's screaming at once.
I did a stream once that was I was just like, all right, we've been doing heavy topics. Let's have fun. And I called it the maximalism stream. You might have seen a screenshot of it somewhere. It was me reviewing Vosh versus Mike from PA. And what I did was I said that any donation that I got of any size that had a GIF attached, I would put that GIF up on my screen. And so as the debate's going on, we weren't even like, I was barely even analyzing it. We were just laughing at it. And I was putting GIFs up on the screen, and we had it like these like shitty little dancing skeletons, and it got out of control. And so
how can you analyze that debate for a first? Honestly, that's probably the best approach ever, is just to distract people as much as possible so they can deal with the pain that's going on screen.
It was so much blood sports, but it was just so bloody. It was if it was real life, it would have been the equivalent of like a fist fight between two people that you vaguely know. Like,
still to this day, I don't know what sewer socialism is. I haven't Googled it. I mean, Mike told me to, but
well, damn, you're out of the loop. You're missing out. You could be living in the sewer socialist utopia like I am.
We did it.
The thing is, it's not even a bad concept. It just wasn't really relevant to the conversation.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. That I love that sort of like content because I don't know. Like I said earlier, I love the sort of like highly intellectual stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I love the battlefield of ideas. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, but I would like to see Vosh yell at a tanky for like an hour and a half. That would be pretty fun. Like, it depends what I'm doing.
You got to find the balance, right? Like, I mean, this is why one of my big inspirations is and was and still is the Majority Report. And if you're familiar with Majority Report with Sam Seder, I watched that show religiously for years. Like it was like my favorite thing to listen to when I was working. And like that show has the fun half, and they do the first part, which is like super good, and then they go into the fun half, which is a little bit more silly. They have libertarian callers. I think that's like a super good thing to do. It is really important to mix things up, to have to diversify a little bit, and so I think it is okay to have some of those blood sports debates from time to time.
Sometimes I sort of had a similar experience when I started making videos, and some of them started getting like some views, right? And I was like, I'm a serious political commentator now. 400 people are subscribed to me. I'm a big deal. So I didn't want to do like really silly stuff. So there was like a period of like 2 videos where I made like pretty serious analyses, but only like a couple jokes that I was like mostly in editing. Yeah. And then I was like, oh, that's so boring. Like I just couldn't do it. And then the next one I made was it was called Exploring Champagne Socialism. And I drank a whole bottle of champagne and presented like the history of the term and like whether it makes sense or not. And ever since then, I've been like, okay, I can't do real things.
Yeah.
I don't have the capacity.
Well, I mean, it's I don't know. Like, I think that those things are real things, right? I don't know. That's just why, like, I am very clear about saying I'm like personally, I'm a political edutainer. You're here, like, my goal is for everybody to come in, have a good time, and walk away learning something. Hopefully something good. And there's some times where it will be more serious, but it's okay to have some fun. We live in a wild world, and but also one small thing I will say. You say, oh, I only have 400 subscribers, and I know it's like this.
925 actually.
925. Hell yeah. Now, like the modern era has warped our understanding. A show like. There are entire television shows that ran for years on local access that would have had like an average viewerships of like 12 to 20 people. And those shows had budgets. They had a team. They used an actual studio. And now it's just like we've gotten to a point, and I hate to do the fucking lefty meme of like, we're in late capitalism, but we're at the point where it's like, where like the corporations are like, you made this show out of in your garage with like a string tied around your iPhone from hanging from the ceiling for your mount, and you're only pulling 35 average viewers. You got to get cracking. If you want to make money, you've got to have. And it's like, wait a second, there were like grants for like $50,000 yearly grants that went just for the equipment of running a show where some old dude sat down and talked about his experiences while he painted on it. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know.
What's the deal with airline food?
Yeah, and it's like, okay,
that sort of stuff.
That was worth like spending $10,000 on at some point. I mean, I guess it's maybe part of it is like the collapse of public arts and stuff like that. But I mean, right now, I do feel like corporations are very spoiled with the amount of content that their content creators churn out for nothing, and then they might make it. You might make it to a point like where I'm at, where I can pay my rent with it, and it's like, anyway, yeah. So feel proud of that regardless, because in a previous age, you'd be famous. You'd be locally famous. Like, so you gotta. I know that the corporations, they're not gonna give you the money that you deserve for it. They still take 50% of everything, but you should be proud of what you've accomplished, because it is cool that there are 400 people on the planet who are interested, or 900 now. Sorry, I just was latching onto that old number.
That's fine. I've been using different numbers the whole time.
1,000, whatever it is. There's 1,000, a literal legion of people on this planet who are interested in your work, and that's fucking cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you very much. It is like I don't know. I just enjoy doing it, and like every video I do because I like doing it, and then if I like it, if other people like it, I'm like, that's nice. And other people don't like it, I'm like, they don't have good taste anyway. I don't know. I feel like it's a very good hobby to have, and then if it happens to spiral into something else, that's a great thing as well. It's such a weird world, I think, like in terms of content creation, because like you can see like, oh, this is fun and I enjoy doing this, and then it can just veer off randomly, and then you see all the negatives that can come with it, as well as the positives. I think a common meme I see a lot of content creators do, which is like, oh cool, like day one of like YouTube, oh yeah, my job is gaming, and then the next bit is like people tweeting at you, and then like a million different like files in Adobe Premiere layered on top of each other. Like,
yeah, I saw that meme. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Behind it, which just pushes ahead.
Yeah, it's true. It is true though. Like it gets wild, and like I don't know, like there's a culture in online content creation of like just doing it on your own all the time. I don't think that's sustainable for most people. I think that people should get comfortable with bringing on team members, working together with each other, and but yeah, it's a lot. But hey, like if you've managed to get anybody, I always tell people, if you reach affiliate on Twitch, you should be proud of yourself, because statistically, totally. You are a giant. You're great. You've done something amazing. You've been a part of history. Even if you don't feel like it, you have. You are just statistically, just on a raw numbers. You might not feel like it, but the numbers don't lie, and you have made it, to a certain degree. And it sucks that like so much of what we all do is just I mean, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't suck. I've said this many times in my arguments with people. This is something that comes up in my arguments about capitalism versus socialism, which is a topic that comes up to with me a lot, where I'm like, people are like, well, nobody's going to do anything if they're not paid for it. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I did this like 40 hours a week for a year without ever getting paid. And now I am. And it's nice. It's definitely nice. I really don't want the pay to go away. That's great. But like there are entire communities of games that overhaul mods that take so much unbelievable manpower and effort, and nobody gets a cent from it. They do it for the passion. They do it for the appreciation of their audience. They do it for the art. And I agree that like we should pay people for it. But if you think that pay is the reason why people do this, that's not why. It's not pay that people do this for. That's just we need pay to survive. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's so much content out there on the internet. Like a big thing for me is like I recently I had a Mac for years, and I recently got like a gaming PC, and I was like, this is cool. I can play games on Steam now. I can get mods. This will be fun. And I recently playing Black Ops 3. Zombies. I used to be a very big Call of Duty zombie kind of person, and I was like, oh, I've heard mods are great, so I played a couple of them, and I was like, I like clicked subscribe. I was like, okay, I guess this will show me to the link where I buy it, and it was on my game, and I was like, what? This is a whole map that's like twice the size of like the base game's one. Where has this come from? And it is, I don't know. I think like it's rather like cringe, but it's like super inspiring to see like someone make something just for people to enjoy it.
Yep.
Where like they deserve so much compensation, but they don't get it. I don't know. It just like it provides it. It's nice to see, you know. It puts a smile on your face.
Yeah, it does. I actually had a whole conversation with a content creator, a smaller content creator on Twitch named Zanzi. I don't know if you ever heard of him or
No.
you should consider talking with him. I have a feeling you'd have a really good time. He's an Irish socialist who does lots of speed runs in his free time, and incredibly intelligent fella. And we had this great conversation once about modding communities, and we talked about World of Warcraft. You know, I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, and there's this. It's fascinating because there's the entirety of World of Warcraft's modern gameplay is held up because of free mods. That is it. The only way you can even do the content that is made by a multi-billion-dollar corporation, it would be unplayable if it wasn't for a handful of community mods that have been maintained for like 10 years. No pay ever from Blizzard. And that blows my mind. That alone just goes to show you that like humans aren't just greedy creatures that run around scooping up all the money they can and then going on their own way. That we're deeply social. We really appreciate one another, even if there's a lot of imperfections in our communication, and we make some cool ass shit. So yeah.
I think that sort of links back a lot to the idea of sort of community building, right? Because these, you know, in the case of like World of Warcraft, these mods weren't built because a content creator or a big figure was like, we need to do this, someone go out and make it.
Yeah.
It was a self-sustaining thing of, we want to keep playing this game, let's make this thing together, and then boom, you've created a continuing system which allows for something so self-sustaining and so community-based to survive. And I think that's a really beautiful thing.
It really is. And you know, there's all kinds of different stories as to how the like certain mods came up, but at the end of the day, what you realize out of stuff like this is that there is a great desire to help each other have more fun. And that's really cool. So yeah, it is wholesome. Yeah.
It's just nice. It's just nice. Yeah. A bit of a tangent here, but just so you know, I should probably say this right now. I saw your video you posted today earlier, and I have called the police because I did hear that you did a lot of murder.
Yes, I killed.
So a significant amount. He sounded perfectly correct to me. I trusted him.
That's good. That's good.
So expect a
meeting.
Open up, FBI. Open up very soon. Like on that sort of debate though, like obviously that was a vegan debate. What are sort of like the topics that you're sort of like wary of diving into because whether it's because like they're so complicated and weird and difficult to argue, or they just come with such a like community of toxicity or oddness? You know, what are sort of the reluctant areas that you sort of like dabble in?
I wouldn't say I'm reluctant to engage in veganism debates. I get very irritated by them. There's a couple of reasons for that.
Don't worry, I know
most of them were on display in that video. I think I made my case for why I get frustrated with vegan debates. That's one of them. The vegan community is very passionate, but I kind of understand to a certain degree, right? Like, I mean, if you know, I don't think they're wrong on the ethical prescriptions as I stated in that video, but it's like I think the tactics are really wrong, and that is one where if I talk about it, it is inevitably going to generate strife. So I take that carefully when it's time. All right. And this time I didn't do it. I was just trying to eat fucking dinner. That's all I was trying to do. So, you know, but
I thought there was a very like primal reaction there. Like it's like when you go to, like you try and take your like a bowl away from like it's a very primal reaction of like someone messed with your food and you're like, okay,
yeah, I mean,
get the hell away from me. If someone takes a plate away from me and there's food on there, I'm causing a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, food, water, shelter, and like using the restroom are like some of the most like personal things that you could possibly have. And like, I understand that there's serious issues to be discussed there, but like you're like, it is like, we're literally wired to like feel a little bit, you know, private about that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know, if I wanted to be very hyperbolic, I would say like, how would you feel if you were like taking a shit and somebody kicked the door down and started criticizing what you were doing? Like, it would be you would feel incredibly violated. It's not quite to that degree because we do eat food in public, but when when I don't think that there's any difference between like approaching, or much of a difference between approaching somebody about like the food they're eating on a vegan level and if approaching someone like somebody walking up to me and being like, oh, you should stop eating that because you're overweight. Like they're really similar. They're very similar. Like, so yeah, there's some frustrations there. I'm trying to think. I want to tie back to the actual thing and not get too much hung up on the vegan thing, but
that's okay. It's a fun topic. Also, just very quickly, those in chat, vegan is a banned word. Make sure you do the little star asterisk thing and then the rest of the word, please.
Exactly. Yeah, careful with that one.
Yeah, so like I think this is sort of a topic I see like people talk about where they go, okay, I'm not doing this sort of debate.
Yeah.
For various different reasons, right? Whether it's because it's complex or the people in it are horrific. Are there any topics that you're like, okay, this is like a hard line, I'm not doing it?
I think, well, one of those is probably like Holocaust denial. I don't like, I might someday do some sort of debate with that, but it would need to be something I prepare massively, because that is one that is so egregious. It is so full of propaganda. It is so used in a particular demagogic way that I don't really feel like I can engage in it responsibly almost at all. It's very difficult. Another one like that I engage in frequently, but that I'm careful with, is debates about trans stuff. Now, if it's on my terms, that's fine. If I go and like I did with Redneck, where Redneck is somebody who has treated me publicly and nobody even knows who he is, and that's good. Sorry, just true.
I know who he is, unfortunately.
You probably do know who he is. Yeah, if you he's some dude who tried to make his way up in conservative Twitter or conservative Twitch. And I mean, the guy, he like was very transphobic to me. I mean, to the point where like he was literally speculating about like the existence or non-existence of my penis publicly in front of thousands of viewers when he went on to Dylan's show. And it was just like Dylan couldn't even stop it because he just jumped right into it. Which is a really fucking weird thing to experience. And but Dylan said, hey, like, I respect you. I want to give you the opportunity to debate this guy because he's got a bone to pick. I know that it's like it could be bad platforming or whatever, but I trust you with it. If you're up for it, you're down, no pressure either way. And I said, give it to me. It's on my grounds, you know? I knew what I was going to experience. I knew what people were going to say. I knew that he was going to say some shitty stuff, and I knew what I was dealing with. What I don't like is getting involved in debates with where I don't have that level of say in it. You know, if somebody comes on and starts debating me about like another trans person or something about trans stuff, I feel like that can get very harmful very quickly, and it's something that I personally have become increasingly careful and will probably be even more careful with in the future, just because it's a very personal thing. And then I'm trying to think if there's any other like issues that I just don't touch. I do try to be very careful with foreign affairs like stuff, because I am not I want to be better at international stuff, but the reality is that I don't have the equipment. And one of the harshest criticisms I ever got was from Dylan Burns TV when I was a literal like 15 viewer Andy, and I had, who was at the time Mel, my friend, was at the time my friend Mel on to talk about issues and of foreign policy, and I was still learning. I didn't really push back as much as I should have, and Dylan was like, yeah, that was a big mistake. Like a lot of disinfo got out there, and I know you didn't mean it, and I learned from that, and I took that criticism on the chin and totally changed the way that I approach it. So yeah.
I think like on like foreign policy specifically, like I've studied US foreign policy at university, and like I feel like for these sorts of discussions, it's so important to have really clear defined terms because things are so complicated and so nuanced a lot of the time, especially in foreign policy, that like you need to know what you're talking about when you come in, and you can't afford a tangent because you just won't know something or it will go off. That's why like there's so many, every time after a hippy dippy, there's a video of Dylan Burns tearing his luscious hair out as someone talks about foreign policy, and it is something it can be very difficult to navigate. Even in like an essay that I write, I will get feedback like, you don't know enough about this topic, and it's like, you shouldn't. And I'm like, what do I do? I can't know everything. And they go, just shouldn't have mentioned it.
I mean, and I think there's a certain amount of that, right? But at the same time, it's like, I mean, the nature of the subject is the interaction of sovereign states. And it's like, that is a level of complexity. It's like, if you're the type of person who you look at like a video game like Crusader Kings and you go, Jesus fuck, that's way too much for me to deal with. When you start to move and talk about the actual thing, it is 12,000 times more complicated. We're literally talking billions of people, and they're all of those opinions being filtered up to like the relevant government officials, and then those people with their own agendas. It's ridiculous. And so it's something I'm very careful about, because much like how this is an issue that affects many people, what I say could end up affecting many people. So I try to be very careful about that type of topic. Yeah.
I totally understand it. There's such a I feel like that's part of the sort of environment of streaming in general, right? Because if you're streaming for 8 hours, you're there, you're like it's almost like having a conversation with chat a lot of the time, right? Unless it's something that you're really passionate about, you're going to be conversing and sort of giving your like intuition a lot of the time. And then this just leads to, in some areas, like most often not intentionally, just being very wrong, or like going out on a limb with something you kind of think or you heard vaguely, and then down the line you can see these arguments being repeated, and it can be so hard to wrestle back and go, oh, okay,
it's basically impossible.
Maybe it was a bit.
When the cat gets out of the bag, it's impossible to put it back in, especially online. And so I try to be careful. Now there are some things I don't believe that all people with any platform have like the utmost responsibility to communicate everything with 0% misinformation. It's just like if you are presenting yourself as like an informer on a subject, you should be careful about it. And that's something that I try to do. Like I do this, like I have a series you probably know about called Drama Mama. I haven't done one in a while because I have been working on like the next big stuff.
More Drama Mama, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drama Mama's in chat.
Yeah, Drama Mama is
trying to say in chat. I've never done it before. That was great.
Yeah, you'll get
sorry to derail everything.
There's a
but
small
I really
delay
wanted
on my
to
stream,
say something in chat always.
Yeah, get some Drama Mamas in chat. We actually don't have a drama emote, but we should. But the drama.
I want to see the power that I have. I'm looking at chat.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm totally...
No, you're good. Yeah, see the Ray Fisher Drama Mama. You got some people popping up with this. But yeah, it's one of those things where Drama Mama is something that I would love to do more of, and I want to. And the thing that I do with Drama Mama is I do big research document. We get all of the receipts, we figure it out, and we're saying, all right, this is a developing story, but with a level of reasonable certainty, you can know we are getting you the real story. And and I make those sort of statements beforehand because I want people to know what to expect and where their limitations are. I think there's we live in an age of Fox News, which is not a news company, but they call themselves Fox News. Yeah. And so we could all do to be clear about it. Yeah, I mean, people are mentioning the SDL stream, which was not a Drama Mama, but I did do my best to say, okay, like I'm going to be harsh but fair in this. I'm going to go through, and I'm very proud of the document that I produced on stream while going through that and saying, okay, well, here's what we need to consider. Here's what some people might feel about this. And, you know, do they have a reason to feel that way? And I'm interested in those types of things too. So, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's sort of almost like a a character arc, or like a character arc, I would say, like in terms of being the one who is in this drama and struggling with it and having to deal with it, and then being able to go, okay, I am in a position now where I can objectively and through as much research as possible try and analyze it in a public manner. And I think that's something that's very important, considering the sort of the way that online discourse is comprised, because there's just a lot of misinformation. I mean, like at least once a week, I see, like, for example, Xander Hall. I get that, like, he retweets a fake Discord like a message or something like that, and then sometimes they turn out to be real, like with SDL. And I think like having a sort of clinical approach can be so important, because I think even we talked a lot about the hate that one can get from the right. There is still so much internal conflict and difficulty that can be built within the left, and I think that's something that is becoming increasingly clear. Yeah,
and you know, something I focus on a lot is the concept of trust, and trust is incredibly important when we live in this sort of, again, the mess of the internet, where it's just like everything is handshake agreements, and the corporations are just issue you a contract that says we're gonna dunk you if you ever violate our TOS, and if there's
our vague TOS.
Yeah, our vague TOS. It's crafted by our legal team to be beneficial to us. You're gonna be you will cut you if you start to cost us any money, even if you've been working for us for years. Yeah, it's one of those things. So again, trust becomes everything, and how you establish and how you verify and how you build trust is a massive question. And I think one of the ways you do that is by challenging misinformation and putting some scrutiny on it, and also dialing back the immediate reactions, because sometimes that can lead to a lot of misinfo, and it can make it worse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perhaps this is a bit of a random link, but I feel compelled to sort of link this back to, once again, the spiritual deconstruction.
Absolutely.
Because I think a big part, I say one of the major themes of the video is sort of the idea of control and structure, right? Moving from an incredibly structured and organized in I imagine a very detrimental way within the Calvary Church.
Calvary Chapel, yeah.
And it was one of the points that I was dying to ask about, which is that moment when you sort of you describe losing your faith and stuff, that little switch, right? What was the sort of feeling of what was the feeling in that moment, right? Because like the natural one is, oh my god, I've realized this, I'm so smart. But I feel like, is it almost something like, is it, not to be rude, but is it almost like stupidity, like you've been duped for so long? Is it panic in terms of like just the fear of the breakdown of sort of like the structures around you, and sort of the fear of freedom? I'm really interested in that sort of pivotal moment.
Yeah, it was a complex emotion. Like, you know, it's funny when I retell the story, but basically what was going on in my mind, I remember very clearly, because it was so intense. It like burned into my mind. And it's like, there was a lot of, I don't want to say like, it wasn't terror, but there was a lot of fear of like, what does this mean? What is this going to mean? Like, how am I going to live like this now? Like the shell just went and just gone. It was just like a house of cards, like, and then there was this kind of like relief of like, I was grappling with a lot of gender things at the time that my religion was not friendly to. And so there was this like, wait a minute, I can start answering those questions now.
You can be intellectually comfortable with.
Yeah, I can allow myself to think about them. Yeah, and I don't have to run away from them, or I don't have to feel super guilty about that. And then it was like, but am I going to tell my family? Who am I going to tell? What am I going to, like, how does this change my future? What do I believe now? And there was a little bit of excitement of like, well, now I get to figure out what I believe in a very different way that's sort of like much broader. It was like, you know, almost like I don't even know what an equivalent is. Like maybe to pull a video game analogy, where it's like you get through, you go into a game totally never having played it before, and you're having a great time, and then you like get to a point and you realize, oh my god, there's a whole bunch more to go. And it was like that, where it's like, oh, I have spent so many years just like digging into this massive, I mean, I have the Bible right there, it's a fucking huge ass book, digging into it and getting all of it, and then it's like, wait a minute, this isn't even the beginning. This is one book out of thousands upon thousands of religious texts, let alone philosophy. And so there was a certain level of excitement with it too, in addition to the fear and the perspective of like, oh fuck, like I'm a fish that just got tossed into an ocean. And so that was it. There was a lot of that, and then of course like it got more complicated over time, but that was the immediate feeling.
Draw like my own terrible video game comparison. I kind of think of it like like you play Skyrim for the first time and you do all the story quests in flight. You have a very structured experience of the game, but then halfway through you pick the wrong mission marker and you end up in a different town you weren't supposed to, and suddenly you realize, oh, there isn't just one line. Like there isn't just one path to the end of this. There's a million different options. And I think that was something that really I found very interesting. I was also fascinated in sort of the idea of like the balance between the intellectual realization and sort of the gradual process of like growing alternatives. So like I had the BBC's disinformation specialist who deals with like conspiracy theories and things like that. She's called Mariana Spring. She does great work. I follow her on Twitter. She does amazing stuff sort of covering these conspiracy theories. She talks about how a lot of her work isn't about debunking and arguing against. It's more about de-radicalization. A big part of that is providing different social groups. So you can show people an alternative that you don't have to stay in this community. What I'm interested in is how much of this sort of change was purely a rational, oh, I've been convinced on this idea, and how much of it do you think was finding different social spaces and making friends who are different and outside of this group, and sort of seeing a viable alternative to what you were doing?
Yeah, that's a really tough one, because I think it's like it's so enmeshed that it's hard to tell, right? Like, because I wasn't able, like I had already begun to critique the cult that I grew up in, like before I went to college, but I really started to challenge religion when I went to college, because I started meeting people from all over I met people from all over the world, because I lived in this international like a floor that was specifically designed to get American students who had an interest in international stuff to meet international students who had an interest in learning American stuff. And I immediately went from like knowing basically nobody who believed anything other than Christianity and maybe like agnosticism, to meeting people of all kinds of different religions. So that did challenge me, and it did change a lot. And then there was, of course, I had a very patient friend at the time who we were both patient with. We argued all the time, we debated all the time, a philosophy student, and we went back and forth, and it was good. It's hard. And I think this is one of the things why I don't use terms like de-radicalization in my in like how I talk about the stuff that I do, because I don't really think it can happen online. I think you like people can, like online content creators can play a role, but like it's like as like a tool that somebody who's already begun to have like their shell break, like so they can pick it up. Yeah. Like to like be like, yeah, I mean, for me, that's true. Like there were a bunch of content creators that were very helpful when I broke out of my religiosity, and it helped me build new things and whatever. But like getting out of it is such a personal and enmeshed process. And that's how indoctrination works. It's in, I would love to even talk about that more in the future, but that's a whole subject in and of itself. I think that, I think it's important that we realize the limitations, but also acknowledge like how important it is for people to build social connections that are outside of these harmful groups. And yeah, it's incredibly complicated. So I hope that answered it, but it is a huge topic. Yeah.
No, it's a very like existential question, isn't it? Like,
yeah, it
what
is.
caused this thing? And I think another way sort of approaches sort of like, when did you start to sort of look back on your time in Calvary and sort of like start to identify as a cult and start to identify the manipulation methods and sort of like the systems and the structures of control and the methods that it used, right? Because I feel like in the deconstruction, it sort of felt to me like you had this realization that you didn't believe in God more, but perhaps it was a bit longer that you sort of look back and you're like, oh, like maybe I didn't come to these conclusions by myself. That's sort of what I'm kind of interested in.
Yeah, like the cult thing was, I mean, I only really fully started acknowledging that relatively recently. For a long time, I just thought they were kind of like an extreme church, and I recognized that they were pretty extreme relatively early on, but it took a lot of like thinking back about it, a lot of like going through my own personal therapy and stuff like that, and thinking about how it worked for me to really go like, oh wow. And like, actually, you know, I think I could tell you the moment that I first started to realize that, which was a bit ago. It was probably about 5 years ago. I was jamming out with some friends, and in this barn that my friend had, and one of the guys who was there was like an old, what's that? Yeah,
America.
Yeah, true. But we had like this barn that we put a bunch of amps in and stuff. It was cool. And but I there was this guy there who was a guitarist, and he mentioned we'd been hanging out, and he started talking about the pastor and his personal experiences with him, and how like, and I didn't even know this story. It was just, you know, he's just a random guy. He had no platform whatsoever, just some dude, and he got totally fucked by this pastor. And his story checked out, you know? Like, he wasn't just making this shit up. And I was like, oh, yeah, this was like a personality cult going on here. There was a lot more than just extreme religion. And yeah, so that was one of the moments where I started to really rethink the way that I viewed it and the way that I talked about it. And I realized, like, and there were other things that came out later that I talked to family members with more pointed questions, you know, after that point, and found out some similar things that happened to them that I had never even seen. So yeah.
It's so difficult trying to analyze these sort of things, because even just the fact that like our memories aren't incredible, so you can't really decipher like what you were thinking in any moment.
Yeah.
And I think especially when you consider, like, for example, you described your baptism scene where there's so much social pressure and social enforcement around it that you're flushed with so many emotions, even just like the rush of dopamine. You're not going to have a full conception of what's really happening.
Yep.
And
especially when you're
even
when
have
you're
some
as young
form
as
of
I was.
introspection.
Yeah. Like I was 13.
Especially considering.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think perhaps it's crude, but I almost think there's like that sort of linkage between to a much lesser extent this, and then sort of like how you see people with parasocial relationships and people that they love and they adore, where do I like this person because I like the things they say, or do I like the things that they say because I like the person? And there's sort of that blurring of a line, right? Where sometimes you feel yourself getting caught, and I've had this as well with content creators that I've enjoyed, where they say something and I go, I don't like that, but I'm struggling to like admit to myself that I don't like this. Yeah. Because because I like them and I like them personally, and that's sort of a big step in sort of like moving on from certain ways, or sort of starting to realize that maybe my epistemic valuation of myself isn't as strong as I think it is. Yeah. Because it can be moved in so many ways.
Absolutely. And I do think, something that I agree with you that there's like a certain level of that in like parasocial stuff as well. And it's that social inertia. It's something we should be cautious of and cognizant of. It's a big topic, and I certainly don't have all the answers, but I just know that it can be utilized very, very, very negatively if it's not kept in check. So it's something people should think about. Yeah.
It's so interesting. I think when like looking at your story and the amount of like recurring concepts and themes that we see, like masculinity playing such a big role in the structure of a cult, and then that going further, the idea of like liberal degeneracy being talked about in terms of the way you live. There's so many present concepts that just infiltrate every single aspect of things, even which like we would consider totally separate. Like I would never think that a 2015 SJW video talking points would lead into something so extreme, but it is.
I mean, it's a back and forth too, right? Like some of these topics, some of these ideas have been percolating in the undercurrent of like conservative America for a while, and then they get sort of scooped up and slightly rebranded, or maybe a different term for the similar thing, and then they get blasted out to everybody, and it can be overwhelming to try and parse those. But like there's a reason why like I became pretty quickly skeptical of like the skeptics movement online, despite the fact that I was like very like I was leaving the church, and it was just like I realized, well, wait a second, there's certain aspects of this that are replicating itself. And when there's this anti-feminist turn, I was like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, what's happening? And then you saw some of the people start spinning into the like weird Christian signaling with the MAGA stuff, and it's all blends together. But I mean, that's just a fact when you have a large political faction that is fueled at the very core by the religious right. It's very complicated, but yeah.
It's such a strange sort of way to analyze things, because I remember like sort of when I began to sort of like analyze politics in a more like critical way, rather than like, oh, this is a politician, I don't really like them. And like I started to consider like, you know, people talk about, oh, these lenses like analyzing something through the idea of gender, analyzing something through the idea of race, right? And as like, you know, white straight person, I'm gonna go, that's silly, you know, that doesn't, you know, politics is a neutral thing. And the more you sort of look into it, you see how these structures play such a role. I mean, like, for God's sakes, like I think it was perfectly encapsulated in the speech you played of that pastor, like no feeling speech or whatever.
Yeah.
Where it was masculinity, it was emotion, and it was all of these structures just getting and like liberal and like conservative, all these things getting thrown into one piece to build a monolith of cult, essentially. It's so difficult to understand.
Yeah, it is difficult, and they do interlink. And you know, over time, my goal, and I will eventually someday do a part 2 version or a remake of the spiritual deconstruction. I sort of decided that. I think you probably saw the preamble that I did, where I'm like, I will probably be doing
like a Zack Snyder cut by any chance?
Yeah, exactly.
I would really enjoy that. Just like a green filter and lots of cuts.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I want to do that at some point, because there are concepts that I haven't worked out the best way to communicate them, and some of that is how like the homophobia, the toxic masculinity, the conservatism, and the like obsession with power all linked together, and being able to illustrate that effect. I think that speech, to people who are familiar with what those things sound like, they see them all in that speech and it clicks. But I think there's probably people out there who don't really know of those things yet, and they see that speech and they're like, this is scary, but I don't know why. This comes across as so moving and also sinister, and also like, you know, and also how do people who aren't sold by it, but who might be like, this is weird, but I don't really understand it, you know, how do they start to understand the minds of people who are brought in by it? You know what I mean? Because there was a time in which I sat through that type of speech all the time. And there were, like you said before, there's like moments where you're like, I don't know how I feel about that, but you don't know how to respond. And you're so caught in the moment that, I mean, part of the thing that cults do is they lure you into not thinking and just feeling whatever the leader is putting out. Yeah.
An open mind is the castle door being open, you know, the thought terminating cliches. That was a big part of it as well.
Yeah.
I'm sort of interested, like, obviously it's very different. They're in very different cases, it's very different. But you think are there any advice you could give someone, even if it's not specifically a cult, but any sort of like highly control based sort of structure that people are stuck in? Do you think there's any sort of like signifiers that you could recommend people sort of like try and look out for if they happen to be watching this or hear about this? I know it's so many different experiences, but if there's any sort of like areas you think you could go, oh yeah, maybe this is something that you should be a little bit worried about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is God, like it does depend. Like, I mean, I always try to say that like the hypermasculinity thing, like hypermasculinity is and I don't mean just like somebody who's like, oh, I'm tough or whatever, because, you know, there's a lot of people like Vosh is pretty masculine, but like Vosh does not have that sort of same element of like, I don't even want to say the word arugula because like that is gay or something, you know, like that, like that. Yeah, I know, right? But it's
I totally get what you mean.
Yeah, but it's like, so that is one, but I think there's more to it. I think that like if you identify people who are just truly incapable of being wrong, they're incapable of being challenged, they're incapable of letting anything go quietly. They always make like they'll destroy anyone who disagrees with them every time without question. That type of thing is a pretty good signifier. And also like in my opinion, people who aren't honest or straightforward about why like what they're asking from you. And I think that's something that's very common in abusive structures. One of the reasons why I have like basically, I don't even want to say a script because it's not actually written out, but it's like I have this thing that I say when I'm like, hey, show's always going to be free, but if you can toss a few bucks my way, it's always appreciated, viewer supported forever. That is because I want people to understand what am I giving to them? What are they going to get in return? And what can they expect? And the thing is that people use vague or nebulous expectations to get to entice the imagination, if that makes sense, you know?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Tithing was a huge part of the church. The church always found a way to find and get more money from people, whether it was through book sales, and they were never clear about it. It was always just for God, for God, for God. But of course, it ends up enriching a lot of the people at the top. But it was always just, we need the money for God. And sometimes they would tell you a project they were working on, but they were very, very secretive about the finances. Nobody gets to know.
Church roof.
Church, yeah.
The classic one here.
The classic, yes. Precisely. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting really how these power structures sort of just reproduce themselves. And I think it can be so difficult to spot them because I think like... there's like different types of it. So a little background on me. Like the school I went to, it wasn't particularly religious, but there were 2 church services a week that you had to go to.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it wasn't religious really at all. And like generally, it's just sort of like they just read a passage and it's all very simple and normal. But one time there was a woman who came in and she was making her speech, and I normally don't pay attention. I shared your habit of looking at the window panes and counting them.
Yeah.
But something caught my ear, and I was like, okay, I'm interested in this because she started saying things that was a little bit weird to me. And the thing that really stuck in my head and still does to this day is she said, okay, doing good things, but not in the name of God is like being picked up by like an extension cord, like being an extension cord plugged into itself. Like you're not doing anything. And I was like, I started laughing like quite quietly. I was like, that's hilarious. And then I left the room and someone was like, I was like, that was a bit of it. And someone was like, oh no, I thought it was pretty interesting, that it was entertaining. And I was like, are you insane?
Yeah.
How can you not leave this without utter disgust?
But feeling like, wait a minute, no, you shouldn't do good things for the sake of doing them. You shouldn't do them because they benefit other people. You should do it for God, which conveniently also means me, which also means the school and the church that you're in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That statement in and of itself should be such like a red flag. And I think, I don't know, maybe this is my own little like armchair psychologist theory, but I think that's part of a thing about authority and power, right? Yeah. Someone standing up on that pulpit immediately elevates their opinion beyond just like each other. Like it means that they can, whatever rubbish they say, you're going to consider it to be of a greater value, right? There isn't this equal judgment in terms of what people say. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of emotional manipulation that people don't like to think about because it confronts with how easily manipulated we are in general, just how emotional creatures we are. I mean, again, my church had a giant sword on the back wall and on a big wooden cross, and it was like this giant sword, and it had like the golden letters over it and all this stuff, and they had
way cooler than my church.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's like, but at the same time, it's like they're using that as a way to emotionally impose on you so that you get wrapped up in the message. But yeah. I do have to we have to wrap up now, unfortunately, because I do have another engagement.
Sorry, I've been taking up all your time.
No, it's been fantastic. I would love to keep talking. I do have a prior promise. So, if there's any other last things you want to
hit me with? It's the charity stream, isn't it?
What's that? Yeah, it's a charity stream over the SuperNinThemobos. Yeah.
I've been. Sorry, say that again.
SuperNinThemobos.
What?
SuperNinThemobos, as in like
That's
a
amazing.
non-binary. Bimbo kind of thing.
No, that's amazing. I love that. I'm glad to be included as a himbo myself. I'm nice to, normally I wouldn't be incorporating that, but it's very nice.
Braver than the troops.
But no, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's been great here. My girlfriend said if you don't say hi to me in the stream, I'll be very mad at you. So hello, I'm here. You probably won't have watched this bit, but that's fine.
Hi, girlfriend. Hi.
Just thank you so much for having me. I've really enjoyed this. Sorry if I rambled on a bit much.
No apologies. You did fantastic. It was a great interview, and I apologize for being so tired myself, but I hope that I was able to answer your questions and provide interesting conversation nonetheless.
Hey, it was fantastic. I really enjoyed. This is the longest one I've done ever, pretty much. I couldn't tell how long it was at all. So it's been incredible. Can I do a quick shill? Is that allowed?
Absolutely.
I know it's a bit cringy.
Of course. It's not cringy. That's natural.
To give into my capitalist instincts. Hello, everyone. My name is Dutiful Future. You see on the sign there. If you like the words that I have said in a specific order, you can check me out, Dutiful Future, on YouTube primarily, but I also the same title on every single platform. I am amazing at SEO, so you will find me if you just search those words. And yeah, thank you so much for having me, Demon. It's been fantastic, and it's been lovely to meet all of the imps.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all go follow Dutiful Future, and we will talk again in the future, I'm sure. All right?
I hope so. I hope so. Thank you so much. Also, thank you to the person who said they like my shirt. I appreciate it. Bye, everyone.
Bye for now.
Bye. Bye. Enjoy your stream.
Thank you. Yay! All right, real quick. We're about to go on to the SuperNinThemobos, but I need to use the restroom. That was an awesome, awesome conversation. I really enjoyed it. I will be right back, okay? I'm going to go to the restroom. If you haven't liked the stream, if you haven't subbed to me, fucking please do so. We're going to go do some memes and stuff. Go follow Dutiful Future. I'll be right back. Bathroom, stick around. I'll be back momentarily. All right, everyone. All right. Hello. You've made a new GIF? Okay, I will take a look. Let's take a look. What have you made? Oh my god! It's a little Pompo! Look it! I love it. Thank you, Gayfesh. It's cute as hell. That is so unbelievably cute, and I love it. What the fuck is going on? Remember earlier when I showed you? We're at 10,715. We've gained another 60 subs since literally before the interview. What the fuck? What the absolute fuck? Okay, I told you 10K was gonna be a big deal. 10K was gonna be a big deal. Anyway. Whew. All right, let me catch my breath for a minute here. Jesus Christ. I apologize. I am so tired today. But the plus side means that I will be deliriously tired by the time we get to the OkBuddyMama segment, which means y'all will get to see me laugh a whole bunch. I like that. I like that. It's a good idea. It's a very good mock-up. And yeah, I think we could get one. I think we could get one. Oh yeah, the Lance collab certainly helped. No doubt. No doubt. That definitely did. Yeah, that was probably that good, tired, drunk mood where everything is funny. Yeah, maybe I'll even have some sake. You know what? Maybe I'll do a special today, and I'll drink some sake for the OkBuddyMama segment. I never do that. I never ever do that. But it would be kind of funny, right? I haven't done that in like months. I don't know. We'll see. We'll think about it. We'll think about it, right? We'll think about it. All right, let's figure out what I got to do. Dress in a Tanuki. If I had a Tanuki suit, I would. Yes, sake is alcoholic. Yes, that is correct. Sake is indeed alcoholic. Okay. All right. So we have 10 minutes before I go on to the SuperNinThemobos. So we are going to we need a stoner stream. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I was blasted out of my mind last night, okay? I was blasted out of my mind last night, okay? Yesterday was a busy day, and I may or may not have consumed an inordinate amount of edibles yesterday, okay? Yeah, 420, baby. Listen. Bye, Dutiful Future. Thank you so much. How high was I? I was so high that I couldn't stop laughing during my D&D session, because during my D&D session, I got cursed to only be able to communicate with one-word sentences, and I muted the stream. I muted the audio because I was laughing for like 15 minutes straight trying to communicate in single-word sentences because of the curse in my D&D campaign. It was so painful. I couldn't, like, it was ridiculous. I was laughing my ass off. It was just, yeah, one-word sentences. I could only say one word at a time. It was terrible. So bad. Made my life so hard. Hey, thank you so much, BBQ Haas. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Should have been like that Fallout 3 quest. Wait, which Fallout 3 quest? I don't remember that one. Yeah, listen, okay, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll do D&D content. I don't know. It might be fun. Oh, yeah. Dude running like, Gary! Oh, my God. Hey, thank you so much, Jason Sanderson. Yeah, that was me last night. The Gary Vault. Oh, the Gary Vault. Okay, I think I vaguely remember this now. The thing is, like, D&D stories are great, but sometimes it's very, very hard to like make them make sense, because it's like some D&D stories are like you have to have been there to understand it. Yeah. Do you ever get weirdly in the zone when I'm high in gaming? Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me? Like, I have done works of great art. How's chat doing? Great, Silent. I have been doing listen, I've gotten some fucking wins in Apex while high as hell. It's been good, but I don't like being high on stream. I just don't like it. I don't like being high on stream most of the time. Just completely honest. Breaking news. What the fuck? What happened? Wait, we got breaking news? Hold on, let me check. Oh boy, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Let's check it out. Whoa! 3 men indicted on federal hate crimes charges in the Ahmaud Arbery killing. All right, we're going to have to talk about this in the future. Holy shit. Well, good. As they should be. As they should be. That is indeed breaking news. Indeed. Let's get these guys behind. Listen, I want prison to be fixed the same as anyone else, but in the meantime, we got to get those motherfuckers behind bars. These people are so stupid. Sorry, I go to Twitter. If I have to go to Twitter, every single time I go to Twitter, there's just new comments, new tags of people. Yeah, thank you. I did say thank you. What? What? I said thank you right away. I'm tired. Forgive me. The bully. The bully. Anyway, holy shit. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Listen, can you see the bags under my eyes? You probably can. I'm fucking tired, okay? I'm fucking tired, all right? I have no idea, Hexagram. I can't handle. I'm too tired to handle that. Didn't I have an upper lip piercing? No, I have a lower lip piercing. Although I have a scar right here right now that looks like I have an upper lip piercing. It's just a little scab. I scratched myself yesterday. I went, ow! And the hangnail got me. Yeah, honestly, please do, Jessica Metal. Your guitar looks so awesome. I'm so hyped for it. Oh, no good pulls? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, at least the adventure was fun. The adventure was fun yesterday, Grimedango. Grimedango and I went on an adventure yesterday. Even though we didn't get any, apparently we didn't get any good Pokemon cards, we still had a good time anyway. The adventure was fun. Super fun. We went and got like a fuckload of Taco Bell, and then we went to Seattle's north side, and it went to a game shop and ran around a little bit. Super good. It was like super fun. We got to walk around town in like a beautiful part of Seattle. So amazing. It was really awesome, actually. But that's part of the reason why I'm so tired, because I was walking so much yesterday. Like we walked for like a solid hour straight. It was great. Yeah, it was super cool. Hey, no problem, Kubi. I hope you found that VOD you were looking for. What's your opinion on Pathfinder 2E? Oh, I didn't play oh wait, I haven't played 2nd edition yet. Hannah Reloaded, thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome the Hannah Reloaders. Much love to you, Hannah. Much love, and much love to your viewers who are coming in. Come get comfy. If you want to be up on the screen, you want to go to demonmama.com/live. The stream is hosted on my site, and the chat is there, and you get the amazing emotes and everything. We would love to have you. And you can also find all my other links if you want to keep up with me. We are about to go on to a charity stream with the SuperNinThemobos. I'm going to make an appearance shortly, and then after that, I am going to do, don't tell anybody, I'm going to do a drunk memes segment. And by drunk, I mean not drunk, but I'm going to drink some sake, and we're going to look at memes from my meme subreddit, which is mostly going to be roasting me. So if you want to see me get roasted and you want to see me laugh at silly memes, yeah. And if you want, if you're just coming here, earlier in this stream, we did a big interview with me, which was great. So yeah. Okay, Drunken Mama? True! Yeah, I'm gonna have some sake and memes. No, please. Post. If you want to post memes that will roast me, go and post them on /r, the subreddit /r OkBuddyMama. Twitch raid? Yeah, I just welcomed in the Twitch raid. Welcome and welcome and welcome. Thank you so very much. Hello, Touring News. Great to see you. You've been playing Valheim? Yay, that's awesome. Well, I mean, listen, I'm not going to tell you what not to enjoy, okay? I'm not going to tell you what or what not to enjoy, okay? You enjoy responsibly your drinks and herbs and aerosols of choice, okay? There you go. There you go. All right, I'm joining in right now, okay? It's time. All right, it's time. Just post it on the main page. Yep. All right, I'm going to jump in right now. Here we go. Ready? I'm jumping in. Can I? No, wait, I can't get in. Oh. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I think I did it. Let me make sure. Oh no, tech is going bad. Hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're having boomer moment. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Let's see. Here we go. All right, I'm in the AFK zone. Hopefully they'll bring me in. We're about to go and hang out. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Something went wrong. Hello? I have no perms. I have no perms. Okay, give me just a second, everybody. Yeah, it's a boomer moment. I'm boomering. I can't talk about that on stream, Posadas John. You'll have to look it up yourself.
It got you in here.
Yay! Hello! Hello, hello! How do I do this?
Hello.
How do
We're
I
getting
vote?
Occam back now.
All right, here we go.
Welcome.
All right, let's do this. Hello, hello.
We're just coming out of our break screen on our side. We sent everybody away. We've been going for quite a few hours here.
Yeah.
Yay!
I put on my matching glasses to you. I quickly popped over, saw what you
sick.
were wearing.
Thank you. I'm glad we're matching. Yeah,
Yeah.
they are actually very similar. Or they might even be the
Yeah,
same
right?
ones. That's amazing. I appreciate the tribute. Thank you. Though I will have to say I ripped mine from our dear old mother Jones. She was the first one to rock this type of glasses. So,
Yo, we're 1 minute and 20 before we go in, and the trailer's gonna play, and then I'll let you all know that we're
okay. Are you gonna
Live
play
live.
it into the Are you gonna play it into the call or should I?
Yeah,
mute?
share it into the call
It's gonna
because
be
it's
playing
really
on
good.
stream. I will share it on the.
Yeah, if you
yeah,
could share it
'cause-
into the call, that'd be great because then we'd be able to. Then everybody would be able to see it. Because right now I just got the call up right now. So
Okay.
Yeah.
because I was already live. So.
I can figure this out in the 50 seconds we have.
Yeah.
That's usually how
Yeah.
things go around here.
Wait, we know who this is in the lower right. Yes, it's our very one and only Silent. That's correct.
We brought a guest to make sure you were comfortable.
Yay! I appreciate it.
Where is it? Oh, here it is. Nintendo's with Demon Mama. Okay. So here.
Hold on, I better put on push to talk. Give me a second here.
Elle would have been here, but she has gone to get some mup.
Oh, mup.
Classic.
Yes, indeed. I have under consumed caffeine today, but that's all right.
Similar boat.
Same hat, actually.
So yeah, everybody, we're gonna get a really cool trailer that was made by Occam's
right.
Blazer.
Yeah.
We're about to play it.
Would it help if I shared the?
Don't worry.
Okay.
I got
Pop
this.
'em.
Don't worry. 20 seconds since nothing. Let's do it.
Strap in.
Nothing
Yeah.
but
Get
the
ready,
word
everybody! It's
professional
awesome.
on
This
the
panel,
SuperNinThemobos.
this thing is really cool.
Professional streamers.
Hey, here we go.
It's
Let's watch
playing
it.
right now.
Whoop.
They're back. They're gay, and they're a couple of mares. Giddy up, you wild stallion.
Why the fuck is it not playing? Oh no.
Oh, it started playing. It was
I'm
playing.
sorry, everyone. It was not playing on this side. I don't know why.
Oh no!
No, it was playing.
It was playing on
It's
here.
all terrible.
It was playing. You
Yeah,
then
it was
paused
playing on my end for a second.
I mean, it was playing just like the music, right?
No, the
No,
whole
the whole
thing.
thing was
Oh,
playing.
the whole thing was playing.
It was
I don't
good.
know about on the stream side.
On the stream side, it wasn't. That's what I meant. But anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, please work. Is it working now? Oh my god! Big chaos, big chaos. This is what happens when I try to figure
I could always just mute the call and then watch it so that y'all can watch it on your stream, and then I can play your stream on a slight delay.
It's oh my god. It's for some reason not even like working anymore. This is so
just cut
Don't
us.
worry.
We'll
Don't
play.
worry, we
How
have
about this? How about this? Just bring us up on our stream. They've seen this trailer once. Let's give the Demon Mama crowd this trailer so they can see the fun trailer we made, and
I have
we'll
it,
just get
it's
this thing.
playing.
Okay.
Oh my god.
They're gay, and they're a couple of mares. Giddy up, you wild stallions. It's Hector from the B-movie game Rhyme. It's gas station hot dog Occam. They'll take your tum-tums. They'll move your cow. It's the SuperNinThemobos. Welcome back, Thembos. Featuring unintentional Diet Coke mascot, Demon Mama.
I love it.
You know,
Yay!
we're alright. We're alright. Why is it playing again now? This is some bullshit. Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. What a mess. Hello, everyone. God damn it. Wow. Okay.
I'm here
now
for
just
it.
give
Listen,
me just
alright?
one
I'm here for it.
second. What a fucking mess. What a fucking mess.
Oh.
Anyway, welcome
Well-
back, everyone. God damn it.
Oh, Elle's back.
Yay!
Oh my god, yeah. Break everything.
No,
Cool.
just do hide non-camera participants, and you're good to go, Occam.
Oh, you're right. I love you. There we
Hey,
go.
I love you too, buddy.
What is my camera doing?
Everything has moved. I hate you. I hate all of you.
Has this been a good chaotic energy? Like how are things going? How was your interview before this?
Yeah,
Oh,
was it better
really,
than this?
really good? No, this has been great. Like, don't worry about it. Listen, the tools that we use are incredibly messy. It's not your fault. But yeah, the interview was great. How's y'all's stream been going?
It's all right. We played a fuck ton of Valheim, and I've never played it before, so that was pretty interesting.
It's pretty fun, huh?
You played it a fair bit. on
Yeah, I
stream.
played it. I've played it quite a bit actually, and we played on stream. I played with Silent. They had the grand vision of building a gay Denny's, gay Viking Denny's, and we all succeeded on it. I did not assist very much besides gathering lots of wood while arguing with a series of varying levels of good faith actors. Because it was I don't know, it's a video game stream, and sometimes you do debates. But yeah, it's a good game. Good game.
What happened?
What's that?
Like I didn't pay attention that you got. Oh wait, you got raided, didn't you?
Oh, that was during the 10K stream, but no, like I just on gaming stream nights that I do, which is Sundays, I usually leave my calls open for like contention. Like if people have a contention with one of my takes or whatever, I let people come on and debate. And we had some good ones, and then we had some silly ones. And so yeah, I was very distracted from helping with the gay Denny's, but nonetheless, it turned out fantastic. So props to Silent for that.
This one, for this one, we would like to leave politics at the door a little bit.
That's fine.
Because I understand you must be tired of doing that like all of the time, and we have like some lighthearted questions to ask you. Like to get
Me
to,
tired
to
of
know
politics?
Demon Mama. Yeah, if we can get you out of politics
Yeah, please do.
Permanently, we're trying.
forever.
We're getting
Yo,
you
I
out.
see. You want
We're
me out of the
sidelined.
game.
We're getting
I
you
get
out,
it.
and that's gonna pay for it.
I see. I'm like, that's what the horses was all about. It's like I'm a horse with a broken leg. You're gonna take me out back, and it's just over for me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, shit, you decoded us.
Oh no, fuck, hide.
Yeah, so feel free to hit me with
no,
whatever.
no,
Yeah,
no.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah. Well, so to start off, we just wanted to like, so we are mostly a video game stream these days. When we started out, we thought about maybe doing a little politics, and then we were like, you know what? Most of our friends that come here watch a lot of politics streams. Let's give them a place to like take a break from that, and instead watch us try and beat Super Nintendo games that are old and bad. So we've seen you play some games. Where'd you get your start gaming?
So the very first game I ever played in my life, or so I am told, it was a game on DOS that was called D/Generation, and it was a cyberpunk sort of themed game where you start at the top. What's that?
Isometric view.
Yes,
top.
yeah, yep, exactly. It's like a top down, and you start on the top of a building, and you're supposed to move down through these various floors that are full of dangerous like traps and puzzles, and you have to kind of move in the correct direction and solve each of the floors. And yeah, it was really amazing. There's a photo of me as a baby seated on my dad's knee as he's playing on his old like yellow tone computer, and I'm just like stupidly like a dumb baby looking at the screen of him playing this game. That was the first game I ever played. I did actually play that game later when I got a little older because I was like, my dad was like, hey, that's the first game he played. So yeah, that was my start. And then I had an NES, and that was
That's
Poggers.
really cool. Do you
Hell
like
yeah.
remember any specifics about this yellow tinted computer?
Don't remember his first computer. No. I vaguely remember. I think that the case for it got gifted to my aunt, who used it to build a computer for my cousin at some point. It had a big red switch on it for the power up and down. You would go click, 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 and it had a big clicky switch on the front to turn the power on the computer on or off.
Oh, that's really nice. Like,
yeah. Super old school. But yeah, I don't remember what it was. My dad at the time worked for like he worked in like a factory, like manufacturing computer parts, like putting them together, assembling them, and so he was able to get like discounts on parts and stuff. So we were lucky to have a computer at that point in time.
that's really cool.
Mhm.
Like, nice. My first approach to games was also like with a DOS game, Descent.
Descent.
Just like this crazy.
Oh, shit.
360
I played a shitload of Descent when I was like a kid. Yeah. Like one of my dad's roommate had it, and so I got to play some.
So that Descent, it's really really
Yeah.
fun. It's very very fun, but it's
Yeah.
super confusing at the beginning. But then you're just like
Mhm.
turning and flipping, fucking nice. And then you got an NES, you said, and I remember which games you had.
Yep,
Or,
I had so the first game, so my mom brought the NES home. Previously, I'd only ever played on like PCs and stuff like that. And my mom brought a box from a yard sale and was like, "Hey, check this out! I got something for you." And I looked at it and I'm like, "What the hell is this?" Like, it's a gray box. What? And then I noticed the games, the like nice colorful covers of the games, and I had the Mario Brothers Duck Hunt cartridge. I had there
Classic.
was Mega Man 6 was in there, which is a real good one. And
real
super good.
good.
Like maybe the best of the whole early games. It was really good game.
Wait. How into Mega Man are you?
Oh, I played a lot of Mega Man. Yeah, like a ton.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yo,
So-
Mega Man is like my favorite franchise. I have like Mega Man tattoos. and
oh
shit.
my god, that's so pog. That's so cool.
Mega Man 6 being the best one on NES.
Yeah, maybe a hot
Mega
take.
Man
I don't
3
know. I
pure.
liked it. Okay. Listen.
I just gotta quickly call out L is in your chat making fun of us by posting twitter.com/home a clear call out of in our first time streaming we were quickly trying to link our socials and I misset up something, so instead of linking our Twitter, I just linked the homepage to Twitter.
Excellent.
just
Smooth.
now. Like anytime it's like, yo, follow us on Twitter. Twitter.com/. Like
Yeah.
Amazing. Absolutely
It's good.
incredible.
yeah.
Yeah, so then I had a couple of sports games
Also,
as
Mega
well.
Man Battle Network. Let's go.
Mega Man Battle.
I'm looking at your chat too, so I can respond to people on.
Hell
both
yeah,
ends.
there's a lot of
Damn.
all the chats are bumping today. We got a lot of people hanging out today, so that's cool as hell.
True.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
great.
it's
Oh, that sound, that sweet sound.
What?
Ooh.
Oof. Oh, yo, that.
Excuse me. Are we popping cans?
It's a pop can.
I mean-
This can has popped.
God damn it, Silent.
God damn it, Silent. Justin.tv/home.
Oh,
Do you
jeez,
remember
I'm going
Justin
back
TV?
in time.
Actually,
Of course I do.
something that I wanted to ask you. This is something that I wanted to ask you. I don't know, like at least for me, I've had like a couple of cringy ass 14-year-old YouTube channels. I'm 27 now,
Uh-huh.
and like I remember being small, like being really little, and like making like GIMP tutorials, like for this Photoshop alternative GIMP. Wait, is that a bad word? I suppose.
I mean,
No.
I think
I feel like there's another
in
meaning
certain
to that word.
context, but probably not here.
I see.
Yeah, in
I
this
don't
context,
understand.
we know what you're talking about.
yeah.
At 14 years old, they were like, yeah, game tutorials on my computer, or how to make like lightsaber effects or whatever. And like I stumbled up across them like maybe like a couple weeks ago. So I wanted to ask you, do you have any lost media, any Demon Mama lost media from like an old YouTube venture on an account that you've forgotten the password to, which is my case?
Lost? No. But forgotten? Yes. There is. It does exist out there, and maybe I'll show it someday for some sort of special thing. But it is. There's some really cringy stuff out there. Some people know this. I went to film school. Never finished film school, but I got accepted to one of the hardest to get into schools in the United States for film. And the reason that that was even possible is because I, in the early days of YouTube, decided that I wanted to post my short films and stuff to YouTube. So there is a handful of my short films on YouTube out there. I'm trying to remember. There is one that's called The Dude Next Door is one of them, is one of the films. It is a short film about a creepy murderer who lives next door to a kid, and the murderer tries to kill the kid, and the kid has to fight the murderer, and in the end the kid becomes a murderer because he has to kill the murderer, and we made a special effect where he tears a fake heart out of the chest of the murderer, and it took us all day to put together the prosthetic thing for it, and it was super lame. It looked so dumb, but it also looked really cool at the same time. It was we made it out of a potato with straws sticking out of it, so it looked like a heart, like because it had like the little tubes coming out, and the straws had extra blood, so when it got pulled out, this blood went and popped out, and it was wild. I have a zombie film out there that was incredibly stupid and cringy, but also very fun. We did a lot of special effects for that movie, including 2 watermelon explosions to represent the heads of zombies exploding, where we did these like one way that we did it was we did like a little cut trick where like at the last second the axe that we had coming down like cut away, and then we replaced the watermelon with like we put a wig on the watermelon and colored it skin tone, and so like the axe went down and then it cut real quick to the watermelon, like you know, and
Nice.
we had bored out the watermelon and filled it up with red corn syrup, and so it like splattered all over the place. It was all chunky and nasty. And then the other one, we actually got my friend's dad was like he was like an ex-military guy, and he had a bunch of guns and stuff, and so we were like, hey, would you help us make something? And so we put the camera up in like this little like we just like put the camera there, and then we had a watermelon that we had done the same thing to, and we put the outfit together, and then he just shot the watermelon with a giant shotgun, and and it blew up and sent chunks everywhere, and we just had the camera like close enough that it was like out of the range of getting hit, but close enough to capture it getting shot. And then we also did a really cool thing where and then there was another movie. Oh, actually, I got another real good one. This is a great topic because I also had a channel, which actually this stuff might be lost. I might be able to find it at some point. but I think I only ever uploaded it to like Rever or something like that, some old like alternative to YouTube. And I know nobody even knows what it is anymore. I don't even think it exists. But I did a review series. But I was very inspired by like the reviewers people, you know, like Angry Video Game Nerd and that guy with the glasses and Lindsay Ellis, early Lindsay Ellis when she was Nostalgia Chick, and I was super inspired by all them, and so I decided I was going to do a reviewing channel that was called the Amateur Literary Critic. And
did you debunk Christianity and SJWs?
No, I didn't. No, it was purely for the memes. In fact, I did a bunch of dumb videos about like random angry ranting videos about books I didn't like. Like that's how nerdy it was. It's just like I don't like this book, and I'm like, oh, it's stupid, and yeah, it was dumb, but it was fun anyway. So we had lots of special effects and silly things like that.
What was your hottest book critique at the time?
My hottest book critique was a book by, I think it was by like Frank Peretti and one other guy. I can't remember his name. I always forget his name. It was a Christian book. It was a Christian fiction book called, I think it was called House or The House or something. And it was like a Christian horror mystery novel, and it really lost itself in the plot and really made no sense. And I had a lot to say about it, and I thought it was very silly. And I did a whole thing where at the end of the book, the book came alive and tried to kill me, and then I killed it by shoop the whooping it. So like, if you remember that nonsense. That was a meme at the time. So yeah, I had a thing where I was like, and we did a whole special effect where it got blasted away. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Like, how old are you? I think we're the same age. 26,
I'm 30.
27?
I'm 30.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm
right.
old for the Twitch space, I guess. Yeah.
No.
There's a lot of zoomers on here.
I looked up this book. And the other author of it was this dude named Ted Decker, who looks like a discount Chris Angel.
Yeah, Ted Decker, that's the one.
Yeah.
And
Discount Chris Angel, hell yeah.
Yeah, was it House or was it called something else?
It was just House.
It was just House.
It was just called House.
Yeah.
You nailed it. Nailed it in one.
Yeah, it was a very, very, very weird book. There was like, I don't know, like, God, there's so much I remember about it because it was such a weird book. Like, there's like this pudding eating scene in the middle of the book that I think was supposed to be, it was supposed to be like some sort of thing about like an analogy for sin, but it was actually just like this lady got stuck in a room and had to eat like crappy pudding for like a chapter that made her feel sick, but then didn't do anything else. And so I was just like, is this like a weird kink thing? Like, is that
right?
what it is? Because the analogy didn't make any sense, and it just kind of disappeared. And so I was like, does this guy just have like a thing of like putting a Christian lady in a dungeon and making her eat like bland pudding? Because that's really what it read like. And even at the time, I was kind of like, I guess whatever. No
like
kink shame.
Cake scene in Matilda.
Fuck, I have so many horrible things to say.
Jeez,
that's so terrible.
Sorry, I'm looking this up on Wikipedia right now.
Yeah, you're gonna welcome in a strange bunch of spirits by checking into this book. It is a very weird mood, and Christian horror is its own rabbit hole. But I can tell you, this book is one of the weird ones. As you know, when I was a kid, I read Christian horror books and stuff because I don't know, I've always been a horror. You know, I've always liked horror, but when you're a Christian, you got to read the Christian stuff. So it's always like, oh,
horror niche, like. Are you familiar with like redneck horror?
Yeah.
So, like, I didn't know that was a thing, and like when I got exposed to it, I just like looked like a bunch of movies and like small films and whatever. It's so frightening. Don't want to be in the South ever again. Holy fuck.
And technically, this book does fall into that category. The setup for this book is these people are like driving out in the middle of the woods in like some vaguely southern state. And then
Alabama.
Yeah, it's like Alabama or something. Yeah, and then they run over like a spike strip in the road, and then these hicks basically bring them in, and then while they're there, a mysterious dude who's like, I don't know, he's a guy who's like a jigsaw type dude or something. He's kind of like a mysterious evil guy who's playing a game with them. And then the hicks are like his minions. But so yeah, it is technically somewhat touches on redneck horror, but yeah.
That's
What
wild.
I'm hearing is it's Saw cut with Last Cabin on the Left or something like that, or Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, there's definitely elements of those in there. There's definitely the Texas Chainsaw elements, because the main villain guy is kind of like he's presented as like, he wears like a weird, I think he has like a weird mask that hides his face, so he like has no face. He's like a guy with no face, and I think he ended up being
creepy.
Satan or something. Yeah, I think he ended up being Satan or something, but
Very Christian horror.
very Christian horror. Like, I mean, literally, like at the end, it's like there's like this random young girl who gets introduced as the story, and she's like super good, and then at the end, it's like, oh, you have to rescue her, and then she was like, actually, I'm an angel the whole time, and God's really happy that you took care of me. Thank you. And then that was the end of the story. I'm like,
Wild.
So yeah, even super Christian me was like pretty hard on that book. I went pretty ham on it. You know, I blew it up with a shoop de whoop. So.
That's how you gotta do it. That's how you gotta do it.
There's something I want to share. Hold on, there's something I want to share. You just like revived the memory in me. When I was, I don't remember, maybe 19 years old, I was backpacking. Like, my idea was to backpack like all of north of Chile, parts of Peru, Bolivia, and come back through the top of the desert of Chile back to Chile. And like, when I was in Peru, and I took like a bus. And the shittiest bus, it had like it was raining torrentially, and it was full of holes and like bugs. So like, people were like, it was a flooding bus moving, and people were like, oh yeah, this is normal. And like, it was like in a pretty, like non-populated area of Peru. And they had a TV, and this TV, like small bus TV, and they were playing this Argentinian Christian movie. Holy fuck. Like, it was like about this guy who was a classical musician and then gets convinced to play the devil's music and starts playing metal, and has like a really like super bad metal band, and because of this, like, he loses touch with his family, and he starts like using makeup and the black nails and whatever, and like there like his family will like reunite every night and like pray for him and whatnot. And then he gets like a girlfriend, and the girlfriend's like addicted to drugs, and then he gets into drugs and whatever. And the turning point of the movie is like, there's this Mexican dude who like kidnaps him for some reason. I don't remember honestly, but like, he kidnaps him and puts him in the middle of like a parking lot, and just like stands up with a gun, put the gun to his head, and says like, ¿Tú crees en Dios? Like, do you believe in God? And the guy has like this epiphany moment.
I can give you some context for this. Okay, that specific thing that you're describing right there is...
Wait, it's a thing?
It's a thing. So there's this thing that like, okay, so, and it's really, this is like a narrative. It's a trope among Christianity. And the idea of somebody, for some reason, holding a gun to your head and asking you whether to renounce God is a recurring trope in Christianity. Now, I grew up very, very super Christian, as my content probably reflects to a certain degree, because I talk about it all the time. But that was a story. There were always different stories from, maybe it was this time it was in China, or this time it was there and it was a communist this time, or maybe it was a Nazi, or who knows. Every time there was always, they always had these stories of like, yeah, my grandfather was held at gunpoint, and it was a recurring trope. And Christian media to this day, you will still find that happen in Christian media to this day, although they don't like the violence as much. But yeah,
that's very fucked up. Oh my god. But like, yeah, like exactly that happened in the movie. Just like the gun to his head. Do you believe in God? And like, he has like this epiphany, and like sees his life as he would have been. Oh fuck! No, wait! I forgot the best part. The devil shows up. Okay. So he has this epiphany, and the devil shows up. The literal fucking devil. This turns into a superhero movie for like 10 minutes, and I just remember this. So like, the devil comes, and like okay, the devil comes and he's like, no, they're not taking you away from me. And then like an angel comes and they have like a laser shit, like a Voldemort versus Harry Potter, like energy, like fight. I will find that movie. I will find that movie for you, Demon Mama. I will find it.
Please,
So, like,
that would be so good to watch. We could totally. Okay, so I know that now. Silent knows this. Elle, you might. I don't remember if you were there, but we watched. We watched this incredible. So I've been a little behind on scheduling them, but previously every month we would do a mod night where I just hang out with the mods and we usually watched a movie, and we watched They Sold Their Souls for Rock and Roll, which is a Christian. Was a 80s and 90s Christian mail order multi-part documentary about how Satan was taking over America via rock and roll, and it is incredible. It is actually amazing.
Sounds so good.
Where do I sign up
the
for
same
that?
one. We could totally watch this for a mod night, and I would invite all of you as guests to our mod night if we decide to watch this film for that.
Please, that would be
I
incredible.
just want to know where you can mail order to get these documentaries from.
Well, the cool thing is, guess what? They Sold Their Souls for Rock and Roll is still sold online. You just need to search it, and you can go to the guy's website and you can order. And now it's on Blu-ray, but it used to be. And in fact, it's really funny because we found
They have Blu-ray release?
Well, they did have a Blu-ray re-release. Yes, they have. And the funny thing is, if you can get the rips, and I did get the rips of the original version that was on VHS, there has been like 3 or 4 versions of it. And the original ones has a huge amount of end day prophecies that ended up being wrong, that they have now cut out of the current versions. So they're burying the tracks of when they made predictions that were just horrifically wrong in the past. But you can still find them if you get the original versions off of some websites that are good for finding that sort of thing.
God.
Did they put in new end day prophecies or no?
Actually, I don't know. I think they decided to stray away from those because the new version doesn't have any of the end day prophecies, although it still has a whole lot of the prognostication about how rock and roll is ruining everything. And they've added a couple of new little spots as well. They have a YouTube channel, I think, that has recut videos. So the guy and his foundation are still around making videos, but they're like, it'll basically be like a YouTube style like talking head introduction, and then it'll play a clip from the original stuff, and then he'll go back to talking about it. That's their YouTube stuff now, but it's fascinating to me.
Oh,
Sounds
geez.
like a rabbit
Holy
hole that's
fuck.
calling my name. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rolling it back.
Waste some time on that.
Yeah, what got you into horror? Because like, I know like big horror fan here. Like, growing up, super baby about it, and then like cult horror. Just like I had a group of friends in high school that they decided we were gonna do horror movie nights once a week. We'd get together, do a sleepover, and it started with this movie called Biozombie, which is this fantastic. It's this fantastic like Japanese zombie film, and it's like its full name is something like Crazy Bee and like Tokyo Tom take on the city or something like. But then like when it was brought to the US, I should find what the full name of it is. One of the 2 main characters' name is Crazy Bee, and there's never an alternative name given.
Beautiful.
But like it has a romance plot between a zombie and a regular person in it. It has like some of the most emotional turnings of zombies I've ever seen. The whole thing, the whole thing is because of soda. Soda pop is turning people into zombies, and there's a really big moral implication at the end. Oh no!
Speaking of, we did get a hydrate in chat, so everyone,
I do
everyone
have to be
hydrate.
hydrated.
Oh,
man.
Everyone in this
Oh, my
call has
camera
to
froze.
hydrate.
When did my camera freeze? Is it
I
back?
don't know. It's back. But yeah, like I don't know if what got you into it? Where did you start out?
Okay, so I don't know if there was a single definitive moment. I think that
Yeah.
probably the thing that got me most passionate about horror was like getting into filmmaking, because for like horror is this wild thing in the film world where it's like horror films is where all of the like super unique filmmakers seem to come from. Like it's like all of the like dirty rat, like I'm gonna figure out how to do this, I'm a poor person who's not supposed to be making films, like whatever, I'm gonna figure out how to do it. They always start making horror. And so there was like a lot of stuff for me to dig into when I started getting into film. Indie Mogul were huge like B-movie horror buffs, and so and of course James Rolfe of the Angry Video Game Nerd was really into horror. And so I got into it that way. But I think I can think of a couple of memories that call out to me as times that I was struck emotionally by horror, and that sort of like started the mental process that made me addicted to horror. And I can think of one of them right off the top of my head. I remember I think I must have been in like 6th or 8th grade, somewhere in that range. I don't remember exactly. And I read this book called The Island of Dr. Franklin, which was a spin-off, like it was like a reimagining of The Island of Dr. Moreau, which is a famous story. And The Island of Dr. Franklin was very different. It was modernized. And I was reading it really late at night, and I used to have I've always been a night owl my whole life. So there was, for big chunks of my life, I would just be up late. My rest of my family would be sleeping, and I would be either reading or watching movies or playing video games or writing, because that's what I did. I was just a night owl by nature, and nobody else in my family really was. And so I remember one night I was up super late, and I was reading this book, and there was a passage. It's very creepy, so I'm gonna retell it to the best of my ability. But the premise of the story was that this girl got stranded on an island, and because after like a plane crash, and in the beginning of the story there was a sort of setup that like she made like a friend on the plane, because it was a long flight or whatever, and so she ended up talking to this friend, and they did this whole thing where, you know, like they were really friendly, and then the crash happened, and she was like super injured, and like they really wrote the tribulation of like trying to survive. And there was this one scene where she's sitting on the beach, and she saw something out in the distance and couldn't quite figure it out, and it looked like someone was waving to her. And as it turns out, the friend who had been kind and was waving and welcoming on the plane was like, her body was lodged between a stone, and the ocean's water was making her wave.
Ooh.
Isn't that horrifying? And I read
That's
that,
so good.
and I like my blood ran cold that night, and I was like,
That's
oh my
very
God.
scary.
That's like a very scary concept. And I was like, holy shit. And like her realizing that like this was like a dead person and this was the friend, and like there was that parallel to like the friendliness before being totally subverted into horror, was just like, and I was just like, oh fuck. And so I still remember that to this day, because it scared me so bad. I was scared shitless, and I couldn't even sleep, and it was like, oh my God. And so then I realized like, oh wow, like horror is very powerful, and it totally got me invested in the story. So yeah, I hope that answers the question relatively well.
No, that's
Yeah.
great. I think,
Absolutely.
especially from like the filmmaking perspective of, like, I feel like a lot of people get into it because horror. This is gonna feel like it doesn't make sense, but I think it's gonna make sense. So we're gonna play with it. Wrestling. Wrestling has some of the most brilliant storytelling on earth, because it's like simplified to its core and told through literally decades, right? Like, that's why wrestling storytelling is like, it can't be too complicated, because like people aren't going to retain it. People aren't there on face value. You would think people aren't there for the story, but like people are actually there because they want, like, you have to know these beefs are going for years. Like,
Yeah.
Happening in
and,
real time.
Secondary.
and so
Yeah.
I think that like horror from a storytelling perspective does a very similar thing of like, it takes these really simple concepts and through like the tension of horror can make them really profound and exciting to do. So it's this lens that it's like heightened violence on one end lets us tell these really great stories over decades, and like horror through tension and sometimes heightened violence lets you do the same thing. And I think it's why a lot of people get into horror when they're thinking about making films or like doing film critique, because like I think everybody I know that does film critique is like, yeah, I watch a lot of horror, and it's because there's so much more you can do.
Yeah, well, I
with
mean,
horror.
and also it provides the thing about horror is that like you could tell a simple story and still accomplish something exciting and fun with horror, horror. Like even if you watch a shitty horror film, like you're probably going to see some really fun special effects, and like so a lot of filmmakers try their hands and are very experimental in horror, and so you get a lot of treats, and yeah, there's some duds as well, but like that it's very accessible. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Evil Dead in of itself was like a failure, but it showed what you could do for an Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
If you took away trying to make a good movie and instead just made it what it was, this exhibition of like really good schlocky
just having
real-time action, like
yeah.
that's what made it. And then Evil Dead 3, we kind of Army of Darkness, we kind of went over the wall on that one, and some people side on one side, some people say it kind of lost the ball and just became a wild comedy. I don't know, but horror's so great.
Yeah, I agree. I love horror.
I wanna like roll it back a little bit, like to wrestling. So you are into wrestling, right?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I just like small question, because like it involves like a kind of controversial person. Have you seen a video, sort of small film called "The Wrestling Isn't Wrestling"?
Is that the one? Yes, that's the one with Max Landis, right?
With Max Landis,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
All
like,
controversy aside,
it's really good.
yeah, it is good. It is very good.
Yeah, the video is super well made, well edited.
Yeah, there's also
Good video garbage creator sort of thing.
Yeah, precisely.
Sort of.
Yeah. And there's another little short film. I think it's just called The Iron Sheik. And I highly recommend it. It's available on YouTube for like $1. It's like was produced by the nephews of the Iron Sheik, and that one's a really fun one as well if you want to see like a very real story, like a very personal, very messy, very real story of like one of the world's greatest wrestlers, like who has an amazing backstory, and like all the shit he dealt with, and like how like he completely washed out and somehow managed to get back on his feet somehow, and it's like really wild. So yeah, good watch. It's like a 40-minute documentary that's really good.
I know what I'm watching tonight. That's pretty cool. Rhyme, do you think it's time?
Oh, welcome to honestly, I hopped in to see what was going on your stream, and I heard that you had dinner from our unofficial sponsor, Taco Bell. Think outside the bun, and you're just in time for the Taco Bell Think Outside the Bun question of the day.
Oh shit!
Are you ready?
I'm ready
for it.
This
is the second question we have. So.
The second question of the day.
You are asked to be part of a polycule.
Okay.
With either Mario and Peach or Luigi and Daisy. How are you going to tell Mario and Peach that you can't say no to Luigi? That's the full question. Think outside the bun.
You had 30 seconds.
Well, listen, I'm going to be completely frank here and just say I'm not super intimidated by Mario. You know, like, I mean, he's got a lot of tenacity and whatever, but that guy, like, you know, he's been kind of like inserting himself into Bowser and Peach's business for a really long time. And I get the feeling that he's you know, not to be crude, he's a little bit of a cuck, I think, and so maybe I think that if I just told him up front and was kind of like, listen, buddy, Luigi and Daisy, they're really creative, they got the kink shit going on, like I can't do this. He's just gonna be like, oh shit, and then he'll like it though. He'll like it because he likes getting his little brother beating him. It kind of it itches the spot for him. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, that's secondary question is that when you let him know that there's a peephole in the back of the tent that you'll let him use.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be like, listen, it's all good. It's all good. I'm not gonna judge you. Don't worry. Just don't shout "Bing Bing Wahoo" too loud when you're finished. All right. Listen. Don't wanna fuck up the vibe.
I would simply tell Mario that that's something that I need to discuss with Waluigi and Birdo.
Shit.
Yeah.
True.
Interesting. Does that mean it's Wario and Yoshi? Is that the other couple then? Who does Wario get, or is Wario ace? Because I can live in a world where Wario's ace.
I think Wario is like in my opinion, I would say that Wario is he's like so into coins, like gathering coins, that like that's his only thing, and like so he's not really super sexually compatible with anybody. He might be emotionally if he can get over some of his issues, but he's mostly satisfied with just jacking it to some coins.
Yeah,
So, that's fair.
There's a
I'm
lot of
sorry to
Mario
inform-
characters. Is there a sentient coin?
I'm sorry to inform though, Wario has been seen doing some inappropriate advances with baby Rosalina, so maybe we will keep him out of the equation.
I'm not into that.
no.
Wario's
No.
out.
That.
No.
That's it.
Yeah, listen, I
Cancel
think
Wario.
Wario's the
an
sketchiest
ANCAP.
of all
Wario's
of
an
them.
ANCAP.
I mean, it is true. He is an ANCAP. Yeah. I mean, haven't we ever
That is
played? Wait, I can't even remember the name of it. Super Mario Land 2: The 6 Golden Coins for the Game Boy.
Yes,
No?
yes.
Yeah.
No? All right. Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, we'd like to let you know the results are in. We've contacted our sponsor for the stream, and they have in fact said that your answer reigns in as the Crunchwrap Supreme. So congratulations!
Yeah. Damn, I'm feeling good about
sending
that.
you a 6-pack of tacos in the mail. It's going to be standard shipping.
That's
Also,
fine.
just as good as-
Also,
I won't eat them, but I'll
I have a
cherish
cul-
them.
Yeah, just hold on to them. Put them on the show.
Yeah, I
Keep
feel like
them
I have
it
a
might
call
be a
from
little bit
MattPad.
toxic. Oh, what's that? I'm sorry.
I have a
Yeah,
call
yeah.
from MattPad. He's saying that the next game theory video is Mario is a cock. It's just a theory.
No, that's the video I must see. It's a must-see video.
Yeah. That's one bound to make the channel grow a little bit, you know?
Oh, I love it.
Listen, the best Mario game
honestly,
is Paper Mario for the N64. Hot take.
a good one.
Ooh, is that the best Paper Mario?
I don't know
Well,
because
if
I
it's the
never
best
got to
Mario.
play the other
How come
ones.
did you listen?
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't get to play. Yeah,
So
see, I didn't get to
good.
play Thousand Year Door, but I don't know. It's hard
Yeah,
to beat
Thousand Year
original
Door is-
Paper Mario, you know?
Oh, because you haven't played the Thousand Year Door. Like it's just that good. It's just really that good.
I should
Paper
play
Mario,
it.
like it's up there, absolutely. But the Thousand Year Door is just absolutely incredible.
It's gonna be for me, this one over here, this enemy, it's got to be Super Mario Sunshine.
Ooh, it's
Yeah.
a good one. That's
I
I was gonna say it's either Sunshine or
Dark
Galaxy
Horse.
for me.
It's the one that like everyone hates, or like is the one that gets like less praise. Supposed to.
People-
No, Sunshine was great.
No, people hate on it.
Yeah, but people
I know,
it's
but
true.
they're
It's
fucking
controversial.
wrong.
It's
Yeah,
controversial.
but
yeah.
like, can we all agree that the Mario fandom is just a little bit fickle?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're very fickle. I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
They-
no disagreement there.
They think
I
the
really
DOS
like
Mario
playing-
game's not real, and it is.
Pachinko level.
I liked playing Mario Odyssey.
I played like 2 hours of Odyssey and I didn't like it. I found it boring.
I like the music in
I
Odyssey.
mean, you can be wrong. It's fine.
The
was
music
definitely-
is good.
Oh, the
No, the
Pachinko
music's
level. Oh, God.
It was definitely an improvement over Super Mario Origins. Probably the best since Super Mario Brotherhood.
Yeah, I played Super Mario Odyssey and then immediately started playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey and just kept on being this is the weirdest Mario game I've ever played.
I mean, it's not as weird as Super Mario Valhalla, so yeah.
Yeah, Super Mario Valhalla was a weird way for them to take the Mario franchise.
Okay, but like Mario Black Flag Game of the Year edition. Like, come on.
That's fair.
When Mario
Mario
embraced the
was not that
anti-state position.
Yeah, but
This is
Mario
why-
Galaxy is objectively the better one. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, I would say 2. But yeah, Mario Galaxy, absolutely best 3D Mario game for sure.
Fair.
For sure.
Good
For
game.
sure.
I'm going to put it out there. This is a hot take. Mario RPG is
Mario
my favorite
RPG is
Mario game.
amazing.
Mario
Probably
It's
one of
so
the-
good.
That's not a 3D.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not 3D, but I'm saying it's my favorite and it's the best Mario game.
It is really good.
Oh,
I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's just
okay, I have seen Mega Man DOS, and it's a nightmare.
Mega Man DOS is great. What are you talking about? Blip, 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 blip. On
Wait, you want to
CGA
know? You
graphics,
want to
fucking
know? I'm
great.
about to pull some Mega Man rank here. You want to know what happened? I had the Mega Man Capcom Tiger Electric crossover, a handheld battery powered game. It was a little plastic handheld one-off, and it was trash. It was so bad. But I had the Mega Man one, and I also had the Sonic one. The Mega Man one, for some reason, decided to use totally different art than normally goes for Mega Man. So Mega Man looked like a man, like a grown man with a ray gun and a helmet and a spandex suit, and he was going like this, and the game sucked. It was horrible. But
Wait,
it
is
did
it like a
exist.
Yo, I had one of those when I was a kid as well. I remember
Yeah,
those. It
yeah.
was Garbo.
They
It
are
was
Garbo,
terrible.
yes. They were terrible. But if you were very, very bored and you had nothing else, and you wanted
It
to
would
hear
pass
the same bleep noise over and over again from, a
Okay.
AA battery powered.
Anything helps in a single wide trailer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
so you had a Tiger Electronic handheld that just
Yep.
goes.
Yep, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And it was really funny because the Sonic one had this attempt at a Sonic theme that was just like boop, 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 boop. And it's just like, that was it.
Great.
That's what we got. That's what we get here. Amazing.
great.
Incredible.
Incredible.
No one has
I
to
collect-
believe me, but I did beat a Tiger Electronic handheld Lion King.
How can you beat
Oh,
it?
that's.
Whoa.
Did you
that's a
hack? Did you
flat.
cheat?
I'm pretty sure that's like a prerequisite for like if there's a gamer heaven, like that is one of the things that will get you in no matter what other gamer sins you commit. Like
Oh.
you're good.
I'm going to say gamer godhood. I mean,
Yeah.
Yo,
we're reaching Vecna levels of gamerness at this point.
That's pretty gamer,
Yeah.
yeah.
Two things. One, I own the official Mega Man Battle Network battle chips.
Oh, shit.
If you didn't know, there was a TCG, but it was literally battle chips for Mega Man Battle Network, and I was one of 4 people that bought them.
What do you mean I
I
might
have a whole
gamering?
box of them.
Do you remember
That's
everyone's
great.
favorite catchphrase from Mega Man Battle Network?
Jack and Mega Man Execute. It's my 3 favorite things.
Jack, Mega Man, and Execute. Yeah.
Jack in, Mega Man, and Execute. You know? The other thing, I'm a preacher's kid. I'm not super religious, but my dad does give me permission to say this. If there is a heaven, y'all get to go there, and you now have a pass, and it's official because minister
Sick.
minister
Wow.
gave you that. So there you go. You're all
Thank
set.
you.
I mean,
Thank you.
I
Sin
don't-
away. Sin away.
Thank you
I
for the
don't want
age
it, but
cast.
thank you.
Yeah, no. If you get,
They
you
were
don't
bad
have to
fun,
go.
I'm sorry.
But like now, you get a free pass if you want.
Well, thank you very
And
much.
you
I
can-
appreciate that.
Look, there you go. There you
Yeah,
go.
it's very it's,
shout
It's
out-
that easy.
Shout out to Jessica Metal on your chat, Demon Mama, saying that the SNES version of The Lion King was pure rage fuel during the Wild Beast Stampede section. That game is rage fuel from beginning to end. That game is absolutely impossible, and we're gonna have to play it one day whenever we get to that letter.
have fun
Yeah,
with
that
that.
game.
Yeah, keep me away
I
from
had that game
shit.
on Sega Genesis.
Listen, I had my
And,
fill of that in a JCPenney in rural New England while my mom was trying to figure out a new appliance that she wanted to buy, and I had to sit there, and the only fucking game they had was that goddamn Lion King game, and so I played it over and over and over again on the demo system with one of those, the controller is like welded to the actual like stand.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
it's
Just like
terrible. But yeah.
Can we get you on stream whenever we play The Lion King? Can you play it for us? Can you play it for us?
Yes. if you must.
Fuck, I don't-
If you must, I'll do it. I'll do an
That's
attempt, but I
great.
can't promise I'll stay very long.
Demon Mama, you don't have to flog yourself like that. Like
It's been a long
Look,
time.
we played the B movie video game for the Nintendo DS for 8 hours straight.
How was that?
Suffering is nothing anymore. I feel no
Yeah.
pain.
Oh, the only question I have for you then
towards
is, do you like jazz?
not anymore.
Buzz,
Not
buzz.
anymore, honestly.
Yeah, like I discovered through that game that I'm not a jazz person.
Yeah, that's a-
Yeah, it's like in the process of this thing that we're doing, like we've encountered some really bad games. Holy fuck! Like especially because we're doing it like alphabetically, so like we get no filtering power of what's coming next. Actually, next stream we have to play like Beethoven. You know the movie about the dog Beethoven.
Oh yeah, Beethoven. Yeah.
Beethoven, I'm sorry. We're, Latin American stuff. We are gonna be playing that next stream for the Super Nintendo.
Let me know when
it's
you
gonna
get to
suck.
the. Let me know when you get to the Home Alone game or the Dennis the Menace game for
Oh.
Super Nintendo.
Whoa.
Painful.
Oh.
Dennis the Menace is coming closer, but yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say. That one's a
I mean,
rough,
we can send
that's
you
a
the
rough
list.
one.
You can just like pop in whenever. It's awful. It's
Oh,
awful.
boo.
Dennis the
Boo
Menace.
wanted-
Oh god.
Yeah, sorry, you get some guest dog barks.
The
Oh.
SNES era was such a
Ooh.
weird era of games too, because like it was like there was a lot of advancement in game design, but they hadn't quite figured out what level of difficulty and what type of difficulty makes a game like unbearable versus fun. So there was a lot of games that were like on their core, like on their face, they're super cool. Like for example, the Star Wars games for Super Nintendo, where it's like,
Yes.
wow, the music's
they're
incredible, the art's incredible, but then the life system and the continue system are so agonizing that it's like
Yeah.
oh,
The jumps
wow.
and the camera.
Yeah,
The
and the
camera
camera.
is
Yeah,
terrible.
there's a lot like the camera, like locked camera that you can't see, you can't look ahead and down, even though it's these huge sprawling levels. Yeah.
Wait, Falgaya, y'all had any opinions on Contra 3? Contra 3, The Alien War is an incredible game. It's incredible to play with two people, and like beating it with a friend in hard is one of the most like satisfying things I've ever done. So yeah, Contra 3, incredible game. Play it. If
Impressive.
you haven't played it, play it.
Yeah, I
We're
feel
also
like I've
going to
played a little
be
bit, but-
getting there soon. That's like within
We're gonna get
18
there soon?
games.
Yeah. I have it on my SNES Classic. Like I fire it up every so often. Great game.
Every stream, right? Because you definitely don't pirate any games.
Oh, absolutely. We play every
Yeah,
game
yeah.
legit.
Oh yeah,
every
we've
game
purchased
has
every
been
game.
bought.
Yeah, I have a big box with every single Super Nintendo game. It's just too heavy, so I never bring it on stream.
Yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense. You
But
just-
running it back to like the Star Wars games, I remember. Well, in the year 2012, 2013, I used to be big into speedrunning, and I used to speedrun Banjo-Kazooie. And I had like a fairly good record at that time. And at that time there was like this thing of doing blind races with your friends. So we did a blind race for all three Super Nintendo Star Wars games in a row, and no quitting. And I won. I won. It was 8 hours and something, but I won.
That is a challenge and a half. That's the sort of thing I don't
It
even know that I
sucked.
could do.
It sucked.
Yeah.
And we played it on normal, not even on Jedi. It was like, no, we're not going that to ourselves.
It
Awful
sounds like
game.
there were no winners that day.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
winners that day, except me that I won. But
One winners that day.
Yeah, one winners. Yeah.
I remember a friend of
Yeah.
mine had a Super Nintendo. I was a Sega kid, unfortunately.
Mm.
Good game. There's some good games on Sega.
Well, Sega Genesis had some really fun games. It's hard to name them now.
Some
Acrobat.
I can tell you.
Acrobat 1 and 2.
Acrobat 1 and 2.
I like the
I
Looney Tunes
remember
game.
the Looney
Looney
Tunes game
Tunes
was in. Animaniacs game was very fun as well.
Mhm. The X-Men
But I
arcade
remember
one.
we would go. Yeah, that was what was that one called? X-Men.
I forget the
I
subtitle.
can't remember the name
but
of it.
yeah.
But also in that vein, Separation Anxiety, the Spider-Man games.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
those were good, but like those beat 'em ups with like some rocking music.
Yeah.
They did it. There was a lot of good
Nice.
beat 'em ups on
but-
Sega. Yeah.
For sure. But to get back on track, I remember me and my friends, I spent the night at my friend Robbie's house. He had a Super Nintendo, and between me and my 3 friends, we beat Return of the Jedi in 36 hours or something like that. We never turned off the system, and we slept minimally playing in shifts.
Incredible.
That sounds
like a road trip.
horrible.
Like a road trip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was really fun, but grueling.
Yeah. Do you have any more experience with like the Super Nintendo in general? Like that's kind of our thing.
Oh yeah, me.
That's it.
Oh, I could tell you my whole story with the Super Nintendo. So, I never owned a Super
Oh
Nintendo.
fuck.
Yeah, I never owned a Super Nintendo. However, shortly after, well, let's see, this would have been a few years after the initial launch of the N64. I got my dad's old computer secondhand, and at that point, I was like going on the internet and discovering things and whatever, and I figured out, wait a minute, you can emulate Super Nintendo games. And so I jumped really hard into the emulation, and I ended up with a massive library of Super Nintendo games. And to me, I had basically discovered life's cheat code, because it meant that I didn't have to go anywhere or buy anything, and I could play an infinite number of amazing games, and so or
Absolutely.
seemingly infinite. And so I played so many games on the ZSNES emulator and another SNES
Said
emulator.
the SNES?
Yeah,
Amazing.
ZSNES.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same-
it was NES or
same,
whatever.
same.
Yeah, and I played I remember I played like a lot of different games, but the one that of course was one of the most important to me was Chrono Trigger. And I played the absolute hell out of Chrono Trigger. I played
Best character in Chrono Trigger. Best character.
Oh, my favorite character in Chrono Trigger, probably Magus.
Okay.
I love Magus. Like, he's just like, I don't know.
An edgelord.
Yeah, he's an edgelord, but he's good at heart, and yeah, like I don't know, like so
He
good.
was trying to do the right
Frog
thing.
was the
sort
other
of,
one too.
to save
Yeah,
Scala and whatever.
yeah, he was, and he had
Best
a hard
team.
past.
Best 3 people team.
Best
for the
3-person
game.
team. I usually ran, if I remember correctly, I ran with Chrono, Luca, and Frog or Robo, depending, because they both had good combos. And I think if I remember correctly, the combo the triple attack that you could do with Luca, Robo, and Chrono was like broken. Was like broken.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like this atomic bomb from
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a
It's like
luminaire,
I think
a
you
flare.
stab the sword in, and then there's like an ion cannon type thing that just does an absolute unbelievable amount of damage. Yeah, it was good stuff. Yeah.
Do you remember
exactly.
that frog skill? Like, where just like a frog just bounces down on the screen?
Yeah. Also, Frog's theme is amazing. So good.
Fuck yes, fuck yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say.
So good.
Yeah, the music in Chrono was fan-fucking-tastic. That was the thing that drew me to that game so much.
Yeah, it was amazing. Nobuo Uematsu.
It had like extra space storage for it, like.
Yeah, and also the box art and booklet art were all done by Akira Toriyama, the artist of Dragon Ball Z. Yeah.
Yep. And again, very beautiful art within the book.
Yeah.
And
Incredible. Yeah.
Like, if they didn't tell you like that it was made by Akira Toriyama, you will be like, this is suspiciously similar to Dragon Ball's character.
Yeah,
Because like
yeah.
Chrono is just straight up Trunks. Like, I think it's
Yeah.
just, like, straight up
Literally, yeah.
Trunks.
Yep.
It's just Trunks.
Yep.
So
and
good.
Luca is like Bulma, I think, like the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, but Luca, incredible character. I love like
Luca.
Luca's character arc, and like there's like
the
this one
secret
quote at
ending
the
for
end
her.
where. Yes, the secret ending is so good. The women only secret ending as well,
Wait, I don't know if I ever
where
actually
Chrono
got that one.
talks.
Oh, I don't think I ever got
It
that
has
actually.
16 endings.
Yeah,
It had
yeah.
16 endings,
Yeah, so it does have a million endings. It's such a good game though. Like, God. And then I'm trying to think of a couple other games that I played extensively on the Super Nintendo. I did play Super Bubble Bobble a lot just because that was really fun.
It's really fun.
Yeah, great game. I played the Super Mario collection There was like a big collection that had some of the NES ones and the new ones.
All-Stars.
Yeah,
All-Stars,
All-Stars.
yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, I played the
All-Stars,
fuck out of All-Stars. And I played Final Fantasy 2/4, which was great. That was the one with Cyrus, and that was a really good one. I really liked that one. I played Secret of Mana, though I barely remember Secret of Mana.
Okay,
yeah, it
Secret
was a
of
good
Mana
game.
is like it's a thing for me because like people are usually like, oh, Secret of Mana is really good, blah blah. I find it a like completely terribly broken game. Like the gameplay is just like completely broken. You miss every
Wrong.
time you like charge to 100 and hit.
Find
You're
to be
bound
wrong.
to hit zeros. You spam the
People
magic.
are
You
people
spam the
make
magic
mistakes.
spells towards the entire game, and then like at the end you're not even rewarded by it because you needed to like level up these two particular spells, and the story is absolute trash. Mostly because of the translation, but it's like, oh no, there's a bad guy. Oh, here's the bad guy. It's just every single time.
Yeah, I will admit I barely remember the storyline of that game. To be honest, like I do remember playing it a little bit, but I'm trying to think. There was another one. Well, obviously Link to the Past. I really loved that one. That was a good
Great
one.
game.
And there's probably more if I had more time to think on it, but yeah, my brain is not at peak energy today. I'm like hella tired. So
Favorite? Do you have a favorite Link to the Past boss?
I mean, I don't know. I was always partial to fighting like Aghanim because you get to go to the bunny world and become Pink Bunny Link, which was always very fun. And cute. So like
so
once you
good.
get to go
Bunny
fight
Link is best
Aghanim, it's like kind of very major moment, and yeah, I thought that was cool. There was a lot of
That's
good
very
bosses
good.
in that game though.
Team and Mama, we understand you need to move to your next segment. I assume you need to do your politics.
Well,
You
actually,
need
it's not
to go
politics. I'm
scream
going to go.
Memery.
and get
Actually,
mad.
yeah, it's memery tonight.
Like,
Tonight I'm going to
go
go
on
take a
and
cup
do
of
the
sake.
memery.
And
Tonight,
then,
memory?
yeah, I'm gonna drink so I never drink. I almost never drink on stream, but I'm gonna have a cup of sake and we're gonna go over the OkBuddyMama memes, which have been snowballing for a while. And you know, I don't want to become like all of the other people who neglect their OkBuddy segments. So I'm going to not neglect my OkBuddy stuff.
That's
So-
great. You gotta take responsibility for those.
Exactly. I have
Did
to
you
do
know
this
that the
very seriously.
SuperNinThemobos are debate streamers, though?
I didn't know that. Are you? I
We-
can do
we
that.
have a
Oh,
debate
do a
record of-
Let's do a
of
debate. then.
one-
Let's do it.
Oh, no. So wait, we have a debate record of one, and we won the debate, and
We won.
and we are now never debating again.
Oh,
Yes,
well,
because
that's
like
perfect. A 100% record. Yeah.
it's a bad omen. It's a bad omen.
Yeah.
All right, like
It's a
People
bad
debate
omen
us.
because afterwards, some not great stuff ended up happening with that person that could have been foreseen, and we don't debate now.
I didn't mean to step in a cup of tea, but it appears I have.
Oh, no.
We'll do
Wait,
a fun
wait.
debate.
Was this
Let's
the
do a
tea?
fun debate
Was this
with
the
you.
tea that was originally brewed by me and then ended up spilling everywhere, all over everyone, and giving us third-degree burns, or is this something else?
No, this was something
Yeah,
else.
no.
I believe.
Oh, okay, good.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
no, this was
I'll-
something else.
Just was a little worried every time I hear about it. I'm like, oh shit, did I accidentally do that? I'm so sorry.
Here, I'll put it in
No,
streaming
no,
text.
no.
If
yeah.
But yeah, no, it was the debate was won, and thus no debates are necessary anymore. Because
Exactly.
perfect.
Yeah,
It was one. We were debating in pro the use of neopronouns by someone
yeah.
who wanted to like blanket them everyone.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
we said neopronouns are based.
yeah, I think they're
we're
based.
like, well, yeah,
I have my
Of
my
course,
position
like-
on the neopronouns, and yeah. And my
yeah.
position
So-
is
more people need to adopt those like accepting positions for neopronouns. I believe.
yeah. I mean, I
uh,
think everyone. I don't know if you all have heard my argument for it, but I think it's rock solid, which goes like this.
haven't.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I'll give it real quick since we're gonna just one little toe in the politics, but I figure if aliens ever make it to us and they're probably going to be socially advanced enough to be pretty pog. And so I want to personally maximize the likelihood that I will either be placed into an ethical zoo or be chosen as a representative to talk to the aliens. And I figure that aliens, there's a very good chance they could have like 18 genders. So I may as well get ahead on learning multiple pronouns, and that way when they find me, they're like, "Wow, actually, kind of pog." You know, she's kind of she's kind of ahead of the game.
I was hyped to hear like your real argument for the.
Yeah, no, that's. I mean, hey,
Oh no, wait,
is that not a real
argument.
That's the real one, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I
It's the
didn't
real
mean-
argument. Listen, I want to be ahead. I want to be ahead. Listen, if I limited myself to just default dance ass pronouns, then I'm gonna be limited. I'm not gonna pass the based test to the aliens. Okay, that's a problem.
True.
I mean,
True.
that's a better argument than any argument against neopronouns.
Yeah.
True.
Here-
That is
okay,
true.
wait.
that.
The only argument against neopronouns is that the Matrix movies aren't that good, and I don't want to hear Neo's name.
Oh,
Get out of here, Ryan.
Yeah, you can take that back. You
Wow.
weren't even there for the Matrix movie.
Blasphemy
that
has
time.
been said on this stream.
Well, do you see how easily you dismantled the argument? There you go.
I have it.
I guess there's no good arguments.
No,
I guess they're just not.
Please don't cancel me. I think that the Matrix is pretty good, actually.
If you think that only the first Matrix movie was good, then you haven't watched them since they came out, and you should probably like just watch all three in a row because they are way better like now than they were.
I thought you were gonna say then you haven't actually watched the second two Matrix movies.
I mean, I remember
it's
I watched
possible,
them like
but-
100 years ago, and I remember not liking them as much, but I don't remember why. So,
Yeah,
Damer
we
Sophie's gonna have a video out here soon about it. I think it's
Oh,
up on
shit.
her Patreon right now. But,
Hell
like,
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
very cool.
yeah. And
it
you
is.
better hope
it is
Damer
trans.
Sophie doesn't watch Super Ninthemobos, Ryan, because you're never gonna get a sub like that.
True.
Today on well, Damer Sophie was streaming, and I was there in the chat, and like they said like, oh, I recognize your name because like we're both admins on the server we're in right now, and they said like they wanted to hang out sometime, so maybe that could happen sometime. That would
That
be
would be
great.
pog as
yeah.
hell. Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be
yeah.
pog as hell.
Just schedule it on a
Yo.
day that Ryan will be busy. You know.
Brian's the name on Demon Mama's chat says Rhymes mustache is dope.
Thank
It
you.
is.
a whole new mustache.
Agreed.
It's a whole new mustache. I did
Oh,
actually
mustache
shave for
drop.
this stream. I
You
did
did?
shave so the mustache would be a little bit cleaner for you all.
Advanced.
Oh, I also did, but I barely
Yeah.
grow anything. So
I wanted to look my best for you.
that's great. So yeah, like
Thank you.
Demon Mama, like big
Yes.
thanks for being here.
No problem. Happy
do-
to be here.
Is this kicking off for a partnership?
What's that?
Is
Sorry?
this it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh,
We
it-
definitely need to. Yeah, I want to set up a Discord partnership for sure. I just I am like dreadfully buried in my my agenda of things I need to
Okay.
get done. So I will task this one to my lead mod who's in the call right now. You can get that set up if you'd like.
There's something that I would like to give you as a commemoration of it. It's not ready yet, but I've been
That's
working
okay.
on it. So like, if you see everyone at Demon Mama's chat, if you see at the top it says Super Ninthemobos in like those iconic Demon Mama letters, I am making a small software which you can just like capture your window, and it will like actually create like a lower third with an animation, and you can just like change the name and the pronouns, so it will like automatically do this small rotating animation for
Oh,
your
that's
stream
awesome.
every so often. And I'm gonna test it. Then I'm absolutely gonna extend it to you, and then at some point I would like to like just give it to whoever needs it, because like it's not really like a big deal. It's not something worth charging for, but like
That's beyond pog.
that would be great.
That is
Yeah.
beyond pog.
So well, thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
That was
Thank
really
you for
cool.
having me on.
Thank
That was
you.
really fun.
Yeah.
You want
Yeah.
any final meme closing thoughts, everyone? Closing thoughts, all of you? Thank you for the follow, Dead World. Thank you for the subs and follows, by the way, that have been
Yeah.
pouring from Demon Mama's community.
Yeah,
We
seriously.
appreciate it.
Y'all go follow Super Ninthemobos. They do chill ass game streams.
We also forgot kind of the pitch of we took a 3-week break because between like stress and life, we were like, gotta take time off. We came back, and today we're kind of trying to raise support for organization Cosecha, which is a group that works for immigrant rights in the U.S. If Elle, can you drop a link to them in? There it is, right there. they're working to abolish ICE. They're working to help get financial aid to undocumented workers or immigrants in the U.S. because they saw no stimulus money. They have no necessary means of medical support right now. They might even be struggling to get food right now.
Yeah.
And so this organization is working, 1, to help them fight deportation, 2, to abolish ICE, and 3, to make sure that they're seeing financial aid right now, which are all
Amazing.
really important things.
That's really
good.
good.
They have a march coming up on May 1st, so it's a really great time to be supporting them. We would love people to go and support them. We're donating anything that came into our stream today over there, but we also want people to go individually because websites, by getting more donations individually, see more traction and get pushed through the internet algorithms. So if you can send some money that way, or even just like post a link to like literally drop their website on your Twitter quickly, it would help out a lot with something that we care about.
Hell yeah.
That would be really, really great.
Hell yeah.
As someone who has like personally struggled with ICE, I got deported and it was like the worst fucking thing in the world. The worst fucking experience in the world, I swear. Like that it's just like a really barbaric, out of touch organization that really like only helps to like, you know, like validate the fear, you know, the worst people in our society that think that all of us are, you know, criminals and bad people and rapists and you know, all of those things. So like it would be really cool if you could do that, and not through Twitch, because Twitch takes half, and fuck Twitch. And thank you for all the follows that have been pouring. We're also like preparing for a 24-hour stream that we will also like to direct to charity. And usually what we do on stream, we are trying to play every single Super Nintendo game alphabetically, and we are now in like game number 50 or something. It's gonna be a long journey. It's gonna take like possibly years, but yeah.
I believe in you, and so do the imps. So
No,
power of health out to you all on your long journey. Thank you so much.
Is the hour before you start playing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We are a gaming stream, and sometimes we just don't game. It's a weird stream. This is chaotic energy at its finest. Just that's all I can say.
I'm here for it.
That's my favorite part of every stream.
Before we see you off, we did get one last Card Shark 2 came over, dropped a hydrate for us all. So why don't we, and we got another one from UPillow, so why don't we hydrate twice? I'm guessing this is from the imps. We're up to 3 because Silent did it, so just really get a big old sip.
Everyone at home, hydrate as well.
Yeah, get your fucking, don't dry out. No drying out.
Yeah, if you hydrate, if you don't hydrate, the government wins.
If you hydrate or dihydrate is how it goes, okay? Listen.
Great.
Yeah.
All
we
right,
made the
thank you all
mistake.
so much.
Our chat loves making us hydrate, so we're gonna keep drinking water. But thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank
Absolutely.
you for coming. Actually,
yeah, absolutely.
incredible.
Thank you for having
So
me.
enjoy the rest of your stream.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, imps. Take care. Mwah.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
That was so good. Did you all have fun? Did you not have fun? That was really cool, wasn't it? That was chill. They run a good show. That was fun as fuck. It was no politics, just chill, and that was great. Now, you know what time it is. You know what time it is, right? I made a promise, and even though I'm exhausted, I'm going to keep my promise. So don't you ever doubt that Demon Mama doesn't love her imps. Because I do. Very much. In a very communal way. And I will be right back because I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to pour myself a large cup of sake. And we are going to hit OkBuddyMama like a fucking truck. Okay? That's right. The long-awaited OkBuddyMama segment. I will do the memes. And then we'll laugh. And then I'll finally sleep, okay? So I'll be right back. Give me just a minute, okay? I'm gonna get rid of this other cup, my coffee cup from earlier. All right, be right back. what time it is. You know what time it is. That's right. That's right. Now, if you have not liked and subscribed, you better fucking do it. Come on. Hit me with those likes and subscribes. Come on, come on. All right, hold on a second. Let me get this all set up here. Oh, damn. That's the one. All right, hold on a second. We got some sake. Got some delicious sake. Very strong. All right, here we go. No, that's not water. All right, that ain't water. That's sake. That's rice. That's rice water. That's spicy rice water. All right, we got to get OkBuddyMama going on here. Let me get this all set up. The feds raided Rudy. Bye, bitch. Bye, bitch. Soju is really good. Soju is really good. All right. The OkBuddyMama button. How does rice become alcoholic? Long story. Here we go. Okay, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me? There have been over 10,000 visits to OkBuddyMama in the past week. Create a new post and start the next conversation. Holy shit. Wait, for real? There's been 10,000 visits to OkBuddyMama? What the fuck? What the fuck? Probably all because of you, Elak. Is OkBuddyMama about politics? Do you want to say yes? Yes. I'm going to say yes. I don't know what the best way of doing. Oh, shit. Let's check it out. On the 10K subscriber stream, average transphobia fan, average trans rights enthusiast. True! Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I know, it's Bring Me the Horizon, but that's so good. I can't believe you did that. I'm not demonetized. Relax. It was 10 seconds. Hey, Lotus. Hey, how you doing? Much love to all of you. This is a good one. I'm saving this one. I want to save this video. A new community subreddit? Yeah, it actually is a new community subreddit. Well, it's not new. We've had this for a while. It's been around a while. It was created on November. You have something you want to ask me about? Wait, on stream? Yeah, sure. Well, just hit me with it now because I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking, so you better ask me now. Sure. You want to hop in and ask me it now? Better do it before we get in too far into this because I'm not going to be braining. Yeah, you can get on. Wait, on video? Yeah, sure. All right, get on in. Come on in, get in the chat. Wait, video though? Video? Mike, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, get in. Get in here. Da 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 da. Come on, Lotus. Hey, thank you for the raid, SuperNinThemobos. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Happy to have you all. Don't forget you can come hang out on the website, demonmama.com/live if you want to get in the cozy chat. This is where everybody you know will be hanging out. All right. Lotus, what's up?
Hey.
Hello. Can you give me a quick test real quick?
Hello?
Yeah, perfect. All right, perfect.
Test real quick. Hello?
Yeah, you're going to have to mute me. You mute the stream so that it doesn't echo.
You're going to have to mute me. You mute the stream. Yeah. Okay, I'm muting the stream, but I don't hear you on Discord.
Check your settings. Hold on.
I can't hear you on Discord.
Ah. I know why. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it was just my... Hold on a second. I got to fix this. I forgot to switch off from push to talk. All right. Hit me with it.
Oh, okay. All right. So I don't want this to. We don't need to turn this into like any kind of like debate or anything serious. But I was listening to
it sounds
one of the
like you're
videos.
bringing a debate. Is what it sounds like.
Well, but it can be a gentle debate. I don't like
okay.
having
Very well.
heavy debates with you right here. So I heard you arguing with that vegan dude.
Oh boy.
On the last video you posted. I know you don't like talking about this. Can you? I can't. Can you just say something really quick? Because I can't.
Yes.
Okay, good. Cool.
I was just groaning loudly.
Sure all right. So just two things. Yes. So one of your arguments is basically that the way that a lot of vegans will basically their tactics of advocacy you disagree with, you think are annoying, blah blah blah.
It's terrible.
Do you hold the same? Yeah, that's fine. Do you hold the same view for? Because I hear a lot of conservatives will say that about like BLM or something. Do you hold the same view in that way? Like
no,
stopping highway?
No, because they're not the same. First of all, I mean, there are certainly some obstructive tactics like, highway protests or whatever. But they're not the same thing at all. When we're talking about vegans, again, I mentioned pretty specifically, like eating food is one of the most, personal, things that you can do, like it's like one of the few needs that we have. And, vegans who come in and say, "Oh, enjoy your murder burger," are really just not understanding. They're not reading the room. It's very rude and obnoxious and annoying, and also really, really implicitly like parasocial, because you're essentially passing judgment on one of the most personal and complicated complicated acts without being willing to give people the time of day to to actually understand their position or where they're coming from. I would agree, like if you are like super, super close with somebody, then you could like challenging them on like, hey, maybe this could be better and maybe you would do better for the world. That'd be one thing. But the way vegans go about it, they basically just fail. Whereas with something like BLM, making a perhaps annoying public display, like blocking a highway, might be the only way that you get your word out about an issue that isn't personal to the individuals who might be being inconvenienced. Now, the inconvenience is frustrating for sure, and that's just a reality that like anytime you're trying to get someone's attention, it runs the risk of being annoying. But they're very different things. They're different types of politics. They're different types of issues, and one is very impersonal, and therefore sometimes I don't think that people have the same like sort of reaction to it. Some people perhaps do.
Yeah. So just to be clear, I don't think. Yeah, just to be clear, I don't think like harassing someone for eating a burger is good advocacy.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I agree,
but I also don't think. I think there are some tactics used in good movements like BLM that are also you could be considered bad advocacy.
No disagreement.
That definitely turn a lot of people.
Yeah, no disagreement with that. There are some
that's
tactics that don't work.
For the people in your chat that are saying I'm comparing things to BLM, it's called an analogy. That's just what analogies are.
Yeah, I mean, but I just don't think it's like, I don't think that like, I don't think the analogy holds up entirely. Like, I mean, I get it, but like, I just think they're very, very different topics. They're very different problems with very different solutions. I will agree, of course, that there are BLM protests that don't do the job. I mean, I think that like, I can think of an example of like that one video of like those really annoying white BLM protesters who were like shouting like white silence is violence at the random people eating food at a like a sidewalk diner or whatever. Like that video that went viral is like, yeah, that's a really bad tactic. It doesn't do a good job. It makes your movement look
that's
like
what
assholes.
I'm referring to.
Yeah, but I mean like that's like incredibly minor, whereas I mean, first of all, that's like a one-off event that happened in like one city out of like hundreds upon hundreds of cities that have this. And the veganism thing is like all the time. It's constant. And I know that like vegans will say that it's not, but everyone who isn't a vegan and who has to listen to vegan rhetoric all the time, it is actually all the time.
I think, I think you're kind of making a fallacy, because I don't think most vegans are like that. I think you
might say so, but this is the sort of thing of like I don't know. This is maybe, but I experience it so much and so frequently that the vegans need to crack down on their own movement. You need to get better at it. Like, and sometimes that does require like taking responsibility for people who aren't you and saying, I need to go hard on these people who are damaging my own advocacy. I mean, that's why I went hard on that vegan, because I actually genuinely, even though I'm not like personally, I'm reducing meat, but I'm not like vegan right now. I think that people like that caller do active harm to winning people over to the vegan side, because their argument is so bad that it actually often makes people like react very poorly. Yeah,
they absolutely do. I agree with you. I was just trying to see if you consistently hold that view for like other things that you would actually support.
Yeah, I do, and I think
a lot
that
of
there
people
are. Yeah.
I think a lot of people in your chat have this selection bias, or this what's it called? I'm blanking on the term, but like when there's like a small minority of people who are very loud, and that happens with any kind of
But the problem though is that like it's not just like it. I mean, it is a small group, but like at the same time, when they're not being challenged by other vegans, they end up being the representatives of the vegan movement, right? Like that's a real risk. I mean,
sure, but I do challenge those vegans.
Vosh has talked about this with regard to the online left. Like if people like tankies and whatever claim themselves as the representatives of the online left, anybody else who is a part of the title left is going to get flack unless you deal with them seriously. You know what I mean? And that sometimes means actually having to challenge people who are quote unquote on your side because they're harming your advocacy.
Just to be clear, I would criticize vegans who are, it always cringes me out when vegans will like go, because actually vegans do similar things where they'll go to the restaurants and start holding up signs and stuff.
Yeah,
that's
they're
very, very
like
cringe.
infamous for it. Yeah. I mean, I think that there are times where like really annoying advocacy can be effective, but I think most of the time when you're trying to do advocacy, you should try to be the least annoying as possible, because being annoying usually just makes people hate you. But there are some times that's not the case. I think that there are certain circumstances in which annoyance can be justified. I just don't think vegans do it most of the time. Yeah, there are some vegan advocates who are good. But
much like BLM and other kind of social movements, like veganism has done very, very well. So one could argue that
but I think it's done well. I think it's done well in spite of its bad actors as opposed to because
perhaps.
Of yeah.
Perhaps.
Like, I think that veganism, if veganism was like a more serious and more tactical movement, I think that we could have had significant progress by this point. But I think what happened is that veganism, much like many other of like the movements that came primarily out of at least here in America, that had a huge resurgence in the 60s, it didn't have any actual like heart and soul to it. So it just kind of collapsed into consumeristic, consumer advocacy, consumer activism, which is basically like buy the correct product to gain the point, the political points that you want. Yeah.
I think that's a really fantastic point that you've said that I totally agree with. That I think just, buying some, fancy vegan ice cream and feeling like you're good for doing that is not, it's not an effective strategy. It's like a feel-good.
By the way, I'm serious about the idea that like if I ever make money, like a fuckload of money, I would love to bankroll or influence the project that I've talked to you about. The idea of building like cheap, completely free, easily accessible, like so easy that you can literally just pick it up at any grocery store, vegan recipe books that would just start to popularize veganism and threaten the chokehold that meat has on American food culture. I would love that. I mean, I would love that for multiple reasons. Like,
I totally admire that.
Yeah, but it's
to
just
the
I'm not
person
in
in
that
your
position
chat
right
by
now.
a lot who's saying arguments about climate change are convincing. Arguments about climate change actually aren't very convincing. I see that more as an engineering problem. If scientists were able to harvest methane and chemically transfer it to something fine, then the ethical problem would still remain. So I just don't.
I hear what you're saying. I do think though that like there is room for to defend Violate's statement there just a tiny bit. I will say that like climate change is going to become an increasingly relevant issue in people's minds. So a climate change angle might actually, even if the argument isn't quite as strong, it still could be very useful because
it's effective.
People are thinking about climate change a lot, and they're going to feel climate change a lot. So yeah.
The other one point I want to talk up. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but just one other point. So when you were talking to that guy, I noticed one of your lines of reasoning is essentially, and I know this is Vosh's argument too, like you are contributing to suffering too, therefore essentially you can't criticize what I'm doing.
No, it's not about not being able to criticize. It's just about how you go about it. Because I do believe that I can be criticized on various things, right? I'm sure there's room for and actually, you know, this is something like. But okay, so like let me give an example. So for example, there's probably more areas of my life that I could cut meat out from without causing too much stress to myself right now. Maybe I've identified them, maybe I haven't. But when somebody from like a chat rumbles in and starts to make declarations about what I should be doing in my private life, which they know absolutely nothing about, it's very ineffective because they don't know that I have conversations with my partners about, hey, what can we do to cut more meat out of our diet? What can we do to have more healthy food? So like, it's not that they can't critique me. It's just that who asked? Nobody asked. I didn't invite that, and I don't want it. I know what I'm working on, and
So I guess how I feel is though, like, how could you advocate essentially for anything then? Because so let me just like say my point. So if you say, let's say some like bigoted person wants to say like the F slur or something, and you're like, hey, you shouldn't be using that word, or you shouldn't be using whatever word. This bothers me, or you shouldn't use action. What's to stop that person from saying, well, hey, I can do whatever I want in my own life. It brings me happiness, and fuck you for telling me what to do. And
nothing is
like
stopping them from saying that.
Like you do this thing and this thing and this thing, so you have no like moral right to tell me anything.
Yeah, nothing is stopping them from saying that. They can say whatever they want. Yeah, I mean that's the problem. That's the duality of communication, right? Is that you can say whatever the fuck you want. But the goal is to try and convince people. I think that the approach that was taken of trying to like, I think the approach of trying to like remotely micromanage somebody else's eating habits is just about one of the stupidest approaches you could possibly take to pushing
I totally
vegans.
agree.
Yeah, but you see though that's why people would push back. Now I can recognize that like a person could say like, oh, I don't care about the F slur, but their argument isn't going to sound as good, and their argument isn't going to be as valid as somebody saying, hey, like you are, without knowing anything about me, you're trying to critique one of the most like core functions of being human about me in a system that we all acknowledge is like overwhelmingly tilted towards meat eating. So it's just a particularly bad tactic, you know? It is a little hypocritical. It does come across as very hypocritical to me for someone to come forward with a critique of a consumerist based critique of my actions when they're literally only able to bring that critique to me via devices that are just as unethical as what they're critiquing me for. Now, the reason, and that is an inconsistency on their part, and they're still correct about, hey, there's more that could be done, but they're just delivering it in a very unhelpful, useless, annoying, and time-wasting way. Just like conservatives who are just like, you own an iPhone, therefore you can't be a leftist. Like, they're delivering that in a stupid way because they're like, the vegans that do this type of argument aren't understanding the actual like equation of what leads people to make their food choices. So I just think it's very bad. It's just flatly bad rhetoric, and the argument falls flat on its face, because if it's just going to be purely moral, then it is very easy to just go, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, maybe it's bad that I eat meat, but you're literally calling me using slave lithium. So like, who the fuck are you to talk, right? Yeah. It's just there's better approaches. There's better approaches.
Yeah, I think we should try and like, you know, gradually like destroy all these like bad industries.
I agree.
But you don't agree with these people in your chat who are saying that like we should just focus on promoting animal well-being and not I don't. This is kind of a weird idea to me that only factory farming is the problem.
No,
it's
I don't
odd.
think that only factory farming is the problem, but I do think it's like the major problem on like one of the major problems that sits before us. So I can understand if people are I can understand and also will like be happy if people are willing to get on board to fight factory farming, because you're finding allies who might learn along the way. And like, I don't know, it's kind of like one of those things that's like, you don't throw away good because of in the name of perfect. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, for sure.
yeah, like I've said this many times before. What I care about is what my advocacy is, hey, everybody, I would love it if you would think about your food choices more and try to reduce meat in your diet if you can, in reasonable ways. Don't kill yourself over it, but if you can, you will be doing a good thing. And that's what I want to encourage, because right now, like, the state of things is really, really bad. So I want any win that we can get. And if that, and that means, if that means like biting my tongue and not being a smug asshole and like being like, well, you see that it's not just factory farming. Nah, you're mad about factory farming. Good. Stay mad about it, and chances are you'll become angry about other things that you discover in the future. Yeah.
Yeah. So just to be clear, you don't believe that there's any ethical way to like slaughter an animal. Unless they didn't have like a central nervous system or something.
Yeah, I don't really think there is. No, I think that like yeah, no, I'm not like like
sorry,
I think that there's like
killing me here.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people, I mean, my chat has many people in it right now. There's like 300 people watching right now. So like, try not to judge them too hard. There's like, well, actually we're at like 220, so pretty good. But yeah, like, no, I think that there's people in chat who probably have differing opinions. There's lots of different perspectives that people come to with this. I think that there's like that, like the goal, if we really, really love meat and we want to be able to enjoy meat, then we should aim for like lab grown meat that literally can't, like, that literally isn't capable of experiencing and keeping an organic record of pain. That to me is like, would be the goal. But I think there's probably all kinds of other solutions.
Our bioprinting capabilities are getting pretty good at this point.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool in the future. And there's all kinds of other alternatives that are coming. It's just that, like, we have a number of entrenched interests. It's a very complicated thing. But no, I do not believe that it's, like, ethical to consume thinking creatures, feeling creatures. I understand there's probably some like argument to be made of like consuming like a jellyfish or something like that, or like a piece of algae or whatever, because I mean, plants are living, but they're not thinking, or
plants don't have a central nervous system.
They don't have a central nervous system. Yeah, there's limits and whatever, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And to answer someone in your chat, we can make human meat and eat it ethically.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
In fact, we do. Yeah, we do. We actually grow human tissue all the time. So it's
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
We could actually even
it's a silly question, because like, why would we?
Yeah, but it's interesting because we can actually do a lot of interesting things. We can actually grow like exotic meats of like endangered species in an ethical way. Yeah.
Ryoma, like, it stretches the definition of cannibalism, right? Because like cannibalism, though it technically means eating any human meat, like the implication of cannibalism is that you're eating a once living human. That's the taboo. The taboo is eating another conscious creature, as opposed to any genetic thing. Like, right? Like, like if it was possible to grow a random patch of flesh and you ate it and it like had human genetics, but like was just a patch of inanimate flesh, that's not really cannibalism. I mean, I guess it technically is, because it is technically, but it's like you're stretching the definition of cannibalism. The problem of the cannibalism taboo exists because we don't think it's good to eat people. Yeah, we don't think it's good to eat people, but a square of flesh is not people. So yeah. Anyway.
Yep. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Did that answer the question? Yeah, sorry. I'm incredibly tired, and the sake is getting into my bloodstream now, so I may not be up for any more debates. Yeah.
No, it's all good.
I hope that satisfies you.
There are people in your chat who have an issue or want to talk about.
Don't do it. Don't agonize it. But if you want to argue with people, then
I would be happy to educate anyone in your chat. It would be very, very fun. But they can come to me privately or whatever.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, Lotus, thank you so much for coming on. I know that you've become a bit of a chat celebrity.
I won't piss them off anymore. I'll let you go.
All right. I love you tons, Lotus.
All right. Love you too.
Bye. Look at y'all. Y'all are getting bonuses from me arguing with my cousin on the air all the time. So good. So good. All right. So good. Hey, Rhubarb, not too much. We're winding into the fun part. All right. I hope you all had fun with that. All right. Listen, I had fun. I love Lotus. Okay. Listen, Lotus is my cousin IRL, and I love Lotus. Okay. There you go. All right. Let's keep going. Trade offer. I receive algorithm. You receive ban. True though. True though. Very true. Oh, I like this one. Destiny moment. Today I will start a beef with the online trans community for no discernible reason other than perhaps to supplement my view count. Oh, stupid Steve. There you go. Let's look at this one. A meme for the live show. Therapist. Donye Wump isn't real. He can't hurt you. Donye Wump. I'm drinking sake. Yes, I am. I don't like Donye Wump. I'm sorry. Donye Wump is scary. But I'm going to give this an upvote. Donye Wump. I like it. I'm scared of Donye Wump, okay? When she says, go deeper, but you're out of UFO stories and conspiracy theories. Oh, true, Posadas John. I make that expression when she says, go deeper, but I'm out of UFO stories and conspiracy theories all the time. Oh, I need to refresh. Okay, I got to refresh. Here, I refresh. We're getting rated by poll. Wow, this will be great for the algorithm. Fuck you. Fuck you guys. This is so stupid. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh no. This sake is going straight. It's going straight to my thighs. Oh no. It's Giga Chad. Coming. What? Who did this? What the fuck is this? Coming. True Pompo. True Pompo. Hey, the Destiny moment again. Here we go. Posting this literally minutes before the segment starts. Mother. That's me. That's me. I'm Demon Mama. I'm demonic mother. True, though. Silence, people who think doo-doo fart is forced. Oh, shit. Yup. Doo-doo fart is... We already determined this. Doo-doo fart is not forced. POV, you are Elak Kaval. Are you a guy or a girl? I'm an anarchist. They're an anarchist. What the fuck? Hey, thank you, Axie Diddy. Thank you. I don't even get it entirely. They're an anarchist. Oh, it's because of the mask. Oh, wait, I still don't get it. I don't care. Whatever, fuck you. Pompo got that drippy drip. True, Pompo do got the drip. He got the drip. Somebody give Billy the Toe a sub. Billy the Toe needs a sub, okay? Prion siblings. Why are you talking about prions? Another doo-doo fart debate? No. We already had one. Remember what they took from you. Remember what they took from you. They took Snake's ass. Hey, Mama, check out the Anima Effect. They have a great prog band and have pretty bass politics. Anima Effect. All right. I'll check them out. Here, I'll put a note on my thing. All right. Band to check out. There we go. Let's continue. That's ass. This is Snake's ass. Thank you so much, V-Noir. Cultural Elak Kavalism stealing the subreddit. Okay, imps, this is ridiculous. You can't make all of OkBuddy into an Elak Kaval circle jerk. True! You people need to help. Elak Kaval is posting all of the good memes. Why the fuck aren't more imps in OkBuddyMama? What the fuck? Thank you, V-Noir. True! What the crab doing? Let's find out. True, though! True! It's the crab is playing the Smoky Mountain special. I love it. I love it. That crab can pick. That crab can pick. What a god. All right, that's so good, but I can't play it because I think this is a copyrighted version. But you know what? It's fucking amazing. This shit's awesome. YouTube chatter's worst nightmare. No, you're not my little PogChamp. You're not even based. You're cringe. I can't. Wait, I would only say this to Nazis. I would only say this to Nazis. I would only say this to Nazis. I would never say this to my good chatters. My imps are all based and little PogChamps. See? Poggy, Pat, Pog. Oh, true. I did say that to RGR. But that was true, though. It was true. YouTube chat. I love my YouTube chat. Okay? I love my YouTube chat. They're amazing. Never forget your roots, Elak Kaval. Never forget them. Yeah, head pats. Head pats for all of the little PogChamps in chat. All right. POV, you are Demon Mama watching Godzilla vs. King Kong 2021. Incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal? I can't make that out, but it says something. I like it. Phenomenal. Monkey. I love monkey. I love monkey. Monkey. Phenomenal. How old is Elak Kaval? 13, 30, yes. 13. Voting. Elak Kaval. Listen, I just want you to know, I want everyone to know right now, Elak Kaval is gunning to be a primo Hall of Famer chat memer. Hall of Fame chat memer at the age of 13. Incredible. Just incredible. Everyone, that is why we must protect the Zoomers at all costs, okay? We must protect the Zoomers. Think, someday Elak Kaval will be one of two things. Elak Kaval will either be the greatest memer who's ever lived, or Elak Kaval will renounce memeing altogether forever and have a dark arc of swearing off memes. One of the two. Both really interesting. Wait, you're literally 18? Well, okay, fine. 18, 13. It's children on the internet, okay? I need more sake. Let's continue. Let's watch this. Oh my god, Demon Mama called me a name. This is Adhom. True, though. True, that's what they do. I've already seen this one, though. Auto-tuned crying. Alden's gas, bottom text. Alden's gas. Auto-tuned baby. True. Elak Kaval when he has to ban Streamlabs for transphobia. You were my brother, Streamlabs. I loved you. Yeah. For those of you who weren't here on the last stream, Elak Kaval banned Streamlabs from my chat. It's just like instantly killed the alerts. All the alerts are dead. No raid alerts, no sub alerts. It's just... And I literally said, no, Elak, you can't ban Streamlabs. Oh, God. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to bring us memes. Streamlabs posted cringe. What can I say? Streamlabs posted cringe. And I'd fucking do it again. Let's keep going. Elak Kaval. OkBuddyMama. True, though. This is what I'm talking about. You motherfucking imps need to post on OkBuddyMama more. Look at poor Elak. Elak holding the entire world on their shoulders. Otto? The Otto? Did I say something about Otto? What was Streamlabs 1350ing? Yeah, they were. The globe is even bigger because look. Exactly. True. Average veganism fan. Typical murder sandwich enjoyer. Yes! True, though! Oh, we got the soy-facing veganism fans versus the murder sandwich enjoyers. Listen, I disavow. I disavow. Enjoying some delicious, delicious murder, Demon Mama? I am indeed. I am indeed. I am indeed the Bachelor. This is the Bachelor from Pathologic 2. Demon Mama Discord mods. True, though. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh my fucking god. It's true. That is the Discord mods. The Discord mods go from being Teletubbies running around in an air force to being 4 identical Giga Chads destroying Nazis in the blink of an eye. They go from being like, and then they're just like, overnight. The minute the Nazis show up, they're like, in the blink of an eye. They go from like goofy marshmallows to the most hardened veterans you could possibly imagine. Oh my fucking god. Pandas main when he can't use mod powers to win a debate. Owned! Owned! What? Why is it? Why is it? Voice mod is dead!
Bazinga! Bazinga!
Oh no, what happened? My thing died. Uh-oh. Whatever. My soundboard died for some reason. That's sad. My soundboard died. I don't know why. Replug it in. Let's see. Let's try it again. I unplug it and plug it back in again. Oh no. It's busted.
Willfully depriving that little boy of his God-given right to a mommy.
It broke. Why is it not working? Oh. Hold on. Razor. Is it Synapse? It bazinged because I clicked it though. Because I clicked the button manually. Is it drunk? No. I heard a full bazinga. True, but there's a problem here, which is the Razer Nostromo software has crashed. Oh, I see. I see. I see what happened. Hold on a second. I'll fix it. Oh, fuck. There we go. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Ah! It did an update and it auto-logged me out because Razer is stupid and makes you log in. Fuck that. All right, here we go. Now it should work. Hold on.
Bazinga! Bazinga!
Thank you. Order has been restored. Okay.
Bazinga!
Nice. 69 online.
Bazinga.
There you go. That's how nice it was. There's a lot of bazingers. 69 bazingas. Take a seat. I'm here to debate determinism with you. This is so painfully true, and no one will get this who hasn't played Pathologic. No one will get this who hasn't played Pathologic, but this is so painfully true. Excuse me, soundboard abuse? I'll show you soundboard abuse.
Baba Booey, Baba Booey, Baba Booey, Baba Booey. Baba Booey, 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 Baba Booey.
Buzzing.
Baba
Buzzing.
Baba Boo.
Buzzing. Buzzing.
Will
Baba Boo.
Buzzing.
Baba.
I know, I need to get the spibbity spoo. Imps! I'm not abusing my soundboard. I'm doing what I want. Fuck you. No. Let's continue. Eat me, Socialist Potato 123. Eat me, Socialist Potato 123. I dare you. I think this is an Elac Caval meme. I don't understand it. Add this one. Oh, but that would get me copyrighted every single time. My sound clips are not lame. Excuse me? Wait, I have another one. Where is it? Hold on. Which button is it on? I can't remember my buttons. It was this one.
I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you Demon Mama.
You've never heard that one, haven't you? Yeah, that's right, Grime Dango. I gotta get more. I know. I gotta get more, okay? Fuck. Do you know how much shit I have to do? Do you know how much shit I have to do? Look, I got a fucking... You know, I've got a fucking to-do list that it's like a cartoon where I open it up and it just scrolls out the door, okay? Jeez. Anyway, I have so much shit to do. I have so much shit to do. I took the bait. I took the bait. I'm doing one of them now. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. You might be right, Grime Dango, but you might actually be wrong because you underestimate YouTube. YouTube is terrible. Let's say hypothetically, I ordered all of the motorcycles in the Ancom Society. Bottom text, D. What? Treganism? What the fuck is Treganism?
Rise and shine, Freeman.
No. Elac Caval in VC, when you can't tell the age of the person, 13 or 30. True, though. 13 is the answer. Not funny, Silax. Didn't laugh. A day without laughter is a day wasted. Live, laugh, love, limps. Imps. Limps. Imps. Hey. Pandas main. Pan, you're a boss, baby. Get owned. Loser, baby. Tiny baby. CIA baby in a suit. Wrecked. Oh. Owned. Let's continue. Where did they put the Farcod, though? I know, Elac. I know what it's from. What does this mean? You'll have to play Pathologic to find out. Uh-oh. Oh shit, we got a new thing. Here we go. We have to go to this. It is I, lefty streamer Demon Mama. Interview. So Mr. Sanders, you're saying that this suspicious fish lady is actually notorious lefty streamer Demon Mama? Bernie, I am sitting here today to tell you that the fishy lady seen in the incriminating photos is in fact the infamous lefty streamer Demon Mama. It was. It's true. It was indeed me. I was the fish all along. I was the fish. Look, that's me. I am a fish. Are we posting memes in chat? No. Cat girl bread clip. Need I say more? Now, this one I haven't figured out yet. This is a meme from the Discord that I don't understand. I don't get this one. Something about bread clip cult or something? Pierogi, you should play Pathologic anyway. It's worth every single cent that you could possibly spend on it. I would be willing to pay like $200 for Pathologic. That's how much I love it. A lot. I love it a lot. It's good. I'm going to talk about it on Sunday. Destiny, bottom text. True. True, though. Let's continue. Guys, how the fuck does the plural kit work? What? Kyle Marshaku says, I heard you were harassed by Nazis on your celebration stream. Sorry I missed it and thus was unavailable to textually combat them. Here's something for your trouble and hard work. Thank you, Kyle Marshaku. You rock. I did indeed get attacked by Nazis. It sucked. Thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying it. It's because you didn't know what plural kit was? Fool. Ha. Oh, here we go. Discord, YouTube, site chat, Twitch. Long ago, the 4 chats lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the chuds attacked. Only Elak Kaval, the master of all 4 chats, could stop them. But when the imps needed him most, he vanished. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that. That's just such a sad story. It was made with Mematic, though. That's kind of cool. Another one? Correct. Correct. Joe Biden. Made with Mematic. It's true. It was made with Mematic. I'm glad you gave credit to Mematic. They need all the credit they can get. Doo-doo fart. Indeed. Me when I comedy. I agree. I love this one. I love this one. The Virgin DGGer versus the Chad Imp. Can't think for themselves. Calls everyone who attacks Destiny bad faith. Simps for Destiny. The Chad Imp can think critically about issues. Loves Demon Mama's content, but no parasocial. Can understand arguments and counter bad ones. True, though. Oh, my God. Could there be more of a true? Could there be an image that's more true than this? No, this is the holy grail of images. All memes bow to this meme. Holy shit. This is ridiculous. What the fuck? Imps have front butts? What? Average police fan, average surgeon enjoyer. True, though. True. Mama Lisa. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's horrifying. Why would you create this? That's terrifying. I hate this. Oh, I hate it. Oh, God. I'm going to upvote it even though I hate it. This is cursed. That's so cursed. This is a cursed object indeed. The Mama Lisa. Demon Mama to the right, you got no fight left in you. True, though. Rob during the debate. Some lima doom and lima, you assuming my human, I gotta do get through to you. I'm a superhuman innovative and I'm made of rubber so that anything you say is ricocheting off of me and it'll glue to you. I'm devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, never fading. And I know that the haters are forever waiting for the day that they can say I fell off. They'll be celebrating because I knew the way to get them motivated. I make elevator music, you make elevator music. There we go. I tried. This is real good. It's real good. It's true, though. It's true. Rap God Rob. How do I get karma on Reddit? Doesn't post on Arc. Oh, I should. I should post on my own subreddit. See, posting on your own subreddit seems like a mistake. Nothing I post on OkBuddyMama is performative. True, though. It's gauche. It's gauche. True, though. Does that sound? It doesn't have sound. Oh my God, though. That's so true. Oh my God. I love it. It's so true, though. Oh my God. We live in a, for example, Lenin too lived in a society. Lenin. I love Lenin. Everybody lost here. You got too overconfident in me. Sorry, I couldn't deliver it. Have I played Helltaker? I might at some point, though. Windleby banning chuds. Sniping's a good job, mate. Sniping's a good job, mate. I don't know if I can do an Australian accent. Sniping's a good job, mate. I don't know. I can't do it. Sniping. I gotta practice that one. What the imps think we do. This is a good one. I like this one. I've seen this one, but I like it anyway. Excuse me. Piece of piss. Yeah, but I don't care about Pan Maidens Manifesto. No offense. Love you, Pan. Excuse me, love you, Pan. But the Manifesto, not here for it. All right. Demon Mama mod team. What the imps think we do. What the chuds think we do. What other communities think we do. What the Demon Mama thinks we do. What we think we do. What we actually do. Ziggy, you should train me in Australian. If I could do an Australian accent, I'd be unstoppable. I'd be unstoppable. What the fuck is this? I'm out of sake. Fawn. Fawn, will you bring me more sake? I think we've wandered into it. What does sake taste like? Good. It tastes like good. It tastes like rice and alcohol. I think we've seen them all. Are there new ones? Let's check the new ones. Ikatakakake bukakemas. It tastes like a warm hug. A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Fine. Let's see. Let's go to new. Pompo elected president. Can we get a Pompo Poggers in chat for that? Pompo Poggers. Pompo will be president. Pompo Poggers. Let's get a Pompo Poggers in chat, please. Please. Come on, get a combo for Pompo Poggers. Come on, I know you can do this. Come on, get a good one. Thank you. Please refill it with sake. Thank you. I love you. I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more bazingas.
Bazinga. Baba Booey.
There you go. I got him for you. I gave him for you. I gave you the treats. Whoa! Come on. Come on. We can get higher than that. More Pompo Poggers. Oh! 36? Not bad. Not bad. All right. 36. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Lumped in Pearl broke it, but it's all right. 36 is all right. 36 is all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it fine?
It's sake, so yes.
I meant, is it enough? Is it enough?
Yeah, it's enough.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
Delicious. All right, let's continue. Okay, let's continue. I'm not drunk yet. Rap God Rob. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. Rap god. True. Not post things that attack trans people on Twitter or draw 25. Destiny. Brrr. True, though. True. I agree. Let's look at this one. What's this one? The best Souls-like.
Sex. Is sex a Souls-like?
Is it? Is it a Souls-like? Is it a Souls-like? Good question. Oh, and now we've seen them all. Well, everyone, we did it. We did OkBuddyMama. We officially caught up with all of the OkBuddyMama posts. Look at that. All of them. That's every single one. We've caught all of the OkBuddyMama posts. More? What do you mean there's no more? That's all of them. That's all the OkBuddyMama posts. One more refresh? I just refreshed, though. One more? I'm not going to read this one out loud, but true, though! True! Hey, that's a cross post from OkBuddyVouch. Wait, we can't! No! No! Get off of OkBuddyVouch! We can't! We can't do it! Whew. Oh, that was close. I almost did another OkBuddyVouch segment. I can't do it. I don't. I won't. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. Ba 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 ba. Do I have anything cool to watch with you? We can't do an Okay Buddy Vouch segment. I won't do it. I am not. No, I can't. I can't do it. If I do it, it would be bad. It would be cringe. I don't want to be cringe. You know what we can do though? You know what we can watch? We can watch. Do you want to watch? Everybody, do you want to watch the copy pasta? Do you want me to watch the copy pasta on stream? The one I did the other day? That has really, it's going to make me cry though. It's going to make me cry. You want to watch it? All right, we're watching it. All right, we're watching it. The listen, shush. I'm going to watch it. Look, I posted this the other day, okay? This is the last thing we'll do on stream before I go get some sleep because I'm about to melt, okay? But enjoy this, okay? This was a segment I did a while ago. This is the Fat Ian one. Yeah. All right? It's real good, okay? And it has a really great ending, okay? Let's do it. I was already sorting by New Elak Kaval. Let's do it. Enjoy. Here we go. Get ready, everybody. Hey, Vadim! Vadim, it's so good to see you. Just so everyone who's here, Vadim, we are just watching the 10K subscriber special. I did a dramatic reading of one of the most ridiculous copy pastas ever. And my lovely former community mod, who still is a part of the team, Gina, made this incredible edit for us. So get comfy and come check it out. Yeah, come hang out on the website, Vadim. demonmama.com/live. I'll give you fancy name and everything. Let's continue. Gina. Guess what, everybody? Good news. Gina's coming back. Yes, Gina's doing good. I've been in communication. Gina's got other work as a thumbnailer and is going to be coming back and doing some thumbnails for us. Gina has just had to focus on school for a while, so we'll be seeing Gina around again soon. I know, me too. Make sure you send some love Gina's way if you, yeah. So Gina's gonna come back and help out with thumbnails from time to time. Gina's actually doing, believe it or not, Gina's doing thumbnails for Booksmarts now, which, look, I'm not a big fan of Booksmarts, but I'm very happy that Gina's got more work because Gina's an amazing thumbnailer. Yeah? Yeah, it's demonmama.com/live. There you go. Let's continue. Fuck Irish Laddie. One of my sources just forwarded me a copy of a rather intriguing document about Irish Laddie. In the remainder of this letter, I plan to summarize the contents of that document in an effort to turn Irish Laddie's reprehensible canards Glooby's great to as our well. advantage. What? What is this language? Oh my god, this is gonna be a great read. Vermin, thank you. To get immediately to the point, life isn't fair. We've all known this since the beginning of time, so why is Irish Laddie so compelled to complain about situations over which he has no control? That is Irish Laddie hoping that the readers of this letter won't see the weakness of his argument relative to mine? Irish Laddie doesn't want you to know the answer to that question. He wants to ensure you don't pave the way for people of every sex, race, and socioeconomic status to fulfill their own spiritual destiny. Irish Laddie's supporters remain largely silent when asked about the correlative connection connecting Irish Laddie to Jacobinism. The rare times they do deign to comment, they invariably skew the issue to prevent people from realizing you should check out some of the things Irish Laddie is saying about Comstockism. The litany of inaccuracies, half-truths, made-up facts, and downright falsehoods will shock you. And I won't even bother mentioning that the main dissensus between me and Irish Laddie is that I assert there is not much demand for independent thinkers in Irish Laddie's retinue. He, on the other hand, contends that Ebola, AIDS, mad cow disease, and the hantavirus were intentionally bioengineered by offensive, incoherent thought police for the purpose of population reduction. I've seen what Irish Laddie is capable of, and I am afraid. I am very afraid, and I am very angry. Some people say that it isn't sufficient evidence to prove that he is secretly scheming to interfere with a person's work performance, bodily security, physical movement, and privacy rights. And I must agree, one needs much more evidence than that. But the evidence is there for anyone who isn't afraid to look at it. Just look at the way his premise that his Malisons are good for the environment. Malisons, human rights, and baby seals, is his morality disguised as a pretended neutrality. Irish Laddie uses this disguised morality to support his enunciations, therefore making his argument self-refuting. If Irish Laddie's attempts to bring widespread death and degradation to millions of human beings across the face of the earth have spurred us to establish a supportive rather than an intimidating atmosphere for offering public comment, then Irish Laddie may have accomplished a useful thing. His idea of vainglorious barbarism is no political belief. It is a fierce and burning gospel of hatred and intolerance, of murder and destruction, and the unloosening of a wrong-headed bloodlust. It is, in every sense, an Ophidian and pagan religion that incites its worshippers to an orgulous frenzy and then prompts them to scrap the notion of national sovereignty. Irish Laddie frequently accuses his adversaries of causing this country to flounder on the shoals of self-interest, corruption, and chaos. This is yet another example of the growing lack of civility in our civil discourse that ranges from the undiplomatic to the unprincipled and even the yellow-bellied. In a more proper debate, one would instead politely point out that my goal is to tackle the multinational death machine that Irish Laddie is currently constructing. I might not be successful at achieving that goal, but honestly, I do have to try. Irish Laddie possesses no significant intellectual skills whatsoever and has no interest in erudition. Heck, he can't even spell or define erudition, much less achieve it. For years, I've been warning people that he plans to give voice in a totally emotional and non-rational way to his deep-rooted love of Mohawkism. What the fuck? Sorry, what is Mohawkism? One of a gang of aristocratic ruffians who assaulted people in London. I feel like I need music for this. I feel like I need epic music for this. Oh my god. Hold on a second. I got one. Hold on, I got something. This will be way better. Watch this. Watch this shit. Here we go. Now it gets real. However, that is not my entire message. It is only a part of it. I also want you to know that there is a historical precedent for Irish Laddie's stratagems. Specifically, for as far back as I can remember, he has been going to great lengths to conceal his true aims and mislead the public. Given how one stentorian activity always leads to another, it should come as no surprise that Irish Laddie yields to the mammalian desire to assert individuality by attracting attention. Unfortunately for Irish Laddie, attracting attention usually implies creating a regime of condescending, temerarious narcissism. Sometimes it has seemed to me that I could discern something holy, something sacred in the deep and troubled sadness of those about me. Alas, I discovered that this sadness stems solely from the doleful observation that Irish Laddie is like a pigeon. Pigeons are too self-absorbed to care about anyone else. They poo on people they don't like. They poo on people they don't even know. The only real difference between Irish Laddie and a pigeon is that Irish Laddie intends to trivialize the issue. That's why I'm not fooled by Irish laddie's biased and heuristic rhetoric. I therefore gladly accept the responsibility of notifying others that I have heard of sanguinolent things like Dadaism and surfism. But I've also heard things like non-violence, higher moralities, and treating all beings as ends in and of themselves. Ideas that Irish laddie's ignorant, unthinking, doolally brain is too small to understand. Knowledge and wisdom are Irish laddie's enemies. He understands that by limiting education and enlightenment, he can fool more people into believing that our only chance of saving the planet is to accept unending regulations and straitjacket reforms from his thralls. Sadly, those with the least education are those who would benefit the most from the knowledge that it is easy for armchair philosophers to theorize about Irish laddie and about hypothetical solutions to our Irish laddie problem. It is an entirely more difficult matter, however, that when one considers that he doesn't want us to dole out the acerbic criticism of Irish laddie and his phalanx of self-aggrandizing goombas, he would rather we settle for the meatless bone of post-structuralism. I must ask that Irish laddie's foot soldiers solve our problems over a negotiating table instead of resorting to the battlefield. I know they'll never do that, so here's an alternate proposal. They should, at the very least, back off and quit trying to channel the pursuit of scientific knowledge into a narrow band of accepted norms that are based exclusively on his batty insults. If Irish laddie has any children, I recommend that he teach them about love, trust, cooperation, community, reason, negotiation, and compromise, rather than violence, paranoia, and fear. He denies that he has been driving us into a state of apoplexy. His denials clearly contradict reports from eyewitnesses who saw him filling the air with recrimination and rancor. I'd like to see Irish laddie spin his way out of that one. I do say, although I respect Irish laddie's right to free speech, just as I respect it for its abominable cumber grounds, hopeless power brokers, and primitive bad-tempered gutter dwellers, he should start developing the parts of his brain that have been impaired by Bourbonism. At least then he'll stop trying to depressurize the frail vessel of human hopes. I could accept, perhaps, press releases backed by the forces of logic and powerful reasoning, orations marked with hypocrisy and contradiction, however, merit none of my respect. Today, we might have let Irish laddie launch a salvo of brainless shell games against the somber oppressed masses. Tomorrow, we won't. Instead, we will shatter the adage that Irish laddie can be trusted to judge the rest of the world from a unique perch of pure wisdom. If truth, like beauty, is in the eye of the beholder, then we might be able to explain away why many of his recalcitrant deeds as being merely the effect of bad drugs. Let me explain what I mean by that in a single sentence. He is interpersonally exploitative. That is, he takes advantage of others to achieve his own sinful ends. Why does he do that? If I'm not mistaken, there is a painfully simple answer. It regards the way that there's a time to keep silent and a time to speak. There's a time to love and a time to hate. There's a time for war and a time for peace. And I avouch, there is a time to foster mutual understanding. Or to put it less poetically, while Irish laddie is out setting up dissident groups and individuals for conspiracy charges and then carrying out searches and seizures on flimsy pretext, the general public is shouldering the bill. Sadly, this is a bill of shattered minds, broken hearts, and homes, depression, and all of its attendant miseries, and a despondency about Irish laddie's attempts to make our lives miserable. Imagine if Irish laddie and his oligophrenic associates all tried to one-up each other in a snarky match to see who could use the most disaffected, mad, and downright grotty rhetoric. My neurons would surely cry out in pain as if I were to ever lay eyes on such a thing. Such a contest would be almost as painful to endure as the realization that Irish laddie claims to have read somewhere about a society that is supposed to be lenient toward the worst sorts of licentious litterbugs I've ever seen. I don't doubt that he has indeed read such a thing. One can find all sorts of crazy stuff on the internet. More reliable sources, however, tend to agree that counterproductive, indelicate, present-day robber barons commonly succumb to Irish laddie's distortions, deceptions, and delusions. I do not. Rather, I take pride in looking into the future and considering what will happen if we let Irish laddie fracture family unity. Let me close where I began. I don't know how Irish laddie can be so coprophagous. Be still, my heart. But wait, it's not done yet. Get ready. I promise you I didn't make up any of that. Look, you don't believe me? Look, right here. Here we go. I do not. Rather, I take pride in looking into the future and considering what will happen if we let Irish laddie fracture family unity. Yeah, it does. It does, actually, Gina. That wasn't a dab. That was me just going like, oh. That wasn't supposed to be a dab, but I guess it works. Sorry if I destroyed your ears with that, but once I got started, I couldn't stop. True, I couldn't. That was so stupid and epic. Please do, Gayfesh.
So stupid epic.
Thank you, Sisyphus. I appreciate that. I can see they haven't changed. Dajaro, thank you. Thank you, 85 to 2D Derek. Thank you, Dajaro. That's it for the incredibly generous $50. Thank you so much. Don't worry, there's a great ending to this. Stick around. Yes. Watch this. Oh my god. Incredible. I'll do more dramatic Reddit reading. That was fun. That was really fun. I do need to do more dramatic Reddit reading. It's true. It's true, past me. Thank you, past me, for reminding me. Now look, here's the rest of it. This is the one about me. I'm glad that people had Vosh derangement syndrome back then. Remember? No, that was all of it. That was all of it. This is the one about me. This one's about me. I don't have one. Well, actually, oh shit. Yo, people paid a lot of money. Oh my god, they gave a lot of money to this person who wrote about me. 1.4 thousand. Oh shit. Listen, if there's one thing that guarantees the success of a streamer, it's if DGG gets fucking infuriated. You're welcome, Sathers. It's true. Do you want to know why? Actually, here, listen to this. Oh, I couldn't either, Tom York. Listen to this. Now this is great. Editing, Gina Ragnos. Thumbnailing, Gina Ragnos. Here, watch these amazing credits and cry with me. No, not the same OP. Goddess trans girl. Dan. Posadas John.
Deep down is the voice of Master Chief.
Vermin and Vosh. Hyun. Merrick. I'm gonna cry. Glooby and Cyborg. I'm gonna cry. Tech Debt, Cass, and Busy Bee. Silent. Oh, silent. Slime Cat, aka Grindango. Penness Main. Alora and Danny. Cosset. Jessica Metal. Benjamin, aka Rhodes.
Spartan's job
Marinara. Max Sips. Kermit King, Deli, and Gambino. Pseudofawn. Xander Hall. Lawboy named Troy. Otona no Aji, long time no see Otono. Star and Gynotype. Ellisum and Grim Reaper Sill. Retcon 404, that's you. Devious Chillster. Calcurs and Twos.
So with that in mind,
Table Knife.
Ike asked me to pass this along.
Windleby Dazzler. Gina Ragnos. And me, of course. Look at me.
Our story will outlive us both.
Gay Fesh.
Set a fire in your heart, Spartan. Bare your fangs. Fight hard. Die well.
Fight hard and die well. Trans rights and trans thriving.
Trans rights are human rights. Master Chief.
Thanks for watching. I told you I was gonna cry from that. I told you. New out of context dropped. Am I gonna die?
During the debate. You assume I gotta do is get through to you. I'm superhuman innovative and I'm made of rubber so that anything you say is ricocheting off of me. It'll glue to you. I'm devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, never fading. And I know that the haters are forever waiting for the day that they can say I fell off. They'll be celebrating because I knew the way to get them motivated. I make elevator music, you make elevator music. Rob during the debate.
Oh my god, I'm gonna pass out! I'm gonna pass out! Oh my god. Oh. Oh, my lovely imps. I don't know it yet. Someday I'll be able to. My lovely imps. Oh, the dramatic reading thing is posted. It's on the channel. Don't worry. It's on the channel. I posted on the channel. Some people might have missed it, but yeah. It's so good. I think that was Gay Fesh. Is it cringe? Oh, Frap God's a good song. No, it's great. They're not cringe at all. All right, everybody, listen. I need to go get some sleep, okay? And I just want to say thank you all very much. We made it to 10K. Actually, we blasted past 10K, and we're going up, up, up. And those of you who are here now are very lucky to be here in the beginning, and I am very lucky to have you all, okay? One more. Oh, right. Everybody, before I end stream, okay? Before I end stream, okay? 8D5D2D Derek has just posted a link. I'm going to repost it so you can find it easily. This is self-explanatory, but 8D5D2D Derek has made an AI that will convert Pepes into imps. Oh, Vadim wants to come in? All right. All right, Vadim, come on in. Come on in for a minute. Hello, Vadim. Apologies. I'm a little emotional at the moment. I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally understandable. I want to just, I mean, I don't have to drag this out if you're all emotional and whatnot. I just
it's just, I mean, that was made by my former community head and future thumbnailer, alongside my current thumbnailer Glooby, Gina Ragnos, who made that amazingly edited 10K special to celebrate everybody who helped me get here. And,
it was a glorious tribute.
yeah,
it really was. And I just wanted, really all I wanted to do is just say like, hey, congratulations. That's
you.
You've reached an amazing benchmark, and I'm sure you're going to get way further in the game than that. But it's 10K is always, man, back in the day, I started YouTube like back in 1976, and it was a lot harder to get to 10K back in the day.
Yeah,
and
I can imagine.
Not to take away from this
Well, it's just less people using
achievement.
It, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, back then it was like, oh my god, this person reached 10,000. They're the biggest person on YouTube.
Yeah.
But it is that's fantastic, and you deserve it. You got a lot of talent, and you're fun.
Thank you.
And yeah, I just wish you the best in the future.
Thank you so much, Vadim.
Yeah, of course.
Has anybody ever told you you're an amazing sweetheart? Because you really are. You really are incredibly pleasant to speak with, and yeah, and I love your content, by the way. So.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I haven't gotten anything out in a while, but that's
oh, hush, it's good. It's soon enough.
Yeah,
you did the Tim Pool thing we all watched on stream. That was great. That was fantastic. Are you kidding me? No,
thanks. There's gonna be a sequel to that. I kind of wish that I had gotten out sooner, but to tell you the truth, the perfect 100% goddamn truth. And I don't want to like make this sound more dramatic than it is. I've been having like some like health issues and like it's been a pain in the ass. It's not something that like like I'm not gonna croak anytime soon. It's just been something that I've had to deal with and has slowed me down. And but that's coming. I also got a video on if just a little tease. I got a video that talks both about the negative side of incel culture and Scott Pilgrim versus the world together. So I think that should be a fun one.
That's really great. Yeah. By the way, I'm giving you the fancy name on chat, so when you pop up in chat now on the website, you'll have a little pentagram and a glowing orange name.
Fuck yeah!
It's fucking Pog.
Give me all that devil shit. I'm all about it.
Welcome to hell.
In fact, I really love that angle of your I don't know, your packaging, the whole satanic aspect of it. I love it. I love it.
We bring the fire of hell. That's right, Demon Mama.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I don't want to just kind of keep you like from saying your goodbyes and everything. I know you gotta catch some Z's and whatnot, but I just wanted to come in and just give you an internet hug
Thank you so much, Vadim.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
And we got to do something in the future. When your next video comes out, ping me and I'll get you on here to promo it. Okay? Maybe we could even do I don't know. Maybe we could. I guess I could probably. We could. If I know when it's coming out, I can do when you do the premiere, I could do a react to it, and we could get people in there. And we could do a bunch of cool stuff. It'd be really cool.
Sounds fucking awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all about it. So we'll talk in the future. But yeah, guys, just have a great one. And Demon Mama, congrats again. And
thank you.
I am looking forward to your 20K celebration, your 50K celebration, and your eventual 100K
I'm gonna aim for it. We're gonna try for it. We'll see if I can make it.
Yeah. I have yet to make 100,000, and I've been around for a fucking long time.
Imps, can you throw some love over that way? If you don't follow HeyItsVadim, you need to. Jesus Christ, some of the most high quality political comedy videos on the internet. Seriously.
I 100% concur. You can find me by just if you go to YouTube's, you can just go and search HeyItsVadim or Creationist Cat, which I used to be known as formerly. For CC is actually, hey, here's a hot little tip or like not something that I'm letting everyone know, but CC and Cortez, who are staple characters of the channel. If you guys don't know,
Mhm.
they're making they are integrated into the Scott Pilgrim and incel shit video that I was talking about. So you know, a lot of people have been like, where did CC go? So
Yay,
you're
we
gonna
get to
him
see
in that.
CC again.
Yeah,
Good
he's not
boy.
gone. I didn't kill him off.
Well, I
So
didn't think you did.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna let you say your
Thank
goodbyes
you.
to your audience. Much love to everyone, and for the last time, huge congrats.
Thank
okay?
you so much, Vadim. Seriously, it means the world to me. Thank you so much for coming by.
Yeah, no worries. All the best. Later.
for
Bye.
now. Bye. Seriously, everybody, Vadim is amazing. And I know that you know, I know some of you who've been here for a long time know that Vadim has been a long time, an OG Demon Mama friend, an OG friend of the show. Vadim came by on our Christmas stream, came by on our New Year's stream. Vadim is so cool. I can't even stress it enough. Plus, Vadim makes some of the funniest videos you'll ever see. And if you haven't seen if you're not familiar with Vadim, you have years of funny, relevant content to catch up on, okay? All right. I'm sorry. I'm still teary. I'm still crying from that, okay? We're going to raid over into Conyer real quick. Let me type in that, okay? I'm going to send you all over Conyer's way. Go and give love to Conyer, okay? Hold on. /raid Conyer CC. Wait, Conyer CC, right? Hold on, I gotta double check. Yeah, Conyer CC. Okay, I'm just making sure that Conyer's live. Okay, Conyer's live. I'm sending you all over to Conyer. Go give love to Conyer, and I will see you this weekend, okay? You saw me on a Twitch fail compilation. What do you mean a Twitch fail? You mean a Twitch win compilation, okay? Much communal love to all of you. Thank you for supporting me even when I'm sleepy, okay? Much love and see you all soon.